Hello, everybody. We're back again.
It's been a hell of a long week with a lot of crazy shit.
And the craziest thing is that there's just been a partial coup / beginnings of civil war in Russia, and we're not going to talk about that tonight.
Apparently.
We're going to save that for Wednesday.
Allegedly.
Information is too new.
Yes.
There was an excellent. I always forget the name of the podcast.
Which one?
It's like PD. What's their the podcast that Alex Jones was on earlier?
Oh, Patrick Davis one.
Patrick, yes,
yeah, Valuetainment.
Yeah, Valuetainment. Thank you.
Yeah.
Patrick is always fantastic, but he had Alex Jones on earlier, and they went for what, like 3
3
hours. It feels like.
Yeah.
Oh, it was fantastic. But Alex Jones had some interesting information.
I would probably download the podcast because I can guarantee YouTube is going to ice it.
Yeah, but he had some. Wow. Oh my gosh. I mean, him talking about the whole.
Oh, it got cancelled already?
Did it? No, really? Hang on, I got the link right here. No, it's still up. It's still up. Well, download it while you can. Excuse me. Let me post it here in the chat if you want to watch it for yourself, of course. I highly recommend it or downloading it, but
yeah, I would
did you download it yet,
it.
Spoon? Because we need to download this. Because look, whether or not, I don't know if we're going to respond to this, but AJ had some interesting opinions that very much mirrored things that I was thinking about. My initial impressions about this Wagner group thing. But yeah, I posted it in the chat. I also shared it with you earlier. Well, you shared it with me.
Oh yeah, there we go.
And it's it's too soon, I think, to tell to give any kind of definitive statement. But what did happen the other night that we can definitely talk about right now, before we get into potential. I'll put my 2 cents in on the Wagner group thing that I found to be very curious to me. Right, is that Lindsey Graham 2 days ago was basically trying to proc Article 5, or said that Russia had procced it already, which is full scale war with all of NATO and Russia. Now, that's what they were arguing for, and then within 2 days, this happens in Russia. Which, as far as I know about the Wagner group and the guy in charge of it, who I will learn his name by Wednesday when we talk about it more, but it's a Russian name. Doesn't easily roll off my westernized tongue.
You mean a Russian guy has a Russian name? Oh,
yeah, but it's just not something that I can easily. Once I remember it, I'll remember it. Like the guy, now I can't forget because I was like, oh, that makes sense. The shooter that we were talking about the other day, the one that they say is the Nazi shooter. Oh, that gets brought up in this. It gets brought up in this Tim Pool thing about his old Noklasnika account. Now, see, once I learn it, Prigozhin. So the guy from thank you, Lechanoin. So Prigozhin is supposedly more of a even more nationalistic Russian than Putin. I don't know if that makes him more conservative or whatever, but it's not like a leftist uprising or whatever in Russia. And it's interesting that it happened 2 days after
Lindsey Graham
says we're going to go Article 5. Now, I don't know. I want to wait on this one, guys, until Wednesday to talk about it at our normal time, because again, I want to get a little more information. It's still very breaking news, and I don't know. I got to learn more about this group. Alex Jones says he's been following them for 20 years, so it was interesting to listen to him on Patrick's show to give his impression. But I know a lot of people do not trust Alex Jones. I think you should read it. If you don't trust Alex Jones. People. Look at, just pull the clip. Jamie, pull up that clip of him on Joe Rogan, where Joe Rogan, it was after Alex got canceled and Rogan moved to Spotify. And so Rogan was obviously very tepid about having AJ on. And it was just every single thing. He'd be like, actually, no, we need to fact check this, which is the same thing that Patrick et al. Did on their show earlier. They were very skeptical of everything Alex Jones said. Guess what? You look it up.
And
boom,
it's correct.
He's right.
Yeah.
The man's mind is it's just a steel box of information. Like,
it's kind of creepy the way that he just writes so often.
I don't know if it's creepy. It's
No, it's
the right word.
yeah. Oh, okay, it's just
astonishing.
unorthodox because you look at him and just like he's this madman who rambles a lot, which diminishes his credibility in the eyes of anyone who's normal. Let's just be brutally honest.
Partially, it is a character, though.
Yes, true, but when you try to come off as something very serious, which is what he talks about, it does kind of diminish the credibility. However, when you see him talk and he's right over and over again, it's like, fucking no, this is really creepy.
Uncanny.
Yeah.
What Chanoin says. That's the right word. It's uncanny. And it's,
yeah,
it's
there
much
we go.
like we realize he's not. People call him stupid and crazy and stuff. It's like, no, he knows.
I think if you were to learn some of the shit that he does, I think to be sane and stable and not be loosened by it would be inhumane.
Probably. Well, I mean, it's the same thing. I'll listen to Moldbug, and he has that same capacity to just bring up, like.
But that's because Moldbug's mind is like a fucking library.
That's what I mean. It's a similar kind of thing where those are the people that I've always
found interesting.
found interesting, or people who just have this, library-like knowledge in their head, who are just fountains of information. Yeah, and again, like or hate Alex Jones, I know he said a lot of things that have pissed people off. He's had to pay. Well, he's not. That money's never going to get paid. That $1 billion or whatever that the families of Sandy Hook technically won. Yeah, you're not getting that. Just saying, realistically, you're not. Anywho, what we really want to talk about today, though, is that the other night, Emma Vigeland of the Majority Report, co-host to Sam Cedar, made the devastating mistake of leaving her echo chamber hug box to appear on Timcast IRL. And before we get into it, one thing I want to say also about Tim. A lot of people, we all know the memes, Beanie Man, he's a fence sitter. But it has been consistent with Tim Pool. If you, activate his almonds enough, underneath the beanie, he's got, this processor where he can laser focus in on you. He did it with what's his name in the Joe Rogan interview.
Oh, Jack Dorsey.
Jack Dorsey, where it was just
that was just sexy as hell.
They just laser freaking pointed, which I know, like I said, a lot of people disrespect Tim Pool because he's a fence sitter. He's chilled out and stuff like that. He's a very laid back guy. He takes very moderate stances, even though it's funny because you listen to Emma Vigeland and her audience and their responses to this is that they think he's like an extreme far righter. We'll get into this, and that everyone who listens to him is a Nazi. But Tim, when he gets focused, he's a juggernaut. There's no other way of describing it. He will, if you've angered him particularly, he will just go in, man. And it's impressive. Emma Vigeland, on the other hand, is, as we're gonna see, but I'm just to preface it. We often ask the question, Spoon, is this person stupid or evil? I think Emma Vigeland really showed her ass as yes, both. The answer is yes.
Yes.
She is stupid, and I feel no qualms about saying this. I think Emma Vigeland is an evil person from the things that she did in this podcast. Now, I've been seeing clips of Emma Vigeland, and we've watched many clips from the Majority Report over the last year and a half of us doing this show. And of course, I've seen many clips far before then. But this was really fully mask off of she doesn't care about anything but power. The only thing that goes through her head is, how do I gain power? How do I gain power? How do I gain power?
I don't actually think she wants power. I think she just wants to be a lemming for the regime. I don't actually think she wants power. She wants the democracy version of totalitarian. Yes. She just wants to be the amplifier.
Yes, but that's what she's a complete and utter totalitarian. She wants to maintain, confiscate, and centralize as much power for her ideological position as possible, and is willing to go to any lengths, no matter how incredibly ridiculous, duplicitous, and absurdist, to obtain it. That's Emma Vigeland. I was talking to Bill a little bit before, and I said I was trying to figure out what the thumbnail would be. And I was like, I'm like Vigeland Saga. You don't know what this is, but it's a manga. It's a Japanese comic book called Vigeland Saga, which is very good. It's about Vikings. And Bill said, "Oh, don't besmirch the name of Vigeland Saga by associating it with this loony bint." But we did look it up, and she is, Norwegian.
Elon just said something really good on Twitter a while ago.
Who?
Elon said on Twitter, money allocation is the easiest part of my job, essentially trivial. If money could solve problems, the government would be accomplishing wonders. That's a really good fucking quote, actually.
It is.
There's a lot of depth in that quote, actually.
Yeah. That is good.
Now that I'm thinking about, like, oh god, yeah, that is very true, and that actually is very pressing considering what we're going to watch, because that is essentially how she thinks is going to solve everything.
Right.
It's just give more power to the government, and like,
yes, I mean it guys, it is her answer to every question. Is here's a problem. You know how we could fix it?
Government.
More power, more government, more power to the government, more money to the government. And I have to think that if someone really feels that way, they must think that they're going to. Now, I guess this is solipsistic because we get accused of this. But why do you think you're going to get a kickback from that? Would be my understanding.
Probably yes.
Right?
Yeah, I don't know why else would you advocate for it? It's just insane.
But again, people would ask that of us, like, oh, why do you want a monarch? What do you get out of that? And it's like, well, a functional government.
A functional government, yeah, that's kind of the thing that this is the thing that blows my mind, because when I kind of want to do a video on this, but normally I don't know about you, but if I say to somebody I want a monarch, the first thing I think is, oh, you want to be the monarch. And we're like, no, I don't think you seem to understand this. If you can maybe look at monarchy not through the eyes of a Disney fucking movie, and not this weird fairy tale thing of the king can do whatever the hell he wants, like he's an absolutist ruler with dictatorial powers who will be morally virtuous, which is what you think your regime will be, which is kind of fucking weird. But no, with us, it's we think the plebs are stupid. They don't know what the hell they want. They don't know what policies are to be enacted.
Plebs. We're included in that.
Yes, but we're more like, we don't want you jackasses to think about this because it makes you loopy. You know, we should give this power to the king and endow him with powers. Yes,
we recognize our fault.
Yes, that's the thing. To be a monarchist is to be humble. It's to say that we do not have the power to enact the regime. We don't know what's best for everybody else. And the king, if you can somehow get the king to have vested powers in the land, yes,
you have a greater in terms of like you're literally higher to be able to see things from a different vantage point than we have here on the ground.
Yes, because you're thinking long term.
And you have a different vantage point. Now, I do want to say this, and this will be the last thing, then let's get into it, because I don't want to keep belaboring the points without actually watching it. Guys, oh,
dear God.
Oh my God, is it a doozy?
Yes.
So, and I missed like the first 30 minutes or so before I tuned in and went, woo, lad. But I don't think Emma Vigeland wants to be the totalitarian dictator. I think she wants to be in the SS.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yes. I agree with you. She wants to. She wants to be in the SS. I mean, and I look. I know.
Absolutely.
Using Nazi terminology is really
apparently
overplayed.
Aiden is very quiet. Really?
Oh, am I?
Am I very loud? Am I very loud?
I don't know.
That's kind of strange. It's usually that you're too loud or that I'm too quiet.
Yeah, usually.
Oh, okay, that's quite strange.
My mic's turned on, right?
Yeah.
A lot of it
you're
flips.
You're loud as hell for me, so it's quite strange.
Oh, I'll be louder. No, just kidding. Just I guess I don't know. We'll see how it goes. If that's the case, I guess.
Ask the chat. Ask for more opinions.
Yeah. Just let us know, guys, how the audio balance is.
Because that sounds great on my end, though.
Because for whatever reason, like it's always different every stream. Yeah. Anywho.
Oh, by the way, I will say this because I read something in a book recently about absolute monarchy and what defines absolutism. And there's a really good quote in the book. It says, absolutism is the idea that the ruler, however much he may be responsible to God for observation of the higher law, does not require the consent of any other human agent in making public policy. Now, if you're going to go by that definition, you can actually say that the American president also has absolutist power because he's got the power of executive orders. Which is quite interesting.
Exactly. That makes sense, though. It is interesting. Look at the chat. Most people say the audio sounds cool. Good. Okay, so before we get into it, I'm gonna hit these super chats. Then let's watch this shit show, and it is a shit show. Like I said, when you activate Tim Pool, it's like he pulls off that beanie, and it's just a giant big brain, you know, pulsating brain. Yeah. Horwitz Feinberg and Horwitz Horten says, I heard the secret words. Time for some info metal. Oh right, that's true. Hang on. I've got the stream up here, but I'll put this in real quickly since we did say the secret words before we. It's a good way. To start the stream,
that absolutely happened.
It's a good way to start this out.
What are we doing?
1 second. I'm gonna pop this here in the watch together. Could you pull the watch together up for me,
sure.
please?
Meow.
Oh wait, first let me.
What the hell?
What?
Oh, why is my Twitter showing?
I don't know. On the watch together?
Yes.
That's weird. Anywho,
Oh,
whoop.
let me see.
That wasn't correct. Oh, this one. Hang
Let me
on.
just see if it pops up now. There we go.
Okay, got it? Cool.
Yeah. I don't know why
Let's
it
do
was
this real
strange. My
quick then.
freaking Twitter was on.
Since for $10, let's listen to a little info metal.
Drink blood, take the baby. I got the physical will and power to kill this little kid.
Oh my god!
Before they start talking, kill those little bastards. God. Satan, I'm gonna kill you. I kill babies. They go, I love you, Satan. I love you, Satan. As the baby begs, they all run over and start drinking the blood and slurping, and they all have sex with each other, and they just all start saying, Satan. Kill me. Because there's real satanic power killing babies. And this is their meal, their blood meal.
Alright. We had to have a little bit of it, some info metal interlude.
I'm
there.
awake now.
Yeah, we all awake. Thank you. Horowitz Feinberg and Horowitz. Gets it for £5 says Aiden Spoon. You could have given your monarch more notice during your weekend stream. Hope you're both doing well. Oh, sorry if I missed any of your chats, man. And then for £5 says Aiden Spoon, I do wish to be king of the Anglosphere and to smack the shit out of the republics on this planet and enjoy the based king in question. Look, you know what we're in favor of? we obviously are not the biggest democracy enjoyers on planet Earth.
No.
So,
My channel is devoted to spreading democracy is gay.
and the more time that goes on, too, at least for me, it's the more I've come to, and I maybe it's just living here, right?
The more
Maybe
you
just
realize
living here.
democracy is gay.
No, just the more anglicized, I'm more like, oh, I think the Empire was probably right on a bunch of things. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like at this point in time, you kind of look at the decaying ruins of the Empire and you go, you know what, we should maybe kickstart it, because colonialism, I'm starting to think that this is going to sound really racist and kind of superior on my part,
Okay.
but there are certain races that shouldn't just hold power. I'm sorry.
Did you see this? Sorry, this is the last thing before we get into this. This is how
it's
it
just
always
true.
is, guys. You know how it is. You know how it is. I was watching a Lotus Eaters video earlier where they were reading this article from this dude who's from Jamaica and has moved to the UK, and is talking about how they need to move. They're a refugee. They're an economic refugee, whatever that is, essentially, to the UK because they have to, because Jamaica is so awful. And then come over to here and talk about how racist everybody is, how much they hate everyone here because they're so racist. And they live in London, of course. It's like, who's being racist against you? Is it white? Is it Anglos?
It's kind of funny because if anyone's being racist to you, it's a bunch of
60%
packies.
of, what is it? It's like 50 to 60% of London is non-white.
It's not white, yeah. That's like, it's a lot of foreigners. If anyone's racist to you, it's probably not the natives because there's not a lot of them there.
Actually, what is the demographic breakdown of London?
Not
Oh,
white.
no, he wasn't. No, he wasn't in London. He was in Cardiff, I think, which was also bizarre.
In Wales?
Yeah, I think they said Cardiff.
What's offending him in Cardiff? The weather?
I mean, let's see.
That's a funny joke, by the way.
Yeah, 80% of Cardiff is white, but London, I don't remember where he was from now. I'm sorry. But okay, I did overestimate. Wait, no, this is I asked for London and it gave me stats for all of Britain. That's interesting. Why did you do that, Google? Let's see. What are the ethnicity stats of London now? Is white, British, 36%. So it's right. 36.8, rounding up. I said 60%. Yep, 50 to 60. If you add in the 1.8 Irish, it's about 40%. So yeah,
we have more
60%
Canadians in
Irish.
here. We actually have Canadians in our chat.
Oh, hello. Yeah.
Filthy Canadians.
Yes, we do. Yeah.
I think everyone's filthy, by the way. Just
I
in
know.
case, yeah.
Come on now. Come on. There's some good Canadians.
I don't have very high standards. I mean, look at my co-host.
Yeah, Ardent Party, you're from Canada, right? Unless
I like
I'm
but you
misremembered
totally
now.
ignore that insult.
I often when you say something rude, I ignore it. If you haven't noticed.
I mean, I can't
Anywho.
say much. My government is a total shit show and it's a dysfunctional mess. But
God.
yeah, there is one good thing about it. I can point to it and just go, you see why certain people of my, how can I say this in the most polite way, skin complexion have a chip on their shoulder? We just point there and go like, yeah, that's why. Right there. And if you disagree with that...
In fact,
Sorry. Here we go. Temple. I understand where you're coming from.
Yes.
Trust me. Well, again, I read that book. It
made you depressed as hell.
Made me depressed. I didn't know anything about South Africa. It totally
and you
changed
probably know
my
too much
perspective.
now.
I think I know. Now I think I know too much. But everything I've like learned about it after the fact, in other research and stuff, has been like, oh well, put that into perspective.
Yeah, and then you look at it now, you're like, oh dear God, that's. Do you understand now why I feel what I feel?
Oh yeah, exactly. And
yeah.
I don't think ever like a book should like define anything in your life, but that's a book that really changed my perspective on South Africa as a specific topic matter, right?
Yeah.
So
everyone says like, oh, what a racist way to think. Like, have you read this book? You should really try.
Kiss It for £5 says economic refugee, a made-up term created after the Libya area bombings to allow poor people from MENA nations. I wish I was joking on this. Yeah, that was essentially the argument. It's like, I came over. It's like I was making money in Jamaica, but I wanted to make more money, so I came to and I had to because I'm an economic refugee. So I had to come over, and even like it said that he was making like I'm vaguely recalling, but he was making good money in Jamaica, but wanted to make more. And you know how he's going to make more money in the UK?
Selling drugs.
Gibbs. It's
doing that.
Yes, UK government
and then to buy
whatever.
drugs.
And then it's ridiculous. Anywho, let's get into this. Because I've belabored it way too long, nearly 30 minutes. Let's go. We have to have our little talk at the start, and there's been so much stuff going on. Let's get into the roasting of Emma Vigeland.
I'm back. First thing I want to say is thank you to Jack Posobiec and Seamus Coughlin for guest hosting Timcast IRL while I was out. I wasn't not, in fact, dead. I just lost my voice, and that really sucked. I think on Sunday I was kind of sick. And it sucked, so I just hung out and was playing video games all day. But then Monday, I was talking like this. And then I figured I'd be fine by Tuesday. And then come Wednesday morning when I still couldn't talk, we were like, we need to call in the big guns. So we reached out to some people to see if they would guest host for us. And we got some people. We got Jack and Seamus. So thank you all for that. This is the first The Culture War podcast we're doing live, as we're now getting into the purpose for what this show is. When we do shows on Timcast IRL at 8 or so p.m., we'll often have people come in who are either disagree with us on certain issues, and or that's primarily it. When they do, the show transforms from topical news into political and cultural debate. And so we decided we need to make a specific show that just handles those conversations and expands upon them so that we can actually get to the core of what people think, feel, why they want certain policies and why they don't. And a topical news show doesn't really work for that. So Friday mornings, here's what we're going to do. And we were posting this at 1 p.m. Before, but now we'll probably end up doing it live just because. So without further ado, without wasting any of your time, we've got two awesome guests. Sean, do you want to introduce yourself first?
Oh, I'm Sean Fitzgerald. I do YouTube.
And also, by the way, Tim, I just want to say, I really do appreciate living on the other side of the pond, the 1 p.m. lives, because then I got to actually watch this over here rather than, going live at like 7 p.m. where it's 1 or 2 a.m. here. Or whatever. Oh, it's like midnight, yeah.
YouTube at The Actual Justice Warrior. I cover primarily criminal justice related issues, and I'm happy to be here for your maiden live voyage of the Culture War.
And
another thing too is that I expected going into this, because Sean has made a ton of videos just ripping Emma Vigeland apart. And so I really expected Sean to be the ringer. But no, it was Tim. Tim is the one, you're going to see it. Sean ends up being more of the moderator, which is astonishing.
Yeah, that was funny, actually.
Yeah, I'm Emma Vigeland. I'm the co-host of The Majority Report. Thanks so much, Tim, for having me on. I know that it was...
The reason why you have so much bags under your eyes is because those are lies accumulated every time you fucking talk.
It was a little dicey with you.
You know how old she is? Take a guess.
35.
She was born in 1994. She's younger than us, Spoon.
What?
Yeah, she's 4 years younger than us. This is what hate Look, hang on a minute. I can't front. I've had bags under my eyes since the day I was born. It's genetic in my case. They call it the Evans eyes, right? But I just have always had dark circles under my eyes. Not bags, but always dark circles. And makeup can only do so much to cover it. It's just the way it is. But Emma, I think that being a hateful, spiteful, evil person is why you look like you're in your late 30s, despite being in your late 20s. I'm really serious about that.
You and Sam in terms of him coming on, but I'm happy that you had.
Oh, so you're basically an emissary.
Yeah, because Sam won't come on. Yeah, that's really it. Sam won't come on, so he sent Emma as the sacrificial lamb.
Wow, I can't believe she's born in 94. Holy shit.
Isn't that crazy, right? Yeah, Bill looked it up because he was like, we were both like, man, she looks middle-aged. And I'm not trying to be rude. I don't like to insult people's appearances. I'm just saying, I really do believe that
lying
hatred,
does age you.
that hate and being a hateful liar ages you prematurely.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Had me on. Honestly.
Absolutely, I'm glad you came.
Yeah,
You know.
and it's. I just want to clear this up because I know that
It's like Tim's older than me. I think Tim's 36. She looks older than Tim by far.
Yeah.
Like, I think Tim's 3 or 4 years older than me, and she. So she's nearly a decade younger than Tim, and yet she looks a decade older than him. That's what lying and being hateful does to you, Emma.
you didn't want to have Sam on because you called him a grifter, right?
Yeah.
And part of the reason that you called him that is because you said that
He is a grifter.
we put your song through a filter on our show, and
You did.
I just want you to know, I was hosting that day. We don't have the technology to do that, so
Oh, you don't have the technology to run a song through a filter?
Bitch, I have
Which
the
they
technology
did.
to do that. What are you talking about?
All of us do. That's the thing.
Yes.
Like, what?
It takes like a half an hour and a BitTorrent. What are you fucking talking about?
We are a minute in, already a lie.
Yeah.
I don't have the technology to do that.
But your studio
Everybody
might.
does. Everyone
Come on.
does. Yeah, I mean, come on. And they did. I've heard their version of it. They intentionally tried to make Tim sound bad, which is like, how petty can you get? Like, Tim releases music. It's unrelated to his
put
politics.
it side by side and you can easily hear this does not sound like the
Yeah.
original, so obviously someone doctored it.
Yeah, right.
That's a
Like, it's not
shitty lie.
difficult. But again, the people that watch Majority Report live in a total echo chamber bubble where they're just like, they just believe it and they're not exposed to anything outside of it. Like, they're never going to watch this Timcast episode. They're just going to go like, oh, Emma kicked his ass. Cool. Watch it and see what happened. But yes, they did. Anyhow.
do that. So there you go.
Yeah, it was
Clearing
like
that up for you.
the song. So that specific issue was the song we put out, played on
So
your
vicious.
show, had like the mids ripped out of it.
We
and-
don't have the technological ability to do that.
Yes.
We're just a bunch
Oh
of
my God.
leftists in with like a soundboard.
You do
Just
realize
a bunch of leftists with.
if you want to take out the mids,
evil
all
at
you
all.
need to do is just download an EQ.
It takes 10 seconds in Audacity to do that.
Yes. What the hell are you talking about? I mean, you don't have the technology to do that. That's just like
Audacity
this
is free
shitty lie.
software. Audacity
Yeah.
is free software. Any single, I guarantee, probably like a good number of people here in the audience could do that.
Yes.
I mean, well, first of all, every single one of you could do it and learn
I
how to
could,
do it
I
within
could
about
do it
5
right
to 10
now.
minutes.
I have an EQ
Using
on this
free
podcast.
Yes, using free software called Audacity.
I could do it in
Not-
5 seconds.
Just
right now.
the blatancy of the lie, the blatancy, and this is the starting. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
So when you're
Flat
having
EQ, yeah.
there's primacy and recency effects, and there's also something like when you're having a conversation, you're establishing a sort of a conversation with anybody for any reason. You're establishing it at first. It's first impressions set the tone, and then if anything deviates from that expectation, it's called an expectancy violation. So it's a whole theory, expectancy violation theory. There can be positive violations. I know that sounds weird, but there can be a positive violation where you expect somebody to be a real piece of shit because they've set the tone as being a piece of shit. And there can be negative violations, which is that they lived up to what you expected of them. However, your entire experience with another person is going to be colored by your immediate impression. Emma Vigeland has started this out with a lie.
Hold
Within
on.
2 minutes.
I have to address some of this because Zero Fox House. Spoon, do you boost your low end? Be honest. No, I don't. It's boosted
sounds
right.
like
No, it's boosted very slightly on the live one that I'm using right now. I'll take a screenshot and put it on the screen if you want to see. But when it's in my booth for the videos, no, I don't use any boosting. I use a compression and then master it and then take out the poppy noises and then I run it through a noise reduction and that's it. And normalize, yeah, and that's all I do.
I don't even do that extra stuff. I just run through a noise filter.
Yeah, no, that's all I do. I have used it very slightly because I heard it on the live one and I just thought like, why does it sound like if I mess with it a little bit?
Well, the only difference between my natural speaking voice, and I know people will.
You have
funny
a cadence.
Right. And people have. I noticed a lot of the recent comments on a lot of my videos are saying, "Is this channel run by an AI? Is this a content farm?" That because they think my voice is fake.
Yeah.
And it's because, well, I have to bring something up. Here's the thing, just gonna read something from my script. So if I was reading, the world is awash with conspiracy theories. From the more well-known, it's just a cadence. Like I'm just reading my script because I had it up here, right? It's cadence and I'm closer to the mic.
Yes.
Rather than when I'm having a conversation. That's all it is. Yeah, NPR voice. Anywho,
yes, and with mine, okay, hold on a second. If I could just bring it up here. It's slightly boosted now, and it is. There, it's turned off.
Yeah, I can't hear the difference, but
yes, I can hear it on you actually. Yours is yes,
yeah,
no,
because I move closer to the mic.
No. This does my audio, so your voice is boosted with my thing as well. And I can hear it. Say something now.
Hello.
Yes, your voice sounds slightly warmer now with this thing turned on.
Anywho.
I actually like this thing to your voice. This makes your voice sound slightly warmer. Like, Aiden's voice sounds better now than it does before.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thanks so much. I love you too.
It's not an insult. It's like, look, it's slightly warmer. Yeah. So it's very slight.
I could save time by having an AI voice of myself do my videos.
So could I actually.
Right, but the thing is, there's no. I can definitely tell. I mean, like an AI wouldn't be able to laugh, or like it wouldn't be able to put in the inflection that I
yeah, that is the bad thing. It's good for like straight reading.
Sure, yeah. When I the Eliza Blue video, I sampled her voice, and I've done that a couple times now, where I've sampled someone's voice when I'm having there's a quote that I want to have in the video, and I just have them read it. But which I don't. Some people might say that's unethical. I don't think it is. If it's something they already said, but it's just written, not spake. So I'll just throw it to me. Anyway, we're getting off into the weeds.
You do realize you and I could do a podcast where we just read back and forth.
Probably.
And it would probably do extremely well, actually.
Well, yeah. What did you even said about my new video that you like that I should do like naughty reading? It was like, ew, no.
Yes, if you did erotic readings with a certain piece of technology, I just say like, yeah, you could probably do very well. The same way that you could do the Japanese voice and did a freaking avatar, you would like fuck your videos you do now. If you wanted to just make raw bank, you could do that. You could. Everyone in the chat would lose their mind if I just said Aiden's gonna do like a half an hour where she just reads in Japanese. Everyone here would fucking lose their shit.
I need everything written in kana because I've lost all my kanji. I've lost all of it. I don't remember like almost any. But don't worry about that. But moichido onegaishimasu ne.
And I could just read in Garrus's voice.
Oh, dude, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me, Frodo. Okay.
I probably could actually.
Nothing was intentional.
You don't have Audacity? It's free.
Well, no,
there you go.
issue here is likely
I don't know anything about that.
If you don't have proper ingestion, then like the audio is going through a TV or something, it's going to sound really bad.
Right.
So if we were to like play music on the TV
did,
and then put the mics up to it,
you tried to
everything
make
would be ripped out from
bad,
it. And then if we were to say, listen how bad this
Cedar
sounds, it's misleading the average person
into
thinking that's what the song sounds like. When it
but I played that, and look, I mean, we're here to have a great discussion.
It's gonna be great.
But
I like the way she instantly deviates from the point.
Now I want to set you guys up if you have not seen this yet. Welcome to the pattern. Emma gets called out on some bullshit, and then she just changes topics.
Yep. She does it a lot.
Some of the most sniveling, slimy shit I've ever seen, and it's gonna go on for 2 hours.
If you took a shot every time she did that, you were gonna be dead by the end of the stream.
You're dead. Do not play it if you want to play a drinking game, I'm gonna suggest you make a mixed drink, and you take a little sip every time she gets called out on something that she's blatantly lying about.
Yeah.
And then just changes topics.
It's interesting that even though I played it, that was your justification for calling Sam a grifter.
Oh, it's not, though. The issue with Sam was that I put out a tweet where I said, we try to invite people on the left all the time. They always say no. And then Sam tweeted...
Real quick, before Tim says what Sam tweeted, I know we're going to pause a lot. Like, we're EFAPing this. She did not address the fact that they played an edited clip. She never... Did you catch that? She just moved on. But didn't say that they played an edited clip, even though it's a provable fact, but you called Sam a grifter. Sam is a grifter. You called Tim Pool all kinds of shit. You call him a Nazi or Nazi adjacent. You call him a grifter. Why? I hate this. Well, you called me a grifter. You call him a grifter. Whatever. This is politics. It's not. This is not friendly shit often. Okay? I wish it was, but it's not. So, bitch.
Challenge accepted or something to that effect, like I'll come on. And I was like, oh, this is great, because Sam was actually the first person to ever shout me out ever in my career.
Yeah.
Praising me. And so I said, we will cover travel and accommodation. We'll fly you out. We'll take care of everything. Let me know what day works for you. And he said something like the 13th. And I was like, this is fantastic. And then he DM'd me and was like, I'm not coming on your show. And I was like,
it was because of COVID restrictions. I've seen the DMs. I told him he should put it on. I've told him he should put it on Twitter, but he's too good of a guy. I mean, maybe
well, no, I published.
Said no one ever.
Said no one ever.
All the DMs. Yeah. Because then what he did was he then it's mostly water under the bridge, but he made some comment about me backing out or something, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" Like, and then
exactly. Emma, did you forget that part? The reason why Tim had to show the evidence of this is because Sam said Tim backed out of it. These people are not some more information if you're unaware of who this woman is and who Sam Cedar, her boss, is. They are so duplicitous and vile, they got kicked out of the Young Turks.
That's actually borderline an achievement.
It really is, isn't it? They're
like if the Young Turks kicks you out for that, like that's what they do all the time. All the time. If it's too much for the Young Turks, Jesus Christ, I didn't know that.
Yeah, both of them are Young Turks alumni, if you want to use that terminology. Kisser5 says, man, Emma would make a world-class regista with how much she pivots and switches the subject. Just wait, man. And then, I know I pronounced your name before. Le Chanoin, I hope I'm getting that right. For 5 Canadian says, have you ever read Roald Dahl's The Twits? Oh, yes. You get an excellent explanation about how thinking ugly thoughts makes you ugly on the outside. Yeah, we talked about that actually when they recently edited all of Roald Dahl's works. And I think he was completely correct. Roald Dahl really hit the nail on the head.
I think they tried to, but I think the English royal family stepped in and said, like, no, this is dumb.
Not the royal family, but the
oh no, the royal family came out, like not explicitly
family.
Them. Yeah,
Dahl's family did.
No, England's royal family came in and stepped in just to like, no, this is ridiculous. Don't do this. It's quite weird. Like, well done to them.
I messaged him. I was like, "Are you kidding, dude? Like, we're going to pay for everything." And then he was just like, "No, I'm not doing it. Are you crazy?"
Well, then
just does, by the way.
I'm sure he'd be down to come down soon, and you guys could actually have.
Well, the issue has expanded more than that. I mean, so at the same time, there was Hassan Piker, who also responded to my tweet, and he said, "I'd love to come." And I said, "When can you come?" And he said, "Let's figure out a date." And so I DM'd him.
Tim would kill him.
Oh,
Tim would fucking murder Hassan Piker.
Because here's the thing: Emma Vigeland is an idiot. Hassan is less intelligent than she is. So yeah, Hassan's thing is just like, dude.
Hassan Piker is the definition of networking.
Yeah, he's nepotism,
yes.
but it incarnate.
Yes.
Not the kind we like, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, we
and
prefer
he said,
the past down.
I gotta be honest, I'm actually
we prefer the divine mandate kind.
Yes.
Yeah. Anywho, so this is ridiculous. Sam Cedar's never coming on because he again. That's why he sent Emma as his sacrificial lamb. Because if Sam went on, he would embarrass himself. He knows it. He knows it. Deep down, he would never admit it. He probably can't even admit it to himself. But deep down in his,
I don't know how he looks himself in the mirror.
Weasley little soul, or whatever's left of it, he knows that that this would happen to him, and it would make him look like a fool. Now, again, their audience will just back them up as
He's
they're doing
basically
right now on
Grima.
Twitter. and here's the thing. Right now on Twitter, there are leftists, hundreds of them, saying Emma epically owned Tim Pool because they're taking just like random clips from this.
No, they're just
like,
morons. That's
but it's just pure tribalism. It's just pure tribalism. And they're not watching. We're getting into that. I'm going to go because Emma admits that she's never watched the show.
Actually concerned about COVID. And I said,
and then
totally get it. No worries, man. Thanks for reaching out. And that was the end of it. Sam, however, used it on like a video and then started tweeting about it because it was drumming up a whole bunch of clicks and views.
So you lied, Emma.
And I'm like, okay, dude, I get it. Interacting with this guy is just going to create drama that he uses to get clicks. I mean, the dude's got like 170 videos about Dave Rubin.
Yeah, we do cover that. I mean, I think part of
cover
what
that.
we do is...
Meaning you
no shit, you have 170 videos of the guy. Of course you cover him.
Right.
What a stupid thing to say.
Cover Dave Rubin. It's not covering. Spoon, we've been doing this for a year. Is there anyone that we have made that would have 170 videos? I mean, I know they've been going for a lot longer than we have.
I don't think we've actually spent more than... Is there anyone that we can even say in context that we've spent 170 hours about?
Or anybody that we've focused on. I would
actually Curtis, maybe. That's probably the closest thing I could say.
It'd be Curtis, but that's only because we're
monarchists,
agreeing with him. and we're largely agreeing with him. We have, obviously when we covered the debate the other day, like,
Is there anyone that we obsessively hate?
I don't think there's anyone we obsessively hate, or that we obsessively cover. We covered news and politics pretty generally, I think. So. But let me know in the chat what you guys think.
We tried to respond to some of the right-wing ecosystem on the internet because there's a vacuum truly left.
The View.
You guys have a lot more money.
Oh God, yes, The View. That's probably the closest one we have.
The closest I think we get. It is, but we don't obsess over them. We just play their clips and laugh at them.
Yes, but so does everyone because The View. Let's be brutally honest. The View is only relevant when they go viral for saying something stupid. They exist to be made fun of. They're cannon fodder for comedy. Yeah. That's it. They serve no other purpose.
We react to such an Adam a fair bit. We don't really react to them though. We talk a little bit about things that happen on their show, but I don't think we really react to them. Oh, and by the way, I'm getting out ahead of this, but I am gonna because I know. Because I was a little bit worried about this. I was like, about when we want to do the stream. And I said, we got to do it on Saturday. Because I really want to get through it. It's not like a regular episode. We're just covering this stream. We just want to react to it. And I was talking to you about, like, when do we do it? We do it Saturday. And then I went to Twitter, and the first thing I see is Adam Friend being like, we're covering this Tim Pool interview on Sunday. So if you want to see a do-over and see Adam and Titch's take on this, they will be doing it tomorrow.
Basically, we decided we're going to get into it first and fuck them.
Yeah. No, that wasn't it. Fuck you. That's not what I meant. It's more that, like, I don't want to stream over them, so we're doing it on Saturday, not Sunday.
I did actually. It was quite funny because I sat down because I wanted to do a video and I wanted to use this woman's lack of brain as an example of leftist.
Hole.
Yeah, and
down below.
And then as soon as I,
as above, so below.
No, I disagree. She would want to be a whore. I don't think she has the sex appeal to be a slut. Anyway,
I don't know what you're talking about. I just said as above, so below. It's it's
empty.
Classic phraseology.
No, she has an empty head. I don't think she's got an empty hole. Like you mean to me means gaping.
Gaping. It's a gaping hole in her brain. You're right.
Yes, and then that's what I thought you meant.
I got actual holes in my brain when I went into the hospital.
I was
like starving. I actually had holes in my brain. But I'm still doing better than Emma Vigeland. That was 3 years ago.
Media space. We just try to combat it a little bit.
No, here's what I wanted to say: is I wanted to make a video about her. Or just using her as an example. And as soon as I sat down to begin writing the script, this video comes up on my feed.
Oh, yeah.
And we're like, I'm so watching this. And like 2.5 hours in, I'm like, oh my God, I have so much ammo for my video. Fuck me. That was insane.
I think the issue with that, I can understand why you'd say that, but it looks like this is a great way to kick off the show, actually, like the start of the culture.
It is great. She lied immediately.
I actually don't think whatever this space has more money because this is a fractured independent space of varying ideologies.
Tim, I'm in your compound right now.
Yeah, I'm rich.
I live in a one-bedroom. I mean, how did you get rich?
I started a website, took memberships, sold ads on videos.
Yeah, but the reason that you get ads and that we don't is because you more adequately serve capitalism.
Oh my God, The entire establishment is, in terms of businesses, is leftist. It favors you. Why else would Bud Light do what they did? Now, I know, right now is not the best time to pull that up, right? Like, in terms of, because Bud Light's failing. But we've only now seen the shift. I don't know what kind of echo chamber. Clearly, she lives in one. But what kind of a completely isolated atmosphere you have to live in to think that Tim Pool, when I told you guys at the start of the stream, and I'm not sharing my screen, but if you go right now, Tim Pool, Emma Vigeland, type it into YouTube right now. This stream is the third result, not the first.
Also,
the first two results are leftist podcasts.
Can I just point out that
who wins?
If you bring up material prosperity, why the hell are you a socialist?
Good question. Emma, maybe the reason why you live in a one-bedroom apartment
because
in
you
New
don't
York
sim for
or
capitalism, you
San
stupid bitch.
is because maybe you just suck at it. How about
that too. Or also maybe it's because there's no money in socialism, you dozy bin.
Have you ever considered that
This is a
perhaps
stupid
Emma,
thing
the
to
reason why
say.
you live in a one-bedroom apartment is
You live in
because
California.
you live in California and your show sucks. How about that? People watch Tim Pool because he's
the majority report is not watched by the majority.
The majority report is propaganda. That's why people only
shit
people who
propaganda
already
too.
believe your propaganda buy into it. So we're with Tim Pool, and she's gonna call his audience all Nazis. How many Nazis? How did Tim become rich if his audience is entirely Nazis, of which there are 5? No, Tim Pool has the success that he has because he speaks to a broad audience of people by being more center-leaning. Yes, I would say that Tim is probably more right-leaning at this point. I think that's undeniable. He calls himself that.
I don't think Tim is right-leaning. I just think that the left has gone so insane that he just appears
the
right.
Overton window, right? The Overton window has shifted so far. I do think Tim is closer to a centrist, but the reason why you don't live in Tim's mansion compound, a couple reasons. Again, Tim's
You're insufferable.
Mansion compound, and Tim has said this, I'm not revealing anything, is in West Virginia. The land there is so fucking cheap. You, Emma, live in LA or San Francisco or New York or wherever, I don't know where, but you live in some major leftist hellhole where the cost of rent is probably $5,000 a month just to live in somebody else's house. Meanwhile, you can, I don't know. But I've looked into some of the how much it costs to buy these massive amounts of land in West Virginia. It's so cheap compared to the rest of the country, which is why Tim moved there. And he's again, obviously not talking to me. Talks about that he lives in West Virginia, that the compound's in West Virginia.
Because that does make a good point, by the way. So if you see the amount of subs that channel has versus the views they have, it's insanely low.
Oh yeah, they don't get any views because I swear to God, half the people who watch Majority Report are watching it to laugh at them.
Yeah,
for how insane they are. And you have to remember also that that just weeks before this all happened, Emma and Sam got into a huge amount of trouble over the New York bike thing, the city bike thing.
Oh god, did they fuck that up as well?
Because they Emma in particular said all kinds of nasty things about the nurse. I think Tim does mention it, but just said that she just unquestionably said she stole the bike. She just stole it from an innocent black man who was just stole it from him straight up. Didn't even take it from it. Her, if I recall correctly, her view of that event was that this violent pregnant white woman just walked up to a 17-year-old child, using her verbiage, and took it forcefully out of his hands, impaled herself. That was her words. Yeah, impaled herself. Well, no, that wasn't her word. She was playing the clip from the other woman who said that. Impaled herself on the bike and then rode off with it on his dollar, right?
That doesn't make any sense. Why the hell would a pregnant woman jack a bike in front of 5 black men? That doesn't make any sense. That's just from a purely biological perspective. You're just putting yourself in harm's way by doing something that's stupid. Why?
Yes, and we've been over that. But Emma just jumped on board with all that stupid shit. Yeah,
of course, because there's no sense in this. It's just tribalistic wanking, basically.
Yeah.
We get our ads pulled. What do you mean? There's whole organizations dedicated to getting all of our ads removed.
Right, but the proof is in the pudding and where I'm sitting right now.
So there's whole organizations that have worked to deplatform and demonetize Tim Pool, which is true, but he's managed to be successful anyway. Look at someone like Count Dankula. The UK government has actively suppressed him, fined him money. He had to go to the highest court in the EU. They still found him guilty.
Also,
and yet he's doing okay for himself. So you see, I want to point out the implicit message that Emma's saying here is that Tim needs to be a failure. She is infuriated that Tim is successful despite their best attempts.
I thought the implicit message is that subscribers work.
I think her implicit message is that she's furious that Tim is more popular than she is.
Because she literally just said, like, when she just went, well, I'm sitting in the compound now. He just told you, we don't have any advertisers, we're independent. All of this money comes from people who watch the show and give money to the show.
Yep.
So that tells me that people watch his show because they're paying for it, you dozy bin.
Because they like
How is that bad? I mean,
she's just jealous. It's this pure, unbridled jealousy and envy. Remember that research that I did a while back, guys? The left is driven by envy and jealousy.
Yeah, of course.
When they looked up when they, did the research and looked at the relationship between the desire for redistribution of wealth and, I would say, pathological envy and jealousy.
They hate the rich.
It was that even to the point where they would rather not even get any money in some of the studies. They would rather they themselves burn the money just so that other people didn't have it. This is it.
That's why she lives in a one-bedroom apartment.
This is it made physically manifest. Emma Vigeland, I found your ass in the data. And here it is. You are a perpetually jealous and spiteful mutant.
So this is memberships. This is almost entirely because people pay to become members of our websites. If the Majority Report, you guys have been around a lot longer than I have. Mm-hmm. The inability to provide a product to a customer does not mean that one political faction has more or is granted more because of capitalism or anything like that. Like if Sam is unable to, Sam's had way more subscribers than me for a long, long time.
Right.
And he just like I'm not saying this to be
he's
like mean. I'm saying if he doesn't know how to
he's got more subs
turn revenue, the issue is more so you need like a COO or somebody who's going to say, here's how we provide something to...
Or you can stop buying subscribers.
Right, that's why your views are the way they are.
Why your views are shit, is because they're not real people.
Yeah, because they... Look, okay, I looked into that a couple years ago, just out of curiosity, because I was investigating some other channel that had like a huge number of subs, but had so low views. And it turns out that it's actually incredibly easy to buy subs on YouTube and Twitter. It's incredibly easy. Now, what those subs will do is that they won't give you view counts, and they won't give you likes and stuff like that, but they will just inflate your numbers. Oh, I don't hate her, by the way. I hate what she represents. I don't really hate much of anybody. I hate
she's
the way
just an
that
avatar for the regime.
I hate what she's doing. I don't hate her as a person. I hate what she represents and what she's doing. Yeah. You hate
her actions, basically.
Right. Well, I'm a Christian. I don't think we should hate people unless they're sincerely evil. We're going to get into some stuff. Hang on. I know. Actually, Jesus did say you should hate some people. Okay. Well, not directly, but not Jesus, but it is it's in a lot of the Bible that there's some people you should probably hate a little bit. And we're going to get into also the things she's going to say that I think are actually contemptible. When she talks about the transgender stuff and children, it's beyond the pale.
A market that generates revenue so we can expand our business. So we're better at that here, I suppose, is the easy way to put it.
Well, no, because what you say here is more attractive to investors and advertisers. I mean, we're basically only members, and other right-wing media like the Daily Wire and stuff like that, and even what I'm looking at the Rumble. What I don't know, what do you call that?
Is it because more people are interested in what he has to say versus you? Could it just be as simple as that?
No, she can't think in that way. It's that it must be that
socialism sucks. Get over it.
It's just that she can't.
Your ideology is not popular, you dozy bint. It's not rocket science.
She can't even comprehend it. And this is like, I hate that this is the way this conversation starts because it gets so much more interesting. How the fuck do we start with just her pure unbridled jealousy about Tim's success?
Well, she's a woman. So.
I mean, and here's the thing too. Like I said, Tim's compound It's in West Virginia. It is close to DC, yes, but it's not. But it's not in Maryland. It's in West Virginia, where the land and property is really, really cheap, because West Virginia is an extremely depressed state. I should know. I'm a proud West Virginian. All right. So just
you're more successful. They must have cheated. Yeah, that's basically her attitude.
That's it.
That's
yeah, you're
summed up
you're
really,
more
really
successful.
well.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. Sorry, who said that?
Oh, Furious Dan.
Furious Dan, you're precisely right. That's the only way she can comprehend it, is that Tim must have cheated. It's not that he's
yes, he's hiding all his secrets under the beanie.
Yeah, he hides all his secrets. Man, he goes off though. Let's go. I mean, he's. I think it's because she came in so adversarial like this, immediately attacked his success, that he just went like laser, you know.
Logo right there.
Looks like a rectangle.
Yeah, I mean that's a David Sachs. That's a venture capital backed venture, I believe.
But you support all the BlackRock.
You're on YouTube.
LGBTQ. Yeah, you're on YouTube. You support all the BlackRock initiatives for like LGBTQIA.
He goes on that
shit.
because YouTube doesn't like what he has to say. So what's the point?
He goes on Rumble. I mean, this is ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Oh god.
At the very least, Peter Thiel is involved and invested.
Oh, yeah. Wait,
there's no equivalent on the left.
Why wouldn't
Absolutely.
you be able to get
mean?
advertisers?
What do you mean? There's no equivalent.
What is YouTube?
YouTube is the leftist equivalent. You're not censored. You can say pretty much everything the fuck you want. You don't get censored. Again, I look up this exact podcast on YouTube and I get 2 leftist podcasts before the podcast itself. That's how much you are promoted by YouTube. You lunatic woman.
If like David Pakman and the Young Turks have advertisers, your content's not like too
We do
dissimilar.
have advertisers. We just have, advertisers that are a little bit more within our system of values.
Could it just be because you get less views?
Advertisers that are more within your system of values. Well, here's the thing.
No, it's just less people watch you, stupid bitch.
All I watch from them are clips, to be fair.
So do I, it's just on Twitter.
Right. Well, no, I watch clip. No, I'll actually watch. We react to them here on the channel quite, occasionally, which means it's like a full segment.
I feature them twice, and there were
Yes.
Twitter clips.
So I don't know what kind of advertisers they get that align with their values, but I guarantee it's the same advertisers that I get. By the way, like
what advertiser would be in favor of socialism? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, because they just want views, and I'm not saying that to be rude to advertisers. Well, a little bit, but the big, and that's the thing. At the end of the day, advertisers just want eyes on the screen to sell their product. It's pure.
Yes.
It is capitalism.
It's
so the
capitalism.
people
Yes.
Who sell ads on the Majority Report aren't ideologically aligned with you. They're the ones that are willing to work with a channel that doesn't get good views. Saying that as someone who doesn't always get good views. By the way, go watch my new video, please. It's not doing.
That's like saying, "Hey, look, my channel is about veganism, but I can't get KFC to sponsor it."
Yep, pretty much. Yeah, I'm sorry, you're not going to get a gold company to sponsor you. Oh.
Oh god.
Hang on, actually, I do have to plug a sponsor here, but I'll do that in a minute. Because we do have a sponsor that I need to shut up, but I don't have them up yet. I've forgotten about it. We need to do 2 sponsorships in June, or at the end of June, so we're going to do it here in a moment. But speaking of sponsorships, we'll be in there in a second.
We're trying to combat corporate greed. We don't have a ton of advertisers that I think align with.
I don't think you. Okay, let me just say this.
Oh, shit, I missed the interview I was supposed to do. Fuck.
You, in no capacity, have the. Or sorry, you don't have the capacity in any way to influence corporate greed. None. Not even a little. Because corporate greed doesn't exist. It's not really a thing. The only way you get corporate greed is by them paying off the state. And you have no capacity to influence that process because this is the immorality of the politicians. And I can guarantee you the jackasses on your side are more in favor of corporations because your voters are very gullible. So they can just say, I'm pro-socialist, and then they pull an AOC and then just becomes attached to the regime because they're seduced by money. Because your followers don't have any conviction. So what you just said is nonsense.
Leftist, or we have advertisers that we try to include in terms of like left.
They're really crappy capitalists, by the way.
Leftist values as well. But just by the nature of left versus right, it's asymmetrical warfare. But honestly, Sam should just put
you're
put those
passing
DMs
on
out
advertisers that don't align with your values. So Like you
But
have
we do the
those
same
options.
thing. We do literally the same. We have like 4 advertisers. We have
Right.
like 4.
Right. Okay.
So
And here's
our
the
website
thing.
is
And also, and Tim's advertisers are things like that supplement that's like a keto supplement, which makes sense. And also, I think there's also like gold companies, people that sell gold that work with Tim. And speaking of which, if you believe, like a lot of us out here do, that the dollar is falling apart because this government has over-leveraged itself, and you have no faith in the stock market, and you're not really even sure about cryptocurrency, what then should you invest your money in?
Gold!
Well, of course, it's gold. Gold has been around for thousands of years. It's always been the original currency out there. But if you don't want a tub of gold in your backyard that you have to, bury under a big pile of dirt, what else can you do? Well, you can call Genesis Gold Group and set up a gold-backed IRA. The dollar might collapse, the stock market might collapse, but gold has never gone to zero. Gold is basically eternal. So if you're interested in getting involved with investing in a gold-backed IRA, you can call the Genesis Gold Group right now to learn about rolling over your risky stock-backed IRA into a gold-backed IRA, or just into investing in gold in general. And they will even give you $10,000 in free silver if you qualify. And you can call right now by calling the number 800-693-8290. That's 800-693-8290 to get interested in investing in gold rather than investing in stocks and other things that can collapse. And that's our sponsor. Thank you so much to Genesis Gold for sponsoring the channel. How smooth was that?
I wonder if I could do that from here, actually.
How smooth was that, man? Let's get back into it. Also, thank you again, Genesis Gold.
There's no advertisers, and it's almost entirely membership funded.
Yeah.
So
I mean, look,
everything here is because people give us $10 a month.
We're really trying to cover politics on our program, and
And Tim definitely doesn't do any of that.
No, he doesn't.
Not at all.
He'll occasionally do that. That again, like I said, the supplement that they do. I forget what it's called.
No. I mean the politics. Tim never covers politics on his channel.
Oh, obviously
Ever.
never. Yeah,
No.
No.
I think that's what.
Which begs the question, Emma, why are you on his
hang
show?
on. Yeah, I want to go back here for a second to hear that for a second again.
And it's almost entirely membership funded.
Yeah.
So
I mean, look,
everything here is because people give us $10 a month.
we're really trying to cover politics on our program, and I think that's what.
Aiden dropped the link. Apparently, people wanted the link in chat.
Oh, there. I will drop the number because it is a number. 1 second.
Is like our central focus. I mean,
Why
you
make
talk
a video about me and music?
Well, I mean, it was a little
good
fun, 'cause it was
question.
kind of funny. But I mean, Sam comes from a comedy background as well. I would
Sam is not funny.
No, well,
say
it's not
that
funny,
I
that's the
think you
problem.
misrepresent what our show actually does.
You
The first hour, the
misrepresented
free
him.
hour of our program before we go to the membership portion is one that we literally have experts on Social Security, on international politics. It's not, honestly, something that is conducive to it's dry. It's not conducive necessarily to a ton of capital investment or advertisers. And we're
Right, so
trying to
we
make
don't
a
have-
difference in the world.
We don't have investment or
Sure.
we have like 4 advertisers. Actually, we have 0 advertisers and we got rid of them all. So
Okay.
we
He
ended all of
has.
our advertisers. To be fair, on the podcast version of things, I think we have like 6. On the YouTube side of things, we've actually gotten rid of all advertisements. So now it's just like whatever YouTube does, they do.
Right.
And then we're starting our own companies. The reason we started
That's
our
the
own
thing,
coffee
yeah.
company, it's because I'm not going to say the name of this person, but there are organizations that lie in order to get our ads pulled. And so that's happened to us. One example is that there's, well, I don't get into too much of it, but there's a group that has argued that I have claimed that Donald Trump won in 2020. And they've
didn't.
used that to raise tens of thousands of dollars.
Okay.
I never said Donald Trump won in 2020. In fact, since Joe Biden got inaugurated, I said Trump lost and these people need to accept it.
Right. Well, you said there might be a race war. There was that.
When did I say that?
I'm not sure.
No, he said there would be a civil war. Oh, I don't know. Here it is again. Throws out a lie, is asked to back it up. Oh, I don't know.
But you also said that
I don't think that's a true thing, actually.
the 10-year-old who got an abortion, who was raped, you call that a hoax. Have you retracted that statement?
Oh my god. Ah! So again, I haven't heard the first 30 minutes of this. there was, well, Spoon, we looked into that situation, at least I did. Who raped that 10-year-old?
Wasn't it an illegal immigrant?
It's a legal immigrant, and it was probably most likely the father. Or stepfather, I should say, actually.
Yeah.
From my recollection of that incident. And it was in Ohio, and she was something like 8 months pregnant. It was ridiculous, and they were traveling from Indiana to Ohio. The whole thing was completely blown out of proportion. Now, by the way, I don't want 10-year-olds to be raped, okay? I'd like to stop that first and foremost, but I don't believe in also like killing a potentially viable baby because of that. Compounding suffering does not make it better. Do you know what I mean? Like, compounding suffering does not reduce or remove the initial horrific harm. But you don't want to talk about that, do you? You don't want to talk about the specifics, but I think Tim will.
Statement.
So there's very deep context to that. What we're talking about when
but
I say
that's been
hoax.
proven. I mean, charged.
Right, but
the rapist has been charged, and the doctor.
Yeah, the rapist, who I believe was her stepfather, has been charged, and it was then put under lock, so no one could look more into it. Why do you think that was? Do you think that was for the protection of the child, or do you think it's because they were illegal immigrants?
Who provided the abortion fine.
So this is a really good example of the problem in the culture war, I would say. See, you don't know what I actually said, because I didn't say what you're describing.
You did. I just watched it last night.
Right, and so what I said was
no, you didn't.
The fact.
No, you didn't. And later she's going to say she doesn't actually. She's like never watched. She just reacts to clips. She has no idea.
That they politicized this to win a political point is the hoax, not that the child was abused.
How does that constitute a hoax, Tim?
Because the fact that they made it sound like this 10-year-old was being denied an abortion in Indiana, which they were, by the way. And then turn that to a political issue about like, well, this is why we need to have free access to abortion at any time, at any place, at any point. That was the hoax. You didn't look into the background of what the situation was. That was what he called a hoax, Emma.
So, like, let's say there's what's a good example of this? Ahmaud Arbery. Ahmaud Arbery is a really great example, right? So here's
No, I'm talking about this example though.
Right.
I'm talking about this example, Emma.
So right.
Weird that all the records are sealed.
He is giving you an example. Shut up, woman.
Yes. Me?
Not you, no, her.
This is gonna be another recurring theme. Okay, I would say drink on this. Drink on this. When Emma asks for an example and Tim provides an example, and then she says, "Well, I'm speaking more broadly," or something to that effect, where then she's like, "No, that's not the example I wanted." Drink on that one. You will get fucked up, but it will be less than just anytime she generally pivots, because it happens at least like 10 times, okay? Where she's like, give an example. I didn't like that example, though. That's going to happen a whole bunch. But it's interesting, she doesn't want, like, she wants to go back to this case that's been sealed that nobody knows anything about in the Indiana, Ohio 10-year-old child. First of all, the fact that a 10-year-old child was able to get pregnant in the first place.
Yeah,
so many things that are horrifying there.
Yeah.
Like,
how can you prove it was rape? Involved a 10-year-old. That's how you fucking moron.
Precisely. Thank you. So, like,
stupid thing to say.
Oh my god! It's like, oh my god! And it's like, and losing my mind. A 10-year-old child.
The Spoon, I propose using broad for Emma and woman for 8.
Being molested and impregnated is so unbelievably horrifying.
Oh goodness.
But it. And like, I don't want a child to have to go through this shit, but we need to stop it before it happens. That's the problem.
That's morality. That's not state intervention.
Yes, but I'm saying, like, yes, you have to have a different kind of society where that wouldn't have happened in the first place. And unfortunately, the reality is that things like this will always happen because there will always be
more
lunatics.
white South Africans.
There will always be evil, horrible people in this earth. That's the sad part. But I don't think that making more evil undoes evil.
Two wrongs don't make a right.
Feeling on it. That's just my feeling on it. And I don't want a 10-year-old child to have to give birth. I mean, holy shit. The fact that a 10-year-old can even get pregnant is proof of the fight of estrogens in the water. But oh my god, that's a different subject. Sorry.
If I can't explain to you that manipulating a story for political gain is the hoax, then I don't know
What's
what
the
else to say.
manipulation?
Oh man, this is an old story. I have to pull it up. I think the issue was that they were able to actually get the treatment in state, but because of the law, they decided to seek it elsewhere. And I said, that is a hoax. I didn't say that it was a hoax that the girl was abused. I said,
and the family wasn't investigated, which should have been the immediate thing. If a 10-year-old child has been impregnated, then you need to look at the family immediately. Who else is going to be able... Oh my God. And yes, it was actually fine at the time in Indiana, but because of the specifics of this case, they had to go to Ohio. Now, for those of you who are not aware, and people like Emma, who would call that whole region of the United States flyover country that they don't give a shit about, the specific place they were in Indiana was a couple-hour drive to Ohio. Indiana and Ohio are next to each other. You dumb bitch. They didn't have to, like, fly halfway across the country. They drove 2 hours. Oh my God! I'm okay. I gotta calm down.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
happy thoughts.
Very animated.
I hate the abortion stuff. It really gets under my skin, and it's gonna get worse when it gets to the tranny stuff. I'm just gonna use that word. I'm sorry. I used it. Fuck. I'm screwed. Whatever. Ugh.
They could have sought treatment in state under the exemption. I think it was Ohio, right? There was an exemption saying in the cases of abuse, the treatments are permitted.
It was Ohio.
But they decided
Indiana,
to make a public statement and leave the state anyway. I said, that is a hoax.
It was not a public statement.
Well, but that's my point.
No, rape and incest exemptions are non-actionable. This is like well documented with abortion activists. How long do you think it takes to prove a rape or incest case before?
Oh my God, we're gonna get into it. You know this is my.
Well, if it's a 10-year-old, pretty quickly, I would imagine, because they can't consent being 10 years old.
So it's right, exactly. It's always rape in this case. Always, every single time. And now she's going to go into something that's absolutely ridiculous. It's like, oh, the time it takes to prove a rape. You know how much time it takes to prove rape in the case of a 10-year-old?
Yeah.
About the time it hears
pretty
for me
cut
to
and
finish
dry.
the sentence. Yeah, okay. It's instantaneous. Alrighty.
Or you're able to use that carve-out
Well,
to
I
actually
don't-
get an
Well,
abortion.
doesn't it depend on how the law is written? Do you have to prove it, or does it have to be alleged?
I mean, first
But
of all,
let me just answer
rape
that
is one
point
of the
real quick so we can clarify the thing on.
Sure.
I never said it.
She tried to move the topic to get out of the fact that this was
What's
a
up, Junebug?
10-year-old. To try to get away from the fact that this was a 10-year-old. Hello, Junebug. Thank you for the $2. How are you doing? I'll get to the rest of the chats, mostly from Kizza, sorry, in a bit. Because Kizza has a poll. Well, I'll do that right now, I guess. Well, I'm trying to calm down. Poll question: who would the chat like to see again? Emma and Sam Cedar, Aiden and Spoon, or Aiden and Kizza, Spoon and Kizza? Let's see the poll result. You mean here on this podcast? Because we're never gonna have Emma and Sam Cedar, but I'll put the poll out. Kizza asks, who would you like to see?
I never said it was a hoax that the girl was abused. That is incorrect.
But honestly, this is a part and parcel of what you do is you put that kind of statement out there and then you put caveats in to protect yourself.
No, he just explained what he meant by that, and for some reason you're still hung up on it. Because apparently you don't seem to understand it, or you're just doing this to be, well, kind of disingenuous when he's explaining it to your dopey face.
Like,
but
me saying that someone manipulating a story for political gain is a hoax is
it's not a manipulation. That is the kind of thing that's going to continue to happen.
I agree, it's not a manipulation. You're the one who said it's manipulation. He just straight up said what it is. Freaking Jesus Christ, woman.
Abortion restrictions happen throughout the country.
It's an
It was
opinion.
a particularly egregious example used to shine light on broader restrictions on abortion in this country. I mean, it's an opinion, but you haven't retracted it. It's false.
It's not false.
It's an opinion,
It
not
actually
a
is not.
fact.
Exactly. An opinion is not a fact. This is the thing. An opinion can't be a fact. Oh, because I misunderstood. Well, I just put in your 4 options.
Why are you so stupid? Why?
Sorry.
Not you.
No, I'm trying to deal with the whatever. I think we got all the possibilities there, because hopefully that works.
If there is a story and the story is exaggerated or manipulated in an effort to sway people into believing one political faction over the other, you are engaging in a hoax.
I mean, isn't that what you guys do when you post like extreme videos of crime and things like
We
that?
don't do that.
Oh my god. So when you post real videos of crime, which Tim doesn't do, by the way, at all, that posting videos of real crime are hoaxes. I don't even know how you can become. How do you become this delusional?
By being a leftist.
Obviously, but
you're just trying to start shit. Like, if you said it's like, isn't this what you do? Isn't this what you do? That's just you trying to be an antagonistic bitch.
Yes, it's literally know you. The discussion, know you. But all the things you're accusing Tim of are inaccurate. Now, Sean, Actual Justice Warrior, does cover crime, and I assume he's going to come in here and devastate this hoe.
What are you talking about?
I mean, you respond to videos that are taken completely out of context.
Really, I didn't realize shoving somebody in front of a train needed context.
Yes, well, that's her thing too, because she
or
also defended
stabbing someone in a freaking train.
Well, they defend all of the
or
crime
smoking
in the United
crack, or just in any way that is lawless behavior that anyone with open eyes would just go, yeah, that's kind of cut and dry.
They defend all crime as is that they were driven to it because of the circumstances, because of systematic racism. I really hope Sean jumps in here. I know that Tim's taking her to task, but I hope Sean jumps in here.
She must take a lot of drugs, yeah.
Because Sean mostly covers crime.
Isolated instances.
I don't think you watch the show because that doesn't sound.
I mean, I do a little bit.
No, you don't.
A little bit.
We don't
I do.
that.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
Watching clips on Twitter is not watching the show, my dear.
She doesn't watch the show.
No.
And she's going to admit it here in a second.
Well, that's not true because we don't do that. In fact, one of the points we make specifically is.
You show subway crime to talk about all these inflated crime numbers. Crime is down in New York City in 2020.
Now hold on a second. Sean does explain this, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna print. Well, I haven't seen the first 30 minutes. I'm sorry to deflate Sean's parade a little bit.
Yeah, because
crime is down in New York City because they stopped reporting all of it.
No. Sean explains it very well and in a very, very funny way, actually.
Well, and the police just don't do anything in New York City anymore. They've been actively told to just not prosecute, not arrest, not do anything. That's
pretty much the way that all the DAs who are bought
in
by
leftist
Soros.
cities. That's how they get their crime rates down. The crime rate still is soaring. They just don't prosecute any of it. But because it seems that you have come in second place, besides you and me doing a show, people might be down with, but which we still haven't done that Top Gear thing, which we need to do at some point. But thank you. I think that we need to do the Top Gear thing at some point, man.
2023 and by every metric.
Down compared to what?
Down compared to 2021 and
but
2022.
Don't change the subject.
No,
right? You
I'm not.
accused us of publishing videos we don't publish.
If it's down in compared to 2021, and there was a giant year-over-year increase from 2020 to 2021, then you're talking about something that's down.
It wasn't giant. It was a small bump from the pandemic.
47% increase.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, you know I'm a statistician, right? So when I hear people try to abuse statistics, it's one of the things that really gets under my skin.
Now hold on, just let him run.
I know. Let's hang on. I'm sorry. Let's let Sean cook. Let's
Increase
let him
in
cook.
homicide in the city of New York is not a small bump.
Homicides have been on a precipitous decline since the 70s, since the 80s, since the 90s. There was a bump because of desperation in the pandemic.
If you think think there was a decline in crime in the 70s and 80s and 90s, you are a crack smoking bitch, because that's just new. That is not true.
It's just so factually incorrect on every single comprehensible level. It is so statistically, factually, mathematically incorrect, Emma. I don't know what the fuck you're looking at.
Now hold on a sec. We're gonna let Sean kill her.
And now it's back down in 2023. So, that's irrefutable. That's the NYPD's own data. That's on all major crimes: murders, rapes, grand larcenies, robberies.
This is an argument I'm often confronted with, and it's actually pretty terrible. So crime is down from the peak for sure, right? In some years in New York City, we had 2,100 murders. I think that's the largest ever.
Remember,
in the history
Sean's
of the city
from New York.
However, my standard isn't. It's not as bad as the worst time in the history of the city of New York. When I see murders jump year over year from about 319 to 469.
What do you mean year over year? The 2 years that I just
year
listed?
over year.
That's what year over year means, you dumb.
As in from 2020 to 2021. That would be a year over year increase.
Oh, she's so stupid she can't understand basic terminology. Like, I understand that people can't sometimes understand when I use jargon. That's why I've really worked on trying to reduce my use of academic jargon. But bitch, you don't understand the term year over year? Damn.
is a dramatic increase, and it's the largest since, I believe, 2010. The greatest year-over-year increase of all time in the city of New York, by the way. But it's all the way back to 2010 numbers.
It's down.
Yeah,
again.
it's down compared to the increase, but it's not down compared to 2019.
This was a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic where people's desperation and their mental health was severely harmed. People.
What do you think caused that, Emma?
Yeah, it wasn't the government or anything.
Well, it could have been government lockdowns that caused that. Could have been government lockdowns that were some of the most severe in the United States, in New York, that caused that. But those were good.
Oh, definitely both, mad.
So which one is it, Emma? Were the lockdowns good, or were they severe?
Hold on,
desperation?
can we just let Sean rant the whole thing?
I know, I'm
out
sorry.
of work, and that kind of desperation leads to more crime. That's the reality of how crime works. Poverty leads to crime.
This
I would
is-
imagine.
this is
that-
inaccurate.
Why do you think
No.
25 people got shoved in front of trains last year?
I don't know, dude.
Well,
Of course you don't, because you don't know fucking anything.
Hey, Aiden, let him fucking run the
sorry.
thing.
that's a legitimate question. You're saying that poverty and desperation results in crime. I'm wondering why it is that you've had these homeless guys. They've been predominant. I think it's almost entirely these homeless guys shoving people in front of trains. Last year it was 25, and so that is.
So that's a mental health problem. I mean, we do have a mental health problem in this country. We have an issue
Okay, LBJ, your guy, remove the asylums. Bring him back.
with not having socialized healthcare, where people are
No,
always
it's about the lack of asylums.
Welcome to High Talking Points.
Yeah, it's lack of socialized healthcare. By the way, these people, I want to. If people don't know how mental health care works, they will take these people in. You can be put into a facility for the longest amount of time is, I think it's 24, 48, 72 hours is the maximum, I believe. Sorry, I always forget the numbers. I think 72 hours is the absolute maximum, 3 days. Then they have to let you go. Unless you've been committed. Do you know how it takes to be committed into a mental institution, Spin?
Mm.
You have to admit that you want to kill yourself or others. That is the only way you can be forcibly committed to a psychologist, to someone on the staff, that you want to kill yourself or others. That is the only way to get these people off the streets, is that they have to admit to it, and then they can keep you for basically forever. But you. Other than that, the longest that they can keep you is basically 72 hours, 3 days. Then you're just let right back out. And by the way, a lot of people want to do that because what do they get when they're in these mental institutions, which are at hospitals? What do they get there, Spin?
Drugs?
They get meals.
Oh, that.
And they get drugs because they're all on drugs. They get drugs to simulate their that stabilize their existing addictions. Yeah. But you can't keep them to actually wean them off the drugs because that takes weeks.
Access healthcare, mental health care in particular, but also every other kind of healthcare. I mean, 28 million uninsured people in this country. That's a massive problem. I mean, what do you...
Serious problem.
Oh, you want to know why are there uninsured people? Because Obamacare sucks.
Also, I noticed how this is completely detached from Tim's question.
Yeah, she just went on a total random rant
It's
about
like, why were the
healthcare.
people killed in the subways? It wasn't,
Yes.
why are 28 million people in the United States uninsured? Like,
Yeah,
none at all related to this.
just completely out in the weeds, right? Out in the...
Yes, how can I get my talking points in this fucking thing?
Which you didn't manage to really do properly, but you're...
No, she just looks nuts.
She's trying to change the topic to something that she wants to talk about, which is that, like, oh, I want socialized medicine. Okay, you know what? I'll even give you this. I think there probably are some benefits to socialized medicine. I'll give you that.
Yes, especially if you happen to be the people who make money from it.
Well, it works in Norway, and it's always bring up. Works in Norway, works in Sweden.
I wonder why.
Wonder why. And that's why I'd say, yeah, maybe there's some benefits for
Yes.
why does it work in Norway and Sweden? Just because they happen to be really special?
It can work because here's why. Because there's more white people. People are saner. People
Who are
have a
paying
better
money into the
lifestyle.
system.
People have a higher disparity of, or a more even
People
sort of
who are
level
actually-
of the young and the old.
They're
And people are
who
healthier.
Yes. And people who are actually paying money into the system rather than just being pure
Yes.
drains upon it, okay? That's why it works.
And
in
they
Norway
make less
Sweden.
use of the service.
Yes,
because they're
exactly.
healthier.
Yes, exactly.
Like, hey, guess what? If people are abusing the shit out of it, guess what? It costs more money. If people are using it sparingly, guess what? It's not that fucking it's expensive. It might be more cost effective.
So again, I'm not inherently against more socialized medicine, but the problem is that it's never going to work in the United States.
Yeah.
Because people will take advantage of it.
Freedom.
They'll take advantage of it the way they took advantage of Social Security, the way they take advantage of welfare.
Yes.
And you really need to have, I think, a culturally, I'm not even saying racially, but a cult, because that's a whole different thing.
You're a society of good order.
Homogenized society. And there's a thing in Scandinavian countries called janteloven, the law of Jante, which doesn't exist in the United States. It doesn't exist in almost any other countries outside of Scandinavia, which is that you are not special. You are to know your place. That's the TLDR of janteloven. So that it's not going, you can't take the Scandinavian model and just apply it as willy-nilly in other places.
That's what Ben Burgess tried to do.
I know, and well, he's a Danish.
And what did Moberg say to him is that the further from Norway you get, the more transparently insane these policies look.
Precisely. It works in Norway for a very specific reason. It works because it's Norway. Norway is a very specific set of cultural and ethnic and whatever
customs,
historical customs. So yes, that's why it works in Norway. You can't just take this bandage, you can't take this plaster and just put it on the US. It doesn't work.
You know what sounds really weird? But here's the God's honest truth, is America isn't conservative enough to enjoy liberal healthcare.
Yeah, I agree so.
It's really weird when you say it like that, but that's actually the truth.
But it's true. Yes. If America was more conservative, I think you could have. You
could enjoy liberal healthcare. Yeah,
you could enjoy more liberal healthcare. I mean, and by the way, look at how it's working out in Canada. It's gotten to the place where they're like, well, yeah, it's free, but we don't have enough doctors, so we're just not gonna be able to see you. So why don't you just kill yourself? Here's a suicide pod. That's the healthcare system she's advocating for.
Welcome to Futurama.
It's working right now in Canada, and the outcome is we don't have enough time to treat your completely treatable illness. So instead, why don't you just kill yourself? I'm not making that up. That's the real thing that's happening in Canada.
Yeah, made.
Yep.
Stance on Medicare for all and healthcare.
Medically aided or assisted suicide.
Oh, you are?
Or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we'd have to have some kind of like basic coverage for universal standard, meaning like if you're having an episode, this is particularly where we bring you in, we help you. If you're broken bones, flu, things that it's like relatively simple and knowledge based. The challenge with it is that we got limited space, we got limited doctors, but I don't think we can function as a society if we have people just dying in the streets like we do.
People are fat as fuck
with drug abuse and
Well, then we should promote housing first policies on your program.
What do you mean? Like, this is the same thing. I think that
more government.
Who else did this as well? Yeah, she's actually more government. Someone else did this where they went on Tim's show and said like, "Oh, Tim, you need to promote these things that I like, and that's your problem is you don't promote my things."
Like every leftist has ever been on a show ever.
Yeah, they all say it. Like you need to promote my things. So housing first. Let's hear her explain what she thinks by this. Vosh did that, yeah.
In Houston, what they did, there was a pilot program under Obama. It was a HUD grant. And
so HUD housing is, that's a good screenshot. HUD housing is housing for underprivileged or like low economic, low income people. I can tell you, having lived in Baltimore, growing up in Baltimore, people who live in HUD housing, they destroy those houses largely because it's not theirs. So why should they care about it? So they destroy the houses. They live in them basically for free. And then what do? They have a whole bunch of kids. They even sometimes adopt kids in order to get more money from the government. And it's just completely and utterly sickening in terms of these are nice houses, but they have no reason to maintain them because it's not their house. That's what HUD housing does. The HUD houses have to be completely refitted because the people don't care if they destroy them. Now, do they?
Black people literally said in one of the Black Lives Matter women just said, "We don't own this shit." Mm-hmm. That is literally the justification that we don't own this crap, so we don't care.
Yeah, so
you can't give these people stuff that it doesn't belong to them. They will just destroy it because it's not theirs.
And that's what they do. That's what
Classic
they do in
Milton
Baltimore.
Friedman.
That's what they do. I was actually watching an actual justice warrior, Sean, the other guy who's on here. I'm sure most of you are aware of him, know who he is. I was watching a video he did recently on the fact that A woman graduated recently from Polytechnic, Polytechnic High School in Baltimore. And when she went to university, they had to create an entirely new program for her because her math was on like a 3rd grade level. They had to create a whole new program for her. Now, here's what made me really... Actually, you know what? Hang on. Let me just go to Actual Justice Warriors page so I can read my comment. Because the thing about that I found very bizarre is that Poly was for my entire life considered to be the best school in Baltimore. It's what's called a magnet school. So they here it is. It means that kids from all over the city apply to be in the... Oh, I know why it's not showing up, because I'm logged into the wrong account. Hang on one second. Ooh, I might fuck up YouTube first. Oh, no, I'll just do it on my phone. Polytechnic is a magnet school, though. So, like, everybody wants to be at Poly, or they want to be Poly and Bi, but they either want to be at Poly or they want to be at Baltimore School for the Arts. Those are the 2 major magnet schools. There's another one that's another, like, art school. I can't remember what it's called. They were, like, supposed to be our rival, but we weren't rivals. They saw it that way, which was weird, but whatever. The reality is that this woman graduated from the best school in Baltimore and couldn't do basic maths. So here's what I said. I graduated from the Baltimore City public school system in 2008. And I can tell you this is not a new issue. This is about, the woman I just mentioned. But it's shocking to hear coming out of Poly. Even before I graduated, there had previously been a program brokered between the Baltimore City public school system and Johns Hopkins University. If you know that name, right? Spoon, Johns Hopkins?
Yeah, so university.
It's like the best it's a world-renowned medical institution also, right?
Yeah, it's one of the best in the world. Johns Hopkins University, yeah.
Everybody
worldwide known, yeah.
Yep. Where JHU would give full scholarships to students with very high GPAs. Hopkins is a world-renowned institution, so this was an enormous opportunity for BCPSS, Baltimore City Public Schools, students. The reason the program was terminated, at least as I heard through the grapevine, was that these students applying had 4.0 GPAs, which were intentionally inflated for the purpose of securing the deal, yet were proficient in math and reading at something like a 3rd grade level. Given this was a thing of the past when I was a student in the BCPSS, this has been going on for at least 20 years, if not 30, to be fair. Although technically public, Baltimore has a couple of magnet schools that require application and receive significant external funding, the 2 I'm most familiar with being Polytechnic and Baltimore School for the Arts, the latter being my alma mater. When I was in school, Poly always beat us in standardized testing in math, but we occasionally beat them in English. However, both schools were always the top scoring institutions in the city by far. It used to be a bragging point to be accepted as a student at Poly, and I know several Poly graduates who still hold it as a feather in their cap. Perhaps no more. This is truly saddening to hear about what was less than 15 years ago, one of the best public education facilities, not just in Baltimore, but the entire state of Maryland, which includes some of the most affluent areas in the nation due to their proximity to the district. Now producing students who are on the honor roll and yet do math at a 3rd grade level. I don't know how I got on that tangent, but let's go back to this. Sorry. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the bathroom.
I was kind of wondering where was that going to go, because I totally forgot what the hell that was even talking about.
It came out of something that she said, but whatever. There it is. Oh, is this something that I was really, because I posted that on Sean's video. Anywho.
Oh, there we go.
Let's go back and know it.
3% over 10 years because they guaranteed housing. Do you think that the 25 examples that you cite last year, and there's like over 2 million subway riders a day, so you cherry picking that, I feel like is...
It's not cherry picking, it's... you mentioned that desperation...
How is it cherry picking? You just said, hey, look, this is how many people have been killed in the subway. That's not cherry picking, that's just raw data.
Leads to crime.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering why it is specifically that we saw this increase. Is it like someone's desperate, but why murder somebody? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, they're experiencing a mental health episode. We do not have adequate health care in this country, mental health care. I hear a lot of talk off.
You're not saying why, you're just saying this is a problem. They need treatment. I don't care about treatment so much as I would like to know the cause of the problem. Because treating the cause is more effective than treating essentially what is a symptom of it.
Often after mass shootings, that mental health is the most important thing in this country. Then
I see. Yes, I do recall seeing that for years and years and years, and then suddenly gun grabbing is the thing that the Democrats. I think it's because of people were to realize, hey, look, the mental problem is getting worse, and you know what's making it worse? This stupid gender ideology. I imagine that is the reason why the gun grabbing has decided to overtake the let's look at mental health now.
Yep.
Anyway.
Then we should have socialized healthcare so everyone can have access to it.
That doesn't mean it's going to be effective. That just means you have socialized healthcare.
Yeah. Not going to help this part.
And that paired.
By the way, also, it won't help it if you won't take in people who are insane because of the color of their skin. And that's what you're going to end up. Emma, I know where your shit's going to go. Because then it's going to go into, oh, this person was picked up off the street and they were institutionalized against their will and they were black and therefore it's racism. Like, I can just predict it because it's obvious where this goes.
And also, I despise this attitude of just, oh, look, we have crazy people. If only they needed help. Did you realize that some people are beyond help and they just should be behind bars? Does that ever occur to you?
Let me tell you this too. Speaking of growing up in Baltimore, the people who are homeless in Baltimore, they don't want to go into they just don't. They don't want to go into these facilities because they have to get clean. In order to get reliable food, reliable health care, they have to get clean off of the drugs. They don't want to do that. I many times went into these people's shanties, you know what I mean? Because they have a whole shanty town in Baltimore. And I used to try to work with them and help them because I was a teenager and therefore a bleeding heart liberal. You know what I mean?
Don't worry, it's okay. We're all gay ones.
Right, exactly. But, you want to help these people because, of course, you see what was obviously people suffering around you and your heart goes out to them.
Your heartstrings.
Yeah. And then I got to know them and it was like, well, you could just go get help and they put you up and you'd actually be like in a warm place. And like, no. I'd rather sit here in this crumbling old building in a tent, or this crumbling old building in a tent, than have to get clean off of drugs. So that's what it is. The ability for them to get out of it is always there, Emma. They don't want to do it. That's what it's about. It's their free will. They don't want to do it. So you have to either pull the trigger and say, get all these people in and get them off drugs, which is can be dangerous because sometimes going cold turkey on this stuff is deadly, can be deadly. But it's not because they're just so desperate and they really want help. No, the problem is they're drug addicts, Emma. They're drug addicts. They don't know how to get off of it. Your solution will not help these people. They're serious drug addicts who do need help, but you can't do it by just letting them sit around and snort cocaine. Well, they're not doing cocaine. And heroin. You shoot up heroin and do all this shit that they're super addicted to. That's not going to help them. If you claim to care about these people, your proposals will never, ever help. Ever. I know, Emma, because I've been around these people. I've talked to them. I've hung out with them. You never have. That's where we're different, man.
With a housing first policy where cities don't become urban centers for
that housing first policy of just giving houses to homeless people. Now, they're not homeless. Guess what happened when they've tried that, Spoon? Want to take a guess?
I'm guessing they destroyed them.
Oh, they did, yeah. And turned them into flop houses where they all just did drugs.
Yeah.
You need to get them off drugs first, Emma. That's the problem.
Yes.
People are on drugs, or they're extremely.
We're gonna give you irresponsible a roof over your head, which you will then use to use drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Ridiculous.
Or just bridge and tunnelers who want to come in and see a show, or for restaurant associations, where places where people can actually live and there's guaranteed housing for people. If we were able to do that, we would be able to drastically reduce the crime that you guys are talking about.
No,
so when you're talking about poverty leading to crime, like what is that based on? Because after Prohibition was repealed,
all of human history
during the Great Depression,
all of human history, poverty is related to crime. No, it's not. It really is not. Poverty allows for crime a little bit more, I'd say. But Sean's the expert here, so let's let him cook.
Crime fell. During the Great Recession, people with your line of thinking thought we would see a crime spike nationwide. It didn't happen. You can actually look at the crime wave if you wanted to pull it up. That didn't occur. And that was the largest recession in the history of this country since the Great Depression. So what we've seen throughout American history is poverty not leading to crime. What we actually see is the opposite, that crime drives areas into poverty. We look at store closures across the country due to the fact that we have shoplifting. That leads to decaying in the neighborhoods. When people abandon the neighborhoods and you see this blight, that has a psychological impact on people, and that drives people to commit these crimes.
Precisely. When they know that there's not going to be any repercussions for their crimes, then they commit more crime because they are being. It's a very basic. It's monkey fucking logic. Okay, it's monkey see, monkey do. Oh, I see, and there's no racial connotation there. It's a turn of phrase. Okay, but they see that this guy didn't get punished for doing a crime, so I'll do the crime. It's that simple. It's not complex.
I mean, you're working backwards from the...
No, you're actually working backwards.
You are.
No, poverty, clearly, this is a very simple concept, leads to something like shoplifting. Why would someone shoplift based...
Why do they shoplift only when... Why is the vast majority of shoplifting happening during these massive riotous periods where they see, again, monkey see, monkey do, they see other people getting away with it, and that's when the shoplifting exacerbates. It's not out of desperation. And what are they shoplifting, Emma? Do you want to be more clear about that? Because if you look into the data about what these people are shoplifting, now we saw this over just the last year, but I've seen this since the Summer of Love riots back in 2019. What do they steal? Do they steal fresh fruit? Do they steal even meat? No, they steal high value goods, not things that are necessary to survive, because they're not stealing to survive. They're stealing because they know that they can get away with it. You dozy bint. Stealing your phrase.
You're welcome.
Personal pathology. They're shoplifting because they're desperate.
Not necessarily. Like, so we have a lot of lax shoplifting laws in California, for example.
So they're
and
doing
what they
it just
find
for
is we
fun?
have a lot of organized retail theft because there's no consequences for it.
It's profit.
For
I mean,
instance,
it's not.
They're people are trying to make money.
Well, so
they're desperate, and we have untold levels.
Oh, did you hear her actually say the quiet part out loud?
They want
to make money.
Yes.
So that's why they're stealing Adidas shoes. That's why they're not stealing things that they need to survive. If they were truly like desperate, they wouldn't be stealing TVs and designer clothing and shoes. They'd be stealing food. But they don't steal food, do they, Emma? They're stealing it to sell it so that they can make money.
You can always tell when it's black people raiding a place because the fresh food is completely untouched.
I love when she says the quiet. It's just, just that was the point, Emma. You said it. Thank you for confirming. I mean, we know it be a fact, but thank you for confirming it, even from your own perspective.
Levels of income inequality in this country.
Well, is it income inequality or poverty?
Since the late 70s, 900%. That's the increase in CEO pay versus 12% for the working class in this country. You don't think that leads to levels of desperation?
No.
So wait, is income inequality the cause or is poverty the cause? Because those are two different things.
I mean, they go hand in hand.
They really
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Because all the wealth is going towards the CEOs and to the billionaires in this country.
But it's not.
The CEOs and billionaires are involved in people on the streets stealing from Walmarts. Man, this woman's lost her mind.
And it's
Zero
not
sum
trickling
economy.
down.
But what does it mean?
But also, if income
try to
inequality
explain
is
that?
the driver of crime, then how come we saw a giant crime decline after the mid 90s when income inequality was going up? In fact, we saw this happen.
Do you know why? I can tell you why, because Bill Clinton put more black men in jail than any other president.
Yep, sure did. But let's see what.
And do you know what? He was actually liked for that. Do you know why?
I know he was.
Because black people don't give a fuck about who's in jail as long as they're safe. Shocking.
They want the criminals out of their
yes
communities as well. Obviously, they want the criminals out of their communities as well.
But
they might not say it.
This is like a typical talking point, though, for the right. Oh, Clinton put more black men in jail. Yeah, because they commit more crime.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a particularly good.
Right
but the reason I find that so funny is because the right wingers complain about this. Like, the right wingers, you constantly say that black people commit more crime, but you give Bill Clinton shit for putting them in jail. Like,
precisely.
No, it's like that's one good thing that he did.
Exactly, one good thing Bill Clinton did, and exactly. Black people, if they're being honest, honest black people don't want these fucking criminals in their communities. Yeah,
Yes.
you're right. 69 Otters, Kamala did the same thing. Exactly.
Yeah.
They don't want these criminals in their communities.
Yeah,
but they
but the
also know
difference
that there's
is-
racial components to this, and so they have to
The
often
difference
lie,
is
essentially.
Kamala used them as slave labor from the California
Yeah, she
state.
did. Yeah, she did.
that's
which is
that's kind
horrifying.
of shady.
For
All
her,
the way-
yeah, in her prison system, yes.
Yeah,
Kamala,
that's the reason
but-
why she got killed is because Tulsi Gabbard brought
polls.
that up and then just
Yeah.
demolished her after Tulsi Gabbard basically killed Kamala Harris's presidential career within about 30 seconds.
But we're
Oh,
supposed to still
sexy as
care.
hell.
But Kamala totally has a chance because she's brown or whatever.
Wait,
But she can't talk. She's an android.
Can you
Yeah.
repeat that?
We had a giant crime decline from around 1995, 1996 nationwide from all the way to 2019 while income inequality was rising during that period of time.
Right.
So why would that occur if income inequality is driving crime?
I mean, I'm
Good
not
question.
exactly sure you're the expert, but
Oh, here we go. So he gives you a fact, and you just say, "You're not an expert. I need an expert to tell me on that."
What do you mean not the expert? You're the one who said income inequality is driving crime.
Yeah.
Then he gives you a fact like here is a period
Yep.
of increased income inequality. Why is it not driving crime?
But no, it's not.
This
because
this is what you tout as the proof of an increase in crime. But you can't explain why this period does not result in an increase of crime if this is the cause of the increase in crime.
It's delicious, isn't it? That
You don't know what you're talking about, and you're just a stupid bitch.
But where's your? I'm just gonna throw my information out there. But where's your? You need to cite me a source. Where's your source? Did you give a source, bitch? Oh, you didn't. Interesting.
I do
don't
know
think she
that you're
knows.
saying
But
that
she doesn't know
there
shit.
was an increase in
absolutely
crime in
incompetent.
2021 and 2022,
Well,
and it
See what I mean? Right there. She just,
Yep.
I don't know, and I have to
Pivoted.
pivot. She
Pivoted.
does this all the time.
Right. Pivoted.
She
he's talking
doesn't
about the
actually
90s.
say anything factual.
No, I've never seen anyone this power brained. This absolute she is such just an NPC.
A plus B
she-
causes C. Here's an example of A plus B not causing C. Why is it not causing C? I don't know. Let's go to 2021.
Yeah, I need to
Fucking
change
hell.
the time. No, we're not talking about the 90s anymore. We're not talking about the 2000s. Now we need to talk about just these 2 years. What the fuck, bitch? Like, you are... she is a master of this. Clearly, she's mastered this. And I think it's because... I don't think it's because she's intelligent. I think it's because she's really... her brain just works entirely on talking points.
Yes.
She doesn't know anything about anything. She
No.
just has talking points. She has really specific nodes in her brain. In terms of how memory is processed, certain memories become more salient. That means they become... I use the word salient a lot in my videos because it's used a lot in science. Do you know what the word salient means? Am I ever using that word?
A salient thought?
Something that's salient means it's
Clear.
prescient. It's active, right? Like it's active right now. And the more that you think about certain things, the more easily they become actively accessible in your memory, right?
It says here
And so
salient is noticeable. Yeah, I would say clear
Yeah.
because it's easy to spot. That's, noticeable. Yeah, it's sort of the same thing, really.
So she actually works like a video game NPC, where she just has these salient pathways that once she realizes that she's lost a point, she just goes
Revert back to a point that
right back
makes
into
sense in her head.
another
Yes.
pathway. From a psychological point of view, this interview is fascinating because you can see her just being like, "Oh, I lost that one," to admit that she's lost, but it's time to just move on to my next point into another node of salience within her brain. That's really interesting to me. She's not capable of having a normal human conversation. It's just
No.
points. It's just points.
it doesn't matter now
I don't know
that
if
it's
you can
going
see
back
this.
down to 2023 levels.
This is just New
Uh-oh.
York
I can't see
City.
this. Yeah,
I just pulled up New York City.
look at that. Right, exactly.
So in the
How
at
is
the
this
start of
helping your point, bitch? They
Look
stopped
look
reporting
look at that
crime.
look at that massive drop in the late
What do you think
90s to 2000. What do you
It
think caused
literally-
that?
In literally 3 years. Why do you think that was? They stopped
Giuliani maybe?
reporting it. Well, Giuliani, and they stopped reporting it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Giuliani. But why did it go? The part she's talking about is in 2020. Look at the drop.
Look at that 1960s to 1990s was massive surges in crime. Again, I wonder why.
More interestingly, look at the point between the node between 1990 and 2000. That's a huge drop.
Yes.
The huge drop she's talking about is here in the late 2010s, where it drops off so minorly. Like, this bitch doesn't know how to fucking read a chart, but look at it there. Look, it's
I don't know how you need
very
any
minor
knowledge
divot.
to read that chart. I mean, that's fucking pretty,
I know.
pretty obvious.
Obviously, but it's a very minor
Pretty
divot.
salient.
And then guess what? It's right back up. Right back up to where it was before COVID. So there's a minor drop. You could see that's because of COVID. I would agree. It probably is because of COVID. But it's not. That's it. But it's gone right back. So what's the freaking point? What's the point of this entire argument?
1990, crime was at its highest, and it dropped rather massively into just before 2000, where it continued to decline. And then from 2019 into 2020, we see a huge increase. That's pre-pandemic. Right. So there's a couple interesting things to point out there.
No, to be clear, that's not pre-pandemic. That's the year-over-year increase. So it would be in the year 2020. To be clear, so 2019 would be the low number.
The increase actually, the draw is before 2020. Meaning that could be 2018 to 19. Then, if that's the point you're making.
So it went up during the pandemic. Actually, 2020. Sorry, I didn't realize that. So 2020 is the basal. Yeah. So it went up in 2020, which was the height of the pandemic. This particular study, or this graph, shows that it went up during the pandemic. And you know why? You know why? It went up in the pandemic back to basal norms for that's what I'm saying. It went to basal norms that had been extant for the last 20 years prior to it. It didn't go up to 1990 levels. It went to basal norms for 2000. She's so wrong on this. Do you understand what I mean? I know that it went down, but then it went back up. Yes. During the pandemic, but didn't go up to like, it just went back to norms that existed 10 years prior.
I've seen these numbers. I'm telling you, you're reading this chart wrong, because in New York City, do they have the raw number of homicides on the side? If you track it, you have around.
Yeah, this is just murders.
This is just murders, right?
Was the year
you have about 300, and then it jumps to about 469.
I mean, crime dropped everywhere throughout the country since lead gasoline was outlawed. There is a massive connection. Lead paint, lead gasoline, predominantly.
Here's another thing: is that, just to reiterate, that 2020.
Look, more causes for crime.
That 2020 leap. Those are summer of love shit. Those were the summer of love protests. I guarantee it was a bunch of it. That was 2019, 2020. That's why you're seeing those fucking jumps, because then people realize, again, monkey see, monkey do, that no one else is getting prosecuted. Nobody is being punished for raiding and looting stores. Gee, wonder why crime went back up. Huh.
Why the hell did this thing just die?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, pivot to gasoline.
And
do you notice that
kind of desperation leads to more crime. That's the reality.
Oh, whoa. We just went back like a whole bunch of time.
But yeah, because the thing just crashed.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know it crashed.
There is a massive connection, lead paint, which probably did contribute.
So again, she lost on the crime thing, so now she goes into gasoline and lead paint.
To some of the increase in volatility in that kind of instance.
I agree. I completely agree.
Every time, here's another fucking pivot. She loses. Now let's move on to a new topic.
It was fascinating that when we started taking lead out of the atmosphere, crime started to drop. But that would also make the argument that it's not poverty driving crime. It was like chemical imbalance or something.
Good
it's
point,
both.
Tim.
It's absolutely both.
Well, I think it would play a role. Like the lead would play a role because it was in gasoline, so it was in the air. So it's impacting everyone.
It depresses brain function and things like that.
True.
Yeah,
but
really
I think public policy has a huge impact as well, because again, we saw a dramatic crime. This crime wave started in the 1960s, right? And this is when we started embracing this idea that poverty was the root cause of crime, that this was more the realm of the social workers, all things that sound really familiar to today. And from 1960 all the way to 1979, the incarceration rate, even though in raw numbers it was rising, was dropping per capita. So we saw this crime increase, and what you would end up getting in 1979 for murder on average was something like 5 years. For rape, it was something like 3.4 years. And obviously, like, this created a problem because we just weren't prosecuting people. This is why we ended up going with the mass incarceration solution, which, by the way, did work. and all these other policies to get tough on crime. You laugh, but you're definitely
No, I mean
wrong.
mass incarceration. We incarcerate more people than any other country.
We have the highest rate
people
of
commit more fucking crime.
Because there's more crime here.
Oh
That's why,
my
lady.
god, you
There's
stupid
more crime.
bitch.
It's actually it's such a stupid. We incarcerate. Okay, in countries because there's more crime. There's more crime, and they know they can get away with it because of the lenient
You have like
policies.
340 million people in this country, you fucking idiot. Or in that
I know,
country, sorry.
and that's also let's talk about. Okay, so other countries, like we're also talking about. What other countries do you want to compare it to that has the U.S.'s population and its diverse population? There's
South
no
Africa?
other country. There's no. Oh, there we go. Uh-oh, Spoon, you pointed to the thing I was going to, right?
Brazil.
Brazil. And what are those countries that have smaller populations but have similar crime rates?
Demographics of those who commit the crime.
Oh, it's a demographic issue. That's
it's
the
like
problem.
I'm just noticing something. There seems to be this trend. The darker the melanated, the more likely they are to commit a crime.
I think drugs have a big thing to do with it as well, but you also find that more prevalently in certain demographics.
And just yes, the melanated variety are more prone to commit crime, and people who are of the melanated variety tend to want to get the fuck away from their melanated folk because they know this.
Yeah, I mean,
That's an
Thomas
uncomfortable
Sowell's talked
fact,
about
but
this.
this is
Well, no,
straight
a lot
fact.
of black academics have spoken about this. Is that's what happens? Is that not even black academics, even comedians have talked about it. So the second you've got some money, you get the fuck out of the hood. Dave Chappelle's talked about it.
Yeah.
You get away from it
Chris
because you
Rock.
know that it's riddled with crime. Chris Rock, you get away from it. I
He
mean,
says
that's
put your money in your books because they don't read.
yeah. I'm just saying, but you don't. The only other countries you see this kind of hostility in, this kind of criminality, are countries that do have widely disparate populations.
Or mass
Like Brazil.
migration.
Or mass migration like Brazil, and then you see it only in the mass migration situations in the UK. You see it in London. You don't see it in Southamptonshire. You know what I mean? Like you don't see it like some random like tiny town. Oh, I forget the name. What was the name of the town that from Hot Fuzz? Like you don't see it there, right? In England, you don't see it there. You see it in London. You see it in Birmingham. It's just it's obvious what the issue is. Part of it's cultural, part of it might be genetic. I don't know. I think the largest part of it is cultural because it's also encouraged. Of interracial animus is encouraged, and particularly with this new manifestation, this woke politics. Is it like, yeah, you should go rob white people because they're evil? What the fuck do you think's gonna happen, dingus?
They're gonna rob white
violent
people.
crime for any modern Western country.
I mean, I don't have that statistic in front of me, but we still so how does that connect to the mass incarceration point?
You know what bugs me the most about this kind of conversation is that these people cite statistics, but they never decide why the fuck do you think this disparity exists in the first place. That part kind of fucking bugs me because everybody knows why the fucking disparity exists in the fucking first place.
Yeah, they do, and again, I'm largely a statistician.
We know why this fucking exists. The people who are of those statistics know why they fucking exist.
And exactly. You ask them and they know. They'll tell you why.
Yes.
This is a bunch of white people talking about it, and I'm not no shame on Sean or Tim, but
That's a dicey topic to discuss.
But yeah, it's like
God, shall we say.
the only people. It's only dicey because we've created a culture where the only people who are allowed to talk honestly about it are people who are from those subcultures, and that's ridiculous. We should be allowed to speak the truth, and that's in such.
You're kind of doing a disservice to black people who want the crime to be. To want the crime to be dissipated in their own freaking communities.
I would really like black people to succeed in America.
Who wrote the book? White People, Please Stop Helping Us.
Oh, I don't know.
Was it? Was it? I think it was Glenn Larry. I think.
But it's like. It's a good title because it's accurate. Because whenever white people try to quote unquote help black people,
to exploit actually,
they always end up exploiting them and actually keeping them down by imposing policies that encourage.
Oh, it's Jason
behavior.
Riley.
Jason Riley, okay.
He's cool.
It's infuriating. I don't know why. Emma, why do you want black people to be depressed so much economically and socially? Why
Because
do you want
they
them
make
to
a
be
dependable
depressed?
voting bloc.
Oh, that's why. Oh, oopsie, I forgot. That's why you want them like that. Okay.
Yeah, you don't
If
actually
it
want to help
worked,
black people.
then what is the violent
You wanna
crime
help
they
them
have
to the
do?
voting
Do you just
booth.
want to warehouse more people?
No, I
Yeah.
didn't say when I say it worked. We had we started expanding the prison population seriously in the 1980s to the 1990s.
Because there was massively more crime.
If you
Yep.
go to the Brennan Center for Criminal Justice, which is a left-wing organization,
is.
they say
Well,
post
should
the
we
year
admit Beanie's a
2000,
left-wing organization?
mass
That's
incarceration lost its effectiveness. But most of the mass incarceration was pre the year 2000. So obviously it had some impact, and it ranges. Low estimates are about 6% on the crime rate, which is very low, but the high estimates are about 30%. And the reason it worked is because the philosophy behind mass incarceration is pretty simple. What you're trying to do is incapacitate criminals, because the same criminals are often reoffending. You
Yep.
brought up shoplifting.
It's just the way he says incapacitate. I just picture a Garrett from Thief with a blackjack just knocking everyone out.
I mean, yeah, true. But he's correct. Is that the recidivism rate is extreme.
Yeah, it's really
Recidivism
high.
is extremely high. Yeah.
Earlier, you can actually pull up an article to find out that the same 300 people in New York City represent a third of the shoplifting arrests total for a single year.
Probably because
This
they're
is because they're
incredibly
repeat offenders.
impoverished and they
Oh,
Wow.
bitch, seriously.
Wow.
If you would have to be insane to think someone that robs repeatedly is doing this because of impoverishment. Like, you
To steal some verbiage from actual Justice Warrior,
Oh, God.
she thinks they're all Aladdins. They're all like in her brain, in her warped mindset. They're all Aladdins who are just like, all I want is a slice of bread. But you just admitted earlier, bitch, that they're stealing shit to sell it.
yeah.
They're not stealing bread to survive. They're stealing Nikes. Oh my god. Like, okay, so you've contradicted yourself within like 3 minutes. Cool.
She's
Love
gonna make
to
it
see
worse.
Oh, it's gonna get way worse.
Yeah.
need to find a way to actually sustain their livelihoods in this.
We already went over it. Yeah, they're not stealing bread, they're stealing Nikes. By your own admittance, they're stealing Nikes to make money. That's what you said.
Yeah.
They're stealing things
Their
to make
lifestyle.
money.
Their lifestyle of being a professional thief.
Their lifestyle, yes. Not to eat, because that would be something that you could, but no, by your own admission, Emma, it was to fund their lifestyle.
Told you.
We don't
I mean,
have
that's-
a,
But that's put a very good way. That's phrased very well to maintain their livelihoods.
well,
So-
no, I mean, no, their life is a better way to maintain.
Sure,
it.
sure, but like,
But
Same
you admitted
thing.
earlier it's not their life, that they're
Yes.
stealing to make money.
Yes,
If
they're
they were
stealing
stealing
for
to-
profit.
If they were stealing to just bread,
Let
would
them
be
eat
one thing.
Nikes.
but that's the thing. If they were stealing to eat bread, which they're
Oh,
not
that's
doing,
good.
they're not stealing bread, are they? They're stealing Nikes.
Goddamn
They're
binary
stealing
surf in the chat. It's
expensive
fucking
products.
ruthless.
By your own admission, Emma, you're
Ah.
so fucked. You got caught in your own lie within 5 minutes. You dumb, dozy
See,
bent.
I guess my point is, some of them certainly are desperate. But when you see videos of a guy like shoveling stuff into a garbage bag, that's not desperation.
But
That's
again,
profit.
this is what you do, Tim.
No, answer what
See,
Tim
see,
said.
see what I mean right there.
Listen what
Pivot
you do,
again.
Tim. Pivot. Here's the pivot. Pivot in that. Dear God.
Just let it run.
Return
I
to
know.
anecdotal examples
We're
when
talking
I'm
about 300
trying to
people.
Oh,
talk
an
about.
anecdote.
We're talking about just the 300 people,
I am talking
which is the
about
anecdotal evidence.
what 300 people.
He said the same.
That's what he just said. Oh my God, is she this stupid? No, I mean,
No,
is
she's
this
just
stupidity or
disingenuous.
evil? That she can't remember what Sean just said to her 30 seconds ago? Obviously not. She's just evil. And as Tim said, oh, that's an anecdote. Hundreds of videos of people going into Targets. It's been going on for 3 years, by the way. The Summer of Love never ended. 3 years of going into Targets and just shoveling anything that you can get into a trash bag to go and sell it. That's out of desperation.
This woman is duplicitous as fuck.
Oh, I know,
Jesus Christ.
I know.
The
It
300
is
people are the ones
insane.
committing the crime. I said,
A
right.
third
these-
of the shoplifting
These
arrests in New York
specific
City.
individuals are doing it for profit.
Okay, so
not
we should have a
desperation.
system of mass incarceration because there are 300.
I didn't say that.
Because I'm talking to you now. There are
He didn't say that either. You
Nope, he didn't say that
Absolute
either.
whacked.
This terminology, system of mass incarceration. Well, if there's mass crime, yes, there should be a system of mass incarceration. Because
that's a
you
good
should
point,
be
actually.
incarcerated if
The
you're
people who
committing
commit a mass
fucking
amount of crime.
300
story.
repeat offenders.
No, we should incapacitate repeat offenders so they stop offending.
Got
So
it.
if
So this
you're
is all
arrested-
about the fact that
if
you're
you're
not in
arrested for
favor of bail reform because
What the fuck
But here's
is
the
bail
thing.
reform to do with any of this? Like, this is literally just...
because this is her pet project. Recidivism is an enormous problem because these people go out and they just commit more crime because they have no reason not to. It's not because they're poor. They could go get a regular job. I know it's more difficult as a felon. I know. But as far as I understand, a lot of these prison programs, if not almost all of them now, help to get former prisoners into a job when they leave jail. But she doesn't cover things like that, does she? Because that offends and defeats her narrative.
Harms her purpose, yeah.
Because and I think almost every prison tries to get an ex-con into a job. So no, like you're just out of touch. You're
With
lying.
reality.
You're making shit up.
in New York State, which is now currently being rolled back, we decided that we weren't going to require cash bail for nonviolent felonies and for misdemeanors. And you think that that's a good policy?
To not require cash bail?
Yeah.
No.
I think that we're rolling it back.
I think look,
policy?
if you're concerned about people not being able to get out of jail because of their financial means, then I can understand reducing or even eliminating the cash bail system. Because I understand if you don't have a lot of money, even though you really only have...
To be honest, I don't like the cash bail system at all. I don't like it even a little bit.
It should be none at all.
I don't know. What do you guys think in the chat? But I'd tell you my opinion is I think that the cash bail system is kind of fucked.
I think it's very easily exploitable.
It's very easily exploitable, and I do agree with Emma slightly on this. Is that I don't like the cash bail system because I don't want people. Unfortunately, people are locked up unfairly. Look at Kyle Rittenhouse, right? Kyle Rittenhouse, what was it, $1 million bail, something like that. Ridiculous bond he had to pay. Now, that's absurdist for someone like Kyle Rittenhouse, but and I don't, jail is not prison.
I wonder how much cash bail is keeping GoFundMe in business.
I really don't think cash bail is a great system. I gotta be honest. I don't like it. I think that it does. I'll use a leftist terminology.
See, Bill laughed at my joke. It was funny.
No, it's almost like I'm a libertarian and kind of like in many things more in the middle. But on some things, it's just I don't just have like just always far right Eden on everything in terms of my opinions. I think cash bail is probably a little shit. I think it privileges wealthy people and
of course,
like
obviously.
Hunter Biden.
I think his father's connections does that. I don't think.
Well, we know that's why in Hunter Biden's case. So I'm saying it's people like Hunter Biden to get away with doing heinous crimes like hiding a gun in a fucking elementary school fucking dumpster. Okay, that's I don't like cash bail for that reason. I do also think that you should be able to get out on bail, but the idea of cash bail rubs me the wrong way. I'll put it that way. Yeah.
You have to throw down 10% for bail in most cases, unless it's like a set figure for the bond. Then I get that argument.
I know
but
you get
what
it back
you
when you show up
need
in court.
in the state of New York,
I know you get it back when you show up in court, but you have to take out a huge bond to do that. I don't like the concept of cash bail. Because it puts a financial aspect on the justice system, and I don't like that fundamentally. Like, this is a libertarian position, I think.
Someone just messaged me and they just said, my European vernacular is rubbing off on you.
Oh, yeah, obviously.
It's rubbing off on them as well, because they say bollocks to that as well.
Well, I've lived here for 3 years. Come on, man.
Yes, dozy bint
like
is
you
my
should
phrase.
be able to hold somebody
I like dozy bint.
if they
That's
present
funny.
themselves as a danger or
I think I put that on a t-shirt.
Do it.
Yeah, you dozy bint.
repeat offender, regardless of bail, without bail, so that they don't continue to reoffend.
Okay, but do you know what happens when people are held in Rikers, for example, in a pre-detention center? How many deaths have happened there before they're even convicted of a crime?
Look, again, that's an issue for how the jailing system works in New York City, and I'm in favor of building out the jail capacity because
you're talking about cash bail, though. That is exactly right.
You didn't bring up cash bail. You fucking did.
No, he didn't say anything about it. No, he said he was talking about reforming Rikers. You idiot. He said nothing about cash bail. She has been so inculcated into her weird little echo chamber with Sam Cedar that she doesn't even understand how to communicate with other human beings anymore. It's fascinating.
That is exactly the point that we're discussing here.
Yeah.
Right. So you're in favor of people being held before they're convicted of a crime.
Yes.
In Rikers.
If
Even though
if
there
they
are
show a
deaths and
propensity to reoffend, 100%.
What is a propensity to reoffend?
Oh, for God's sake, seriously? You need to ask that?
The propensity for
Oh,
reoffending.
gosh, you're just being a jackass now at this point.
No, she's not being a jackass. She's just being an idiot. The rate of recidivism is extremely high. You
Very
commit
little
one
difference.
crime, the likelihood you're going to commit another one is extremely high. I have a couple of super chats here I want to get through real quick. So Kizza for £5 says 1920s versus Great Depression, 1960s, and post 2008 recession destroys the poverty equals crime narrative. I know, but she can't understand that. Debunked as badly as the wage gap myth. Exactly. Galactic Emperor Schlerm for 2 says Emma uses Disney movie logic. Yes, she does. And Gary Thomas for 5 says, hey, dynamic duo, Spoon GoFundMe is actually kept afloat by a certain demo of people who don't have life insurance being Minecrafted in the street. That's certainly what they use a lot of GoFundMe for is give me money because my son did a crime.
A history, like being arrested over and over again, prior convictions, yes.
So you think that they should be held in a prison that has been...
It's a jail, but yes.
Or jail, excuse me. A jail that has been
clear.
proven to be one of the worst conditions in the country.
Well, it doesn't have...
It's not, they're not being held in Rikers, and they're in, oh my god, jail is different from prison. Ugh. She's so ignorant.
I like how her position is just like, these people commit crime over and over again, but they deserve rights. Like, they're menace to society.
Okay, they do deserve rights, okay?
Yes, but if they're repeat offenders, people are going to stop giving a shit after a while.
At some point,
they're a menace.
Yeah, if you have been a repeat offender, if your recidivism rate is out, through the moon, then yeah, it's screwed up. Oh, did I miss a super chat from you, Kizza? Hang on. You said, Kizza for £5 says, Aiden and Spoon, you both notice how Ben brought up nations which are overwhelmingly monarchies. It hates the idea of a monarchy and power. Funny that. Talking about Ben Burgess.
Yeah. Because he did do that in the whole video.
Right. Yes. Thank you, Kizza. And that Ben Burgess interview
was hilarious.
Which I think we covered part of before.
Yeah, we did. It is funny as hell, though.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be specifically Rikers Island.
Dozens of deaths just this year, even if they haven't been convicted of a crime.
Convicted of a crime. Yeah, for sure.
But I think...
But that's...
She had a weird kind of Freudian slip. Even if they haven't been committed of a crime.
Convicted.
She means convicted, but she doesn't even think they did the crime. That's why she said committed instead of convicted. That's a stretch, but interesting Freudian slip. It's very easy to make a slip when you're talking live, though, so I'm not going to hang on that much.
Very anti-constitutional and anti-democratic.
How is it anti-constitutional?
The Fourth Amendment. It violates the Fourth Amendment.
Protects you from illegal search and seizures.
Well, I mean, you are the right to a speedy trial.
She didn't think Sean knew what the Fourth Amendment was. Oh my god. You know what this is, right? She didn't think Sean knew what the Fourth Amendment was. She was just going to drop it. Oh, that's a violation of the Fourth Amendment. It's illegal search and seizures. No. If you just did a crime, that's not an illegal search and seizure. Now, by the way, I love that the Fourth Amendment, but this doesn't apply in this case whatsoever.
People are held there. Fifth Amendment. Yes,
I do think we should have reform on the speedy trial.
Excuse me. Wait. What? I'm sorry. What? Did you just change your opinion on which amendment it was? Let's bring them up. U.S. amendments. What did she? So I'm also very well aware of the fourth, but I have to bring up the fifth. Because I'm not as well aware of that one. Fifth Amendment is grand jury double jeopardy. Oh, she was talking about double jeopardy, I suppose. Is that what she was talking about?
Yeah, it protects against self-incrimination.
Is that what she's talking about?
Due process of law, yeah.
Yeah. Why'd she talk about 4 then? She brought up specifically search and seizure. And then she talks about 5. Oh, no, she just, that's a pivot. That was that, just, you got beat on the Fourth Amendment argument. And you're like, oh, but no, but I meant the 5th. Dude, you didn't expect Sean to know what he's talking about, did you? Dumb.
side, but the idea that it's unconstitutional to hold somebody pre-trial is ridiculous. Our law is based on English common law.
6, damn.
6, yeah,
We're all bad.
Our law is based
Yeah.
on English common law, and the reason we have jails is that you would actually be held in a dungeon awaiting trial. So it's like built into the system. Bail is like a courtesy. It's actually a progressive reform in response to that, where you lay down some kind of capital in place of yourself.
How much money do you want to spend on jails in New York City?
As much as it takes.
So just warehousing people before they're convicted of anything.
Well, again, it's not warehousing everybody, but if you have a propensity to reoffend, I think judges should be able to have judgment. It's kind of in the name.
I have no problem with the state being spending as much money as they can to get rid of criminals, because the one thing you want the state to do is to protect the citizenry.
It's the only thing the state should do.
Yeah, exactly.
There's
and enforce private contracts.
Enforce private contracts, prevent harm. To a certain degree, now I know that that's an extremely broad statement. This is a very libertarian kind of worldview. It comes directly from Hans Hermann Hoppe. It is to enforce contracts.
Yes, it's based
prevent
Hoppe
conflict,
and democracy.
and that's it. Everything outside of that is not the purpose of the state. So, and by prevent conflicts, it means like or prevent harm. It's like that's the, try to stop crime.
Violent property, a crime against property,
which is crime against property. It comes directly from Hans Hermann Hoppe. And uphold contracts. That's it. Other than that, and I apply that also to my monarchical beliefs. Is that it's all I think the state should really be allowed to do, even if it's a monarchical system. Influencing the economy is right out. Okay, no, don't influence the economy. Fuck off. The economy should be laissez-faire. It's only in these situations where the government should be involved in any way. Economy, let it do what it wants. I truly believe that the economy will run itself. Do you agree?
Yeah, of course.
All right, cool.
Name and assess these people and hold them.
So you just want to give it to the judgment of the judges, and it doesn't.
Yes, I would like the judges to have judgment. Yes.
Okay, but
what do you want then? What do you want then? You just want to give it to the judgment of the judges?
Yeah, that's kind of their job.
Yeah, that's their
gig.
Functional job, Emma.
There should be guardrails in place to prevent judges from. I mean, judges are human beings; they can be unjust as well. I don't really.
As are you.
Except politicians who are going to spend your money, they can definitely. They will never be corrupt ever.
No, they'd never be corrupt. How cute is this? This is so cute.
This isn't cute. This is fucking terrifying. How stupid this woman is. It's unbelievable.
Oh no! It's cute to me how she's trying to lie and pretend like, oh, judges. This
is like the worldview of a fairy tale.
Yeah, because she thinks that in her brain, the judges are any judge who makes any kind of decision against a criminal is paid off by conservatives. That's just her mindset. I'm serious. She's already laid it out for us. That's her mindset.
I think she goes by Clarence Thomas.
Oh, I bet. Oh,
I
bet she's called him the N-word more times.
I bet she's fantasized about lynching him.
Oh, I'm now. I'm not gonna go that far, but I guarantee she's had some thoughts in her head. And I know I'm being solipsistic about calling him the N-word. Maybe there was a lynching involved. Just saying. That's why she didn't like judges, because unfortunately, there's a black man on the Supreme Court who doesn't agree with me. You know what I mean?
Really put them on the pedestal
obviously I'm not in favor of like $1 million bond for somebody who's arrested for shoplifting, even if they're arrested 27 times. So yeah, you can have guardrails from the legislature, but they can't assess dangerousness right now in the state of New York.
They assess it in ways, the reason we put this law into place, which is now being rolled back.
Recidivism is a very good measure. This person has committed a crime. We let them out, they committed the same crime again a week later, which is very often the case. This is a serial recidivist. Then we put the bail higher and higher so they can't get out and recommit the same crime. We put them in jail for long. And again, I'm not necessarily in favor of cash bonds. You put the bail higher, you make their jail time longer so that they can fucking learn their lesson or be kept off the streets at the minimum.
The voice in her head is Uncle Ruckus, how they would wish.
The main thing is to keep them off the goddamn streets. Do you even know what the term recidivism means, Emma? I assume not.
That were deemed inherently racist. They
How
deemed
so?
that it was disproportionately black and brown people who are warehouse
Okay, but how's that
writers.
racist though?
Because at their discretion, it was implemented in a racist way.
Did
What does that
they
even mean?
maybe commit more crimes? Emma, is it possible they were committing more crimes?
What do you mean?
Why was it racist?
That is not a possibility. That is an inevitability.
I mean, this is the honest question. Like, oh, it's racist. More black and brown people were arrested. Well, Emma, maybe they committed more crimes. Look at trying to really, just really
Stop being ideological and just look at
try to
reality.
do an Occam's razor on this. What's more likely? That there is a giant conspiracy in every single state, in every single government force. And by the way, I think the government's involved in all kinds of conspiracies. So don't get me wrong there. But there's a giant, massive conspiracy in local city governments all across the entire world to keep black people down, or maybe black Americans do more crime. To quote Neelix.
Yeah, I was gonna make a joke, but I can't make a joke.
I mean, what's more likely? Obviously, you're too politically brained to understand the truth, but whatever.
But if you look at the crime statistics, they're
well, there you go.
disproportionately black and Hispanic.
So this is what the reality is for you: is you believe that black and Hispanic people inherently are committing.
When did I say inherently?
Crimes.
What is inherently?
It's not inherently. She's saying that she is trying to imply that Sean is saying that they commit more crimes because of their skin color or genetics and not their culture. I would say it's their culture more than anything, which you are doing a hell of a lot to try and protect.
Disguise, yeah.
And disguise a culture of theft.
Deviancy.
And by the way, it's not brown people, really. But
I hate that phrase. That's a stupid phrase.
Yeah, it's not Hispanics, okay?
Oh, black and brown people. That seems like kind of offensive because you're basically saying that everyone in a certain part of Asia is just one culture, which is insane.
Let's be honest. It's black Americans. It's not Hispanics. Like there is a higher crime rate in Hispanics, but it's not the same level, even to a comparable.
Yeah, it's higher
degree.
than whites. Yeah.
It's black Americans. Okay, we need to be clear about that.
It's quite funny that the majority of people commit one of the least amount of crimes. I wonder why that is.
What, Asians? Yeah.
No,
East
whites.
Asians, well, East Asians are less than whites.
Yes, but I said the majority, being whites, commit some of the least amount of crime.
Yes.
Yes.
So, but we have to look at what's the culture going on. What's happening in Black America that's making this happen? That's
Fatherless
causing
homes.
this result. Fatherlessness. There it is. There's the answer. Ding, 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 ding. It's fatherlessness is I think the primary cause. There are other causes as well, but yes, it's fatherlessness. Because it's not because you have very intact Hispanic homes. So using this black and brown,
for the most part, yeah.
It's not black and brown. It's black. Let's be clear. In terms of the majority of the crime, it's black. It's not black and brown. You're doing that to try and drag Hispanics into this, and that's honestly kind of fucking sickening. That you want to just. So you're accusing Hispanics of also being criminals. I'm not accusing all black people of being criminals. We have to look at demographic problems, and I think that you solve that demographic problem by bringing the black father back into the situation, back into the equation. I don't think that black people would be in the situation that they're in if the father was still there. And why is there no black father? Oh, Democrat policies. Easy divorce, Planned Parenthood. You're the reason. You caused this. Your ideology caused this.
I mean, if
you pull up NYPD crime data, for instance, since you brought up stop and frisk, you can look at the shootings, like the shooting suspects in any given year. And if you find me a year where 92% or greater is not black or Hispanic in terms of the shooting suspects, then I mean, I would be shocked because I've looked at it for the past
suspects.
20 years.
So
Yeah,
that's
suspects.
the cop's discretion. So
It's you get a report,
right,
and you get a description of the suspect, and they are 92% every single year or above black or Hispanic.
Can I tell you guys a very famous New York story? There was a black cop, and he went to Central Park and started giving out tickets to white couples having picnics and drinking wine. And he said public alcohol consumption is a crime in the city, and he started giving these uppity yuppies tickets.
Right.
He got in serious trouble. The reason he did it was because the cops would go into the black neighborhoods and give people drinking 40s on their stoops tickets. And he said, how can these people at their own homes, on their own porches, get a ticket for drinking booze? Then when I go into Central Park and say, we're going to apply the same standard, I get in trouble for it. So New York's got serious problems. Even Bloomberg Like that guy's awful. He made a bunch of like. I'm not going to say that.
But the reason I just want to cut you off because you mentioned Bloomberg, and I want to respond to what you said. Under Bloomberg, 90% of the stop and frisks that were done were, by the way, they didn't find anything, but 90% targeted Black and brown people.
Why?
Because they commit
Why
more
do you think
crime.
that was? Because they commit more crimes. You know, I read a study on this a while back. Well, many years ago, back when I was in college, actually, not even graduate school, undergrad. We covered a study on this. It was brought up in class, and I went and read the study, and I looked into it. And it was about like how that cops, they were trying to do this training to train them out of racialization, to racialize, to profiling. I'm sorry, that's the correct term. And the reality is that they couldn't train them out of it. They had some minor reductions, but they couldn't train them out of it. Why do you think that they couldn't train cops of every background, white, brown, Black? Why could they not reliably train them out of racially profiling, Spoon? And by that I mean being more likely to see someone speeding or seeing someone acting weird on the highway and going after that person when they happen to be a certain race.
I think
Do you know why?
I'm assuming it's because they're just naturally inclined to think that way.
First of all, they didn't know the race. They didn't know the race of the person they were pulling over.
Yes, what I'm saying. Like they just see someone commit a crime and they go after the person who
They could
commits
see
the crime.
someone committing a crime, and then they could not train it out of cops.
Because that's their job.
Man, these are data now. These are data now that are 15 years old that I read when I was an undergraduate. Okay, or 12 years, whatever. I'm old. Okay, but it was like an undergraduate. I read these research. They had existed for a time. So this is just incorrect. The reason why cops of all backgrounds are more likely to pull over, are more likely to arrest, more likely to investigate people who are also Black and brown, no matter what their own skin color is, ethnicity, race, background, is because they commit more crime. Dear Lord, even when they were completely blind and they were doing it on a test of highway drivers at night when they couldn't see the person in the car. They couldn't see them, still maintained. Even in cops who had all this diversity training, still maintained. It's statistics, Emma. It's not like, your magical thinking. It's math.
So you're taking.
So the highest number, by the way, is 86%, not 90%. But go ahead.
You're taking the data and using what the cops did, where they over police in certain areas,
Nope,
and
I
then
just told you guys the data.
pretending like there's an overrepresentation inherently, criminally, in those kinds of.
There is.
Yeah, can I just bring up something? This is very simple. I hate this phrase over policing because it's Orwellian stupid nonsense.
It is. Yeah, it's Orwellian
yes,
nonsense.
I don't know if you noticed this, but if there's an area, hold on a second, I might yell here. If there's an area where there is more police presence, the reason why there is a higher police presence there is because because there's more crime there.
No way. What?
Ugh. Like, no shit. It's like this is the idea that if there's more violent crime or the police are heavy-handed there, the fact that this is the idea of over-policing and not more crime is quote Mulbug is completely cockeyed to me.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I don't even understand. I don't even understand how anyone can think this way or arrive at this conclusion. It's just you're just an idiot.
She's a lunatic. She is both evil and stupid, and we're gonna see how evil she is. I don't know how much. Oh my god, I hope we can get through this whole thing. Fug. I'm gonna uptick it a little bit because it's taking us a long time to get through this.
Populations, and it's
earphone warning. I did give a warning.
Yeah.
You're wrong in a bunch of different ways, so let me just run through them. So first and foremost, the highest year was 86%, and that was the year with the dramatic increase in stops. And if you ask me if I'm in favor of just expanding stop and frisk, which is different from Giuliani's stop, question, and frisk, although, you might not be interested in that specific difference, to the levels that Bloomberg did, I would say it's unnecessary, it aggravates people, it creates a whole bunch of problems. That being said,
I agree.
They're not over-targeted because, again, there is no year during the entire tenure of Bloomberg where the shooting suspects were any less than 92%. So what the NYPD does, because it's the most data-driven police force in the entire world, is they map crime through a system called CompStat. When there's a lot of shootings in a specific area, they send the police to those areas. The stops, questions, and frisks all relate to where the shootings are, and it just so happens to be those areas are Black or Hispanic.
Right, but do you get accosted on the street by cops regularly in New York City?
Again, deflection every time.
They do again. Okay, he's not talking about him personally. He's saying areas of the city.
He's just saying
that
this
get
is
more
how
policing.
it is.
Yes, these are areas of the city that get more policing because there's more crime that happens in the areas. And by the way, who are the primary recipients of crime in these communities?
Blacks.
Is it white people? Oh no, it's other black people. Black
Yeah,
people
because they're
and-
mostly
and
surrounded by
people who
other
own
blacks.
and Asian people who own bodegas. It's not white people. It's not white people. He has no. This is not some racist shit. The reality is that these people are committing crimes against either people of their own race or people of Hispanic origin or people who are Asian and own these little bodegas. This is ridiculous that she absolutely can't even understand this.
It happened to me when I was younger, yes, but like not
Okay,
now.
but do you understand?
But
how
to your point about hit
90%
rate,
how-
because you brought it up, hit rate was not the goal of Stop, Question, and Frisk. Like, this is one of the things where you're like, oh, well, this program didn't work because my standard that I look for arbitrarily shows that it was ineffective. That's like saying a plane doesn't work because it's not a good submarine.
No, it's
like,
not
that doesn't make any
arbitrary.
sense.
Well said. A plane doesn't work because it's not a good submarine. Yeah, very true. As we recently saw. Which, by the way, that sub was apparently built by materials you're supposed to use in planes, not in subs. That carbon fiber shit. Yeah.
A little bit.
90% of the stop and frisks came up with nothing.
True, but the point was to
So
deter the
say you were
carrying of
doing-
firearms.
Say, have you done
Well,
illegal drugs
but-
in your life?
Maybe.
I just
I have. I could have been stopped and frisked, and I could have gone to prison, or I could have been held if I had a little bit less money in Rikers indefinitely until my trial came.
Maybe you shouldn't have
Maybe
illegal
you shouldn't have
drugs
had
then?
drugs on you then. You.
I don't know. This is bizarre to me. Okay, as someone who enjoys the Mary Jane, all right?
By the
I don't
way,
get it.
shouldn't you just make an argument for stop and frisk?
Explicate, please.
Because you just said,
Oh.
"Hey, look, I was carrying drugs.
yeah,
if
I
I
had
was
drugs.
searched,
Yeah, I had
I would have been
drugs."
thrown away." Like, yeah, you just made the case for being searched. Well done.
True. Right. Yeah, exactly. Then you made an argument for stop and frisk. Good job.
Stupid bitch.
Look, here's the thing, Emma. Like, as someone who myself appreciates and enjoys Mary Jane, now I do. The only thing that I do anymore are the gummies that you can buy at the store, right? And I don't eat those very often because
I've
they
seen
make
when
me go
you
to
do.
space. Yeah, because I eat like a quarter of one, and I can't think. But
I can
weed
tell when you
affects
message me when you're high.
Weed affects me really, really extremely. I don't know why. Just I'm very easily affected by weed, and I'm not affected by alcohol.
I wonder
eventually,
why.
Yeah. Well, no, eventually I'm gonna get drunk, but like weed affects me in a way that the drugs do not.
Because
So,
you
Emma,
don't
just,
do nearly as much weed as you do drink.
well, I can't do weed. I can't do any weed because, or THC.
I think if you stop drinking for a month and you had a shot of alcohol,
and just a THC.
No, I think if you
Oh.
if you didn't do anything for like a month and you drank a shot of vodka, you'd be like, "Holy fuck, I'm fucked
Oh,
up
I
on a
did.
single
No,
shot."
you forget again. I was in the hospital for like 3 months, and then I didn't drink for like 2 or 3 months after that. So yeah, but it's like, Emma, you're admitting to having done a crime and being like, "Well,
Yeah.
if anyone had caught me doing the crime,
I would have
gotten in trouble."
Yeah,
Yeah,
because you broke the
Duh.
law, you dumbass.
she did a crime. Now, do I think it should be a crime? That's a different question.
I
But
need
it's a crime in that
I
state.
I need a soundboard of butthead saying "dumbass." I really do.
But it's a crime in your state, so it's not like, I mean, how fascinating. So you admit, like, if you had been pulled over, as anyone else would have been, if they were also carrying a bunch of weed. Also, this is the point that I want to bring up. I can't imagine. So like when I did used to occasionally buy weed, right? What did I do? Drove to the place where I bought the weed, and then drove home immediately. I didn't like drive around within my fucking car. Because when I want to get high, I want to sit in my home and enjoy some marijuana. I don't know what kind of fucking drug addict you have to be to need your weed in your car. Holy shit.
Usually
like-
a dealer, I would imagine.
Because, I mean, if I had like a bunch of alcohol in my car, by the way, Emma, if I had a bunch of bottles of liquor in my car, I'd go to jail for that too, or at least get a big citation, okay? That's illegal as well.
Yeah.
Emma. You can't have alcohol in your car either. I mean, you can have it in your trunk, that's fine. But you can't have it just sitting there for you getting ready to ingest. Okay. Same shit.
Because a cop just decided, hey, I'm going to stop and frisk you, but they wouldn't do that to me because I'm a white woman.
All right, that's nice.
It is in part because you're a white woman, because of statistics, because of data, science. I thought you were a woman of science. I thought you loved the science. Oh, you don't. You don't like science. You like it when you think you can use it to manipulate people. That's cute.
But anyway, it's about shootings, and the point of the program,
No, it's
and
not
this is
about
stated
shootings.
quite literally to deter people from carrying illegal firearms.
It's absolutely not about
It
that.
100%
Wait,
is.
are you in favor of gun control?
This is what I'm
I'm
saying.
not, I'm a New Yorker, so I'm not like a big gun guy, but
Let me. This
We've
is my
got to
point. Where
target guns,
I'm
and
gonna-
that's why stop
you
and
definitely
frisk.
gotta target
I'm gonna
illegal
agree
guns
with
for
Emma,
sure.
but Emma's not going to agree with me. The idea that the police can decide to arbitrarily stop people because they might be carrying a firearm violates the Second and Fourth Amendments.
I agree with
Stop
that.
and frisk is completely unconstitutional.
I do agree with the stop and frisk is pretty fucked. I agree with that. The reason they do it, and by the way, it's cops trying to meet quotas. So I agree with that. I do. If it's completely random. If, however, it's because you're committing another crime, like you're speeding or running a red light or whatever, okay, I get it, right? This is where it usually happens, is in cars. You've committed a crime, and then they search through the vehicle. I don't like it, by the way, but you've already committed a crime, then they're going to search you no matter what. I mean, it's the way it works. And unfortunately, the reality is that the people in question, this particular community, is more likely to be doing another crime when they get stopped. If they're being stopped for absolutely no reason. Let me reiterate, I have been stopped on the highway twice for absolutely no reason. Absolutely no reason.
It's because you're a white
had
woman.
And had guns pointed in my face. Or a gun pointed in my face, at least on one of those occasions. But I'm a white woman. According to Emma, that never happens. You know why they did it? It's because they were meeting quotas. They were like, well, there's a car, let's pick that one. That was it. That was it. That was both times. All I got stopped for was, there is a car, let's pick it. That was it. So don't get this shit twisted. You do get pulled over by cops for literally no reason. It happens to everyone. They can't see what color your skin is when they choose to do that. That's cops just meeting quotas saying, I pulled somebody over today.
Constitutional.
That's why Fourth Amendment was in my mind. I was
well,
thinking
again,
about stop and frisk.
it's you're supposed to stop, question, and frisk, and usually
no.
it's based on reasonable suspicion, and they're supposed
What?
to
I'm bearing arms.
they're
under the
supposed
Constitution.
they're supposed to follow the Terry standard.
This idea that because a particular group of people may be carrying guns, we're going to go start stopping a whole bunch of them. I'm like, the Constitution protects our right to keep and bear arms in the first place.
Yep.
So now you're violating, using you're ignoring the Second Amendment and using that and by ignoring it, now you're violating the Fourth Amendment. I mean, this is absolutely
Well,
nonsense.
this is why I'm actually critical of Bloomberg's expansion of the program, because the way it used to work is that if you had a shooting suspect, you would have a description, you'd send cops to the area, and they would stop people with that description, ask them questions, and if there was reasonable suspicion, they would conduct a search. This is why under Giuliani, the maximum amount of stops in a year, and New York City of 8.5 million people, was 90,000 people. And under Bloomberg, it was something like 700,000, maybe 800,000 people. So he dramatically expanded the program to the point where I do think it was constitutionally violative.
So you are kind of to the right of Donald Trump on this, who has been releasing nonviolent offenders.
Donald Trump's First Step Act is absolutely terrible. It sets up a bunch of incentives.
Well, I mean, you're further right than I'd imagine a ton of this audience is. I mean,
this is actually a very important quote. So Sean Fitzgerald, actual justice warrior, is further to the right than the majority, than a ton of Tim Pool's audience, according to Emma Vigeland. Sean is further to the right because he wants more strict legislation on criminals, essentially. But we're going to get into that. It's important to pin that, put a pin in it, keep it in mind. She's about to say later that Tim's audience is all Nazis. So I don't know what's further right than a Nazi. Apparently, Sean Fitzgerald.
That's fine.
That's
like I'm not here
that's
to.
extremist.
I'm not here to win over the audience. Well, I will win over the audience because I'm correct.
Extremist?
But
No,
Ours
yes,
is mostly moderate.
Beans.
yeah,
Well,
but Donald
I don't know
Trump's
about that.
First Step Act had a lot of language about going soft on youthful offenders, and that's one of the reasons why a huge portion of the increase in homicide that we're seeing is among young men, and specifically among young black men in this country.
I want to bring your guys' attention to this chart because there's a lot that it shows. I know it's just murders,
Right.
but we're talking about, you mentioned something about the 60s. For some reason,
Okay. Yes, things have massively gone down, and that's excellent. I'm very happy that the murder rates have gone down, obviously, but you have to look at where were these murders happening. That's not included in this. Spoon, are you still there? Spoon? Oh, he might have gone and gotten a drink or something. You have to look at where these murders were happening. And why do you think that the murder rate went down? Think it was because we just let more offenders get off? I mean, that would be weird. No, I don't think so.
then in 1962 to 64, we start seeing, from 1962 onward, a ridiculous spike in the murder rate, offenses per 100,000 population. I don't know
It's
exactly.
almost like that's the civil rights movement and a bunch of riots happening all the time. Weird.
I don't know exactly why. We
I
can
know.
see around 1990, it starts to decline rapidly. There's a couple interesting points there. This is U.S. murder rate. So New York City's broken window policing has nothing to do with it. This is the entirety of the country. This could be one of two things. We when the leaded gasoline, that was the 80s, right?
I believe so, yeah.
We were getting rid of
And
it.
the last truck, I think for trucks, it was the 90s.
But this also coincides with one of the, if not the largest economic expansion, or I shouldn't say that now because who knows how you define it with the pandemic and all that stuff. But we had a massive economic boom in the 90s. So this would interestingly correlate with the idea that as people started to get more things, like their lives started to improve, murder rate started to drop dramatically.
Yeah, and I would say that that was a temporary kind of sugar high based on neoliberal policies of Reagan and Clinton, where there was a lot of money that was released back into the public because of massive tax cuts. I mean, we can talk about.
Okay, so Emma, why didn't it have a permanent effect? So you're saying right now that they got more money, and yet I mean, yes, longitudinally, the crime rate went down, but why are you complaining then? The crime rate's down. Why are you complaining? I don't understand.
Confiscatory taxation, if you'd like, and the top marginal tax rate. You know, the top marginal tax rate in 1961. It's funny that you brought up that figure. 1960, it's 91% compared to 37% now. But like
it went down in the 60s.
Reagan cut a bunch of taxes during that time period, and a lot of people got an influx in cash. And
what? Do you just hear that? What the fuck? She's saying Reagan makes tax cuts. People got more money, and crime rates soar. How does that align with your fucking ludicrous idea that if people have more money, then they're less likely to commit crime? It's completely and utterly contradictory to your claim, Emma. You just contradicted yourself live.
Crime did drop.
Sorry?
Crime did drop.
Well, right, but that was temporary. Right. And then the income inequality kind of set in, and the rich got richer and the poor.
Why does income inequality set in? They had more money. What do you mean? You've contradicted yourself. It stayed that way the entire. It was a very small temporary drop. That's it. It went right back up. It's completely absurdist. You've contradicted yourself. The data do not belie your opinion.
Or got poorer, and that's mostly what I'm interested in talking about on my program.
Let me show you guys something which will add some context to the current.
Emma, can I just point something out that your pea-brain femoid mind probably can't understand? You're fine. Do you grasp the concept that the income inequality disparity can increase, but both parties still get richer?
No.
Does that ever occur to you that, for example, that the rich can get richer at a greater increase than the rest of the country, but they're still better off?
It's almost like when the rich get richer, the poor also get richer.
Yes,
in many cases.
Yes, because if it's not income redistribution, if it's just, hey, look, the lower people, because if you notice something about the wealthy versus the consumer classes spend a greater proportion of their income because they don't have as much money.
But here's the thing, like what she said, that more money is
Yes,
injected into the,
but here's the
more
thing.
money's injected into people, into the lower classes by increasing wages, and the crime rate goes down for like a year, then it goes right back up within 5. So what's the fucking point
that tells
of
me
this
the
argument?
wages isn't what's driving that.
Obviously, it's not. It's cracking down on crime, which happened in the 90s, that reduced the crime rate. Yes, putting more money in the system, like very slightly decreased it for like 3 years. But by 10 years after that, 5 years after it, it went right back up. You can see it in that graph. It's not difficult to understand, Emma.
Crime spike. So you see right here, this drop off after it looks like about 2007, there's a major drop off in murder. And then it spikes in 2014.
You can see also here, let's just
The problem with
pause. I want to look at this graph. So the drop off via the wealth injection happens in 1980. It reaches its low point in this already massive upscale. And this is U.S. murder rate per offenses per 100,000 population. Yes, the murder rate has gone down. This is for the entire U.S. population. If you had a graph that looked just in cities, I guarantee it would be a linear regression. It would just be full on. It has gone up over time. You'd have spikes. You'd have mountains, ups and downs. But
the
this is
overall
the
trajectory would be higher.
total U.S. murder rate has gone down. Look at this just in cities. You'd see a different trend. So we see in 1980 is when it reaches a peak. And then it drops by 1984, which is the wealth injection. Then we reach a spike in 1986. And then by 1990, just 10 years later, as I said, it's at nearly the same peak. What happens in 1998 is a crackdown in terms of policing. That's what happens.
With a chart like this is that it doesn't account for technology. The reason the murder rate declined in 2007 was
It doesn't account for technology.
So when cell phones became ubiquitous, the ability to call emergency services became instantaneous. So when people were victims of violent crime, you had emergency service notified immediately. And so this resulted in a drop in the murder rate, but not in a drop in violent crimes. Not a direct correlation, meaning crime had been going down, but the murder rate dropped more than violent crime in general because people weren't dying. They were being stabbed, they were being robbed, they were being shot, and they were living. That's not murder, so it wasn't counted as murder.
True.
Well, there is a chart, by the way, that you can look at because that actually pairs recessions with this murder chart. And again, the correlation is not really there. And as far as New York, you say that it had nothing to do with broken windows policing.
That map specifically was the U.S. So
yeah, I know, but you said it had nothing to do with broken windows policing, but that assumes that there isn't a greater decrease in crime in New York than nationwide, which is not the case. There was a greater decrease in the city of New York. Like Chicago had a decline too, but Chicago's homicide rate, which is almost on par with the city of New York, is 6 times higher per capita than the city of New York. And in terms of raw numbers, it's double, even though they're at a third of the population, which is the same thing that I just said with different math. So New York became the safest big city, and our crime rate actually declined. And in fact, Freakonomics actually attributes this to the legalization of abortion, which happened in the city of New York Roe versus.
Why do you think that would be the case? Why do you think there would be a correlation between the legalization of abortion and decrease in violent crime? Maybe a demographic? I think it might be a demographic issue.
Wade was one of the 6 states that had it legal electively. So this is like a known thing that people have talked about and speculated on what the result is. Now, also for the environmental point.
Can I just ask you a question about that?
Sure.
What does the connection to what does crime
have? That's what
have
Freakonomics says, that the legalization of abortion, and they compare it to Ceausescu, whatever country he was the dictator of. They say that correlates with crime
Romania.
because they say all these unwanted children end up being born and then they end up committing crime.
That is certainly a claim. So that's how that works together then. You're saying that
that's certainly a claim. No, it's a statistic, idiot. Like, how can you not understand this? That's certainly a claim. It's a statistic. Like, you want to just argue that math doesn't exist?
Or it's
the
racist.
Party of science. But I don't like this. Yeah, again, those data were conducted in Romania. You get, is Romania very, like, it's killing a lot of black babies in Romania? Is that what you're gonna say? Let's see.
abortion should be illegal for that reason?
No. It would be legal abortion leads to less unwanted children being born. And again, you're
So
smiling,
are you in
but
favor of abortion?
I'm actually pro-choice, but not for this reason. But you're smiling.
She's astonished by that. I'm actually like, she thought she was gonna catch him in a thing there. I wish that had been Freedom Tunes, but yeah, she thought she was gonna catch him in some shit with that. But nah, you didn't. Fuck off.
But the thing is, this is what was proposed in Freakonomics. I actually disagree with their analysis. They leave a lot of things out. But
So you're
again,
saying-
I use that as an example to show that the New York decline did start before the national
You're just-
decline.
just to
I'm almost
clarify real
positive that study has been called into question.
It is.
multiple
It is.
Just to
100%.
clarify, you're saying more abortions meant lower crime? Is that what you're saying?
That's what Freakonomics asserted. It's in their little movie and it's in their original book.
I think that makes sense. If you've got two parents, if you've got one parent, they got a baby, that baby's getting food. You know, like you could have no job, you could be homeless. Someone's gonna find.
Well, you know what I would love to.
No, I mean the government obviously supports that all, Tim. Like, you don't have to worry about that kind of stuff. The government will support you as a single mother. In fact, you get maybe more money from the government as a single mom than you do, because then you also can get the father to pay you, and you get money from the government, and you're in fact encouraged to not work, because if you work, then you get less money because from the government. So yeah, and then you grow up in a broken home with no father. Well, the mother gets more money doing it that way than raising the child in a traditional family household. Gee, I wonder why things are so fucked up. Wow, what a conundrum. How could it be this way? It's almost like the government actively incentivizes people who are in lower socioeconomic standards to actively not have children together in a two-parent household. Wow, weird.
To decrease desperation in terms of families in this country. I'm not sure if you've talked about it a ton on your program, Tim, but we should have made the child tax credit permanent that we expanded in the 2021 American Rescue Act.
Trump increased that. Trump increased that, as far as I'm aware. So, but you hate him because he's a big bad orange man.
What that is?
Yeah. So there was a tax credit that
Trump, as far as I know, Trump actively gave tax increases to families trying to have children. It's not the only one. Conservatives usually do this. They try to encourage people to have children. Interesting that you only care when Democrats do it. You don't notice when Republicans do it ever. I see through your fucking bullshit. Are you there, Spoon?
Yeah, sure. I have food in my mouth.
Yeah, he's eating. Okay, I figured.
I don't want to be
was
rude.
in place, but during the pandemic, it was expanded to be a monthly payment. It also, the amount was increased, so it was up to $3,600 a month for 6 and under, $3,000 for 6 to 17, and then it also
sorry, people in the chat
expanded to include people who had two.
People in the chat, several people in the chat having illustrated that Trump doubled the deductions for people who were married and having children. So, yeah, what's your fucking point then, bitch?
Little income to qualify previously. We cut child poverty by nearly in half, instantly. And the reason that we don't have it is because the entire Republican Party and Joe Manchin and Sinema essentially
a Democrat,
nixed it. But
Yeah,
this is the kind of stuff that's possible in this.
Okay. I hate this for two reasons. And yes, I did eat sausage. I hate this because the way this crap works in America is it's never in a single bill. Because I know Democrats do this all the fucking time. They have this massive, massive bloated fucking thing.
Yeah,
and it's like 5% of something that they want.
Yeah.
And then when it doesn't get passed, it's like, look, Republicans voted against this thing. Yeah, that's 5% of the bill. What is the other 95%? You fucking duplicitous asshole.
Right, exactly. They'll put them in these giant, I said 2,000, but they're 1,000-page long bills.
I hate when they do this.
And they put in all these tiny little changes, and then when Republicans don't vote for them because there's things in it that they they're opposed to, they go, well, Republicans
why don't you just pass it just as that?
Oh, I'll tell you why. It's because that's how they sneak their shit in. This is a problem with democracy, right? Is that this is what the Democrats
what am I,
do.
a Kraut? First of all, Kraut spelled with a K. Secondly, sorry to interrupt. People are calling me German. I must respond to this because it's offensive.
Oh, well.
It's not actually. I don't mind being called German.
Achtung!
Well, I don't know. You keep calling me Dutch and you think that's offensive, so.
Oh, the Dutch. Oh, man.
I don't know. The Germans had an empire.
Well, I never met a
Austro-Hungary.
like South African, and that's not bloody surprising, man, because we're a bunch of ignorant loudmouths with no sense of humor.
Coming from an American, that's pretty rich. Where was I going with this, by the way? I completely derailed my point.
Sorry.
Sorry. No, just why don't you, if it's this massively important thing, why don't you just try and pass that on its own?
Because they can't.
Exactly.
They knew they can. So they hide it in a 1,000-page long bill to be like, oh,
Yeah.
then we got our thing in, and then it becomes law.
Yes.
This is the problem with bureaucracy. It is
Gay.
fucking disgusting, and it's how they get all their heinous shit passed. Is they hide the stuff they really want to do in a 1,000-page long bill, and what they put on the front of the. Oh my god! It's like, you know, okay. This is a totally kind of tangent, but it's a brief one. Sometimes when I'm reading this study, you look at the title, and I'm reading the title of the study, and then I go and I read the study, and it's like, you didn't fucking find anything like that, you asshole. You clickbaited me into reading your goddamn study. And it's the exact same way that this works. Now, reading a study is a little bit different from reading a newspaper article. It's like a newspaper article, obviously they're clickbaiting. But with an academic piece of literature, it's supposed to be that, like, you're going to tell me exactly what the hell you found. Like, what was the
Call
study
me
you
an
did?
Aussie and I will fucking kick you from this chat, you assholes.
A lot of people, I've been asked this question before by a lot of people. It's like, how are you able to read all this research? It's like, oh, I'll tell you why. Because all academic literature is written in the same format. So it's very, very easy.
No, that's not.
to
It's because you're an autist.
Yes. True. But it's also because, like, all academic
Aiden
literature
has
is
an
written
animatronic brain and she just reads it by, like, just running her eyes over the text like a fucking machine.
And why can I do that? The reason why I can do that is because I've read
Because
1,000 other
okay,
research
no,
papers,
that's
and they're all
not
in the
true.
same
I'm
format.
gonna give you guys a secret about Aiden. You guys know this Neuralink thing that Elon Musk is trying out? It's because Aiden was actually one of the first participants for a trial run,
Oh, hell no.
and it's still in her brain to this point.
No, just that it's all written in the same format. So I know. So I'm like, okay. So all academic papers are written in
Okay,
the same
mental
same
note:
format.
never tell the
In
chat what not to call me, because
abstract.
now I'm a Kiwi and a Frenchman, which is somehow worse.
Well, we all know you're a Kiwi Frenchman. We all
You're
know
a
that.
broken Canadian.
No. We're Canada's our hat. Anywho, so every study has an abstract, introduction, then a literature review, and then it's the research, and then it's the conclusion. I'm not interested in the literature review, usually speaking, because I've already read the literature. Okay, so like that's just like I read the abstract, then I skip over the intro, I skip over the lit review because I've read it before. This is just how academic papers are structured. It's like, all right, where's the experiment? Let me get into the research. I don't read the conclusions because I make my own conclusions.
No, I'm Spanish.
Sometimes I'll read the conclusions just to be like, what did you guys think? But that's it. I made my own fucking conclusions because I read the fucking data. I saw the numbers. I can make my own conclusions based on what you did and what your data, your output was. I don't need to
Say what you like about you guys trying to shit talk me with different nationalities. At least you know different countries, which is more than 90% of you Americans usually know. So, well done.
He's getting anti-American now. Everybody dunk on him. All right, here we go.
If you do, by the way, you're all listening to a woman. You should be ashamed.
Women. Well, you might be listening to a woman, but I think it would be funny if everybody called Spoon a... Yeah, what's the most offensive thing to a Dutchman? Being called French? Probably. Hey, Bill, you're back. Oh, call him a Belgian.
Spaniard.
Or a Spaniard, yeah.
That's not really
You'd hate
offensive to
that.
me, though.
He says it's not offensive to him, Bill. Oh, kefir? There you go. How would that make you feel?
Don't say that word in chat.
Okay. Is it that racist?
That's like our version of the N-word, so yeah, don't say that.
Okay, don't say it. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, that's our version of the N-word. Don't say that.
Okay. All right, don't say it.
Desperate. If you want less crime, make society a broader, more beneficial place for people with a bigger safety net, so people don't have to turn to desperation.
Real quick, this is the crazy thing. So I think the only people who disagree with that are establishment Republicans, like the prominent Republican Party members.
But you should talk about it more on your show.
I mean,
increasing the welfare state has not made America safer.
No, also, here we go.
That's complete crap.
Here we go with this. Talk about it more on your show. This is not the first time one of these leftists has come on and said, like, talk about it more on your show, talk about it more on your show. But all you watch are his fucking clips. You don't watch his show. You don't watch Tim Pool's whole streams. You watch little snippets.
Emperor,
you don't know that he talks about this stuff.
Emperor, unlike Elliot Page, my balls are not store-bought.
Bruh.
I think that I'll go extreme with it. If after your second kid, no more taxes. Income tax 0.
I agree with that.
Have 2 kids, no taxes.
I mean, I know.
I don't agree with taxation in general, but there you go. I agree with that one.
Oh, that there have been certain proposals in places like.
Sorry, I want to go back just for a second. I want to see Tim's face when he
income
drinks
tax
this drink.
0. Have 2 kids, no taxes.
I mean, I know that there have been certain.
Like base slam dunk. Yeah.
Proposals.
I love it.
In places like Hungary that are like that, but they are heavily tilted towards heterosexual families as a
because they create mate families, you fucking moron.
Babies, you dumb, you silly tart. How else do you make children if not through heterosexual families? It's heavily tilted towards a heterosexual family. How else do you make children? Do you think they just grow? Or you find this Judith Jarvis Thompson fucking thought experiment bullshit where they fly in through your window and grow in your carpet? You fucking silly sod. Holy shit.
As opposed to if a gay couple wants to adopt or have children. I'm
How are they gonna have children? How are they gonna have children? You're gonna pay someone else to put their cummies in a cup and inject it. Oh my goodness. No shit.
I hate you for saying that. That's just disgusting.
You're welcome.
I don't agree with that because I want more taxation, frankly, so that we could have socialized healthcare. We could have a college for all act, which honestly you could pay for with a tax on Wall Street.
Hey, by the way, how is getting more people to college worked out for America?
Horribly.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think you should have more college. I think you should have less of it, actually.
Clear. The more people that, let me be clear. The more people that have gone to college, I think actually the worse everything single aspect about America, from the economics to the educational system, has gotten. Because the whole point has been, we need more college degrees. Not that we need more people who are collegiate, okay? So it's forced people forward into the collegiate system who were not prepared. And therefore the collegiate system has downgraded itself. Excuse me. Here's the thing. When my father graduated from college, my dad was the first person in his family to get a college degree. My mother was not. My grandmother got a college degree and from a seminary school, and that was extremely rare in the 1940s and 50s when she was going to school, right? It's extremely unusual. But my mother and her generation of people, they all got degrees. My father was the first person to get a degree in his family, but they were extremely successful for the time, right? My grandfather was a steel worker. My grandmother on my father's side they were both steel workers. My mother's family, one of them, he was a carpenter. He built houses. My grandmother taught Sunday school. I mean, these were like normal ass people. Even though she had a college degree, what'd she do? She had 7 children and taught Sunday school. That's all she really did. I mean, she did all kinds of stuff. So she was a very, very successful and influential
7
woman.
kids and still Sunday school. Bloody hell, she was busy.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but was one of the earliest women to teach, to get a very early woman to get a degree at a woman's institution, by the way, an all-female college in the United States.
I think our grandparents' generation was seriously horny because they all had 8, 9 kids. Like, they did some serious fucking.
Why did my mother's family have 7 kids? Because my grandfather needed sons to help him with his business.
Ah, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, those are the old days.
So my grandfather, again, he starts a construction company. He makes houses. What do his sons do? My uncles, plumber, electrician, carpenter.
Oh, each one does something in the construction process?
Everyone does all of them. Yep. Mm-hmm. If you got all my uncles together back in the day, not anymore, they're getting up there now. back in the day, 20, 30 years ago, you got all my uncles together, they could have built you a house in a weekend. You know what I mean? And that was why they had 7 kids.
Actually.
Yeah, it was based. But anywho, the thing that she's talking about, I've gotten off track now, is that the people weren't doing this.
I'm an American vassal. What the fuck?
They weren't
Man, this
doing
chat's
this out
getting
of
weird.
They weren't doing this out of just because.
Stop violating me.
Putting
Chat
women in
fucking
their
weird.
place or whatever. No, it's because people had children to help them and to carry on their line, which my family's doing now. Her line of reasoning is so she's delusional. She doesn't understand what people did in the past because she lives in her California nut job hellhole.
Speculation, it would be incredibly easy. It's only $48 billion a year, which is less than the military budget increase that we did in 21 to 22, which was around $71 billion. I want to do that kind of stuff. And so getting rid of income tax, I would not be in favor of it.
For families.
But if you want to create tax incentives for families so that they can raise their kids and they aren't in poverty.
Do you have any idea how fucking expensive it is to raise children in the United States?
I actually don't.
No, obviously she doesn't. Yes. No, I agree with Tim. No taxes.
Would you want to have a kid with this
no
woman?
taxes in
Susan?
general. Oh my God. But yeah, no taxes for people who are having 2 children because they're trying to raise the next generation of the United States. Yes, I agree. Help them teach their children how to. I mean, unfortunately, you're going to get
Spoons and
the problem with that.
asparagus. If I was any vegetable, I'd be a chili.
The problem with that, Tim, the big problem with that is that there's people who they would be like, pay no taxes, and then they're going to get on welfare, and they're going to get on all these other programs because it happened. I saw it happen in front of me. There's a family that lived across from me when I was growing up in Baltimore. They had like 4 children of their own, and then like 4 adoptive children, and the children ran around naked in the street because the parents were just getting drunk. They'd sit on their porch and get drunk and smoke weed every day because the government paid them to do it. You can't have both. If you're going to have the tax incentives, you can't also let that happen, okay? It can't also be... If
Tax
you're gonna get
incentives need to come
break-
with responsibility.
Yeah, if you're going to get the tax break, you can't also be on welfare, okay? Just saying. You can't do both. It's going to be one or the other.
I don't know how
If
that makes
you-
any sense.
I think it completely makes sense.
No, I'm
If
just saying,
you're-
like, how the hell do you get a tax break while you are collecting welfare? That's a bit I don't fucking understand.
Well, I'm just saying. Well, that they wouldn't get any... They can't... Just saying. No tax breaks if you're on welfare, okay? That's all I'd say.
Yeah, but you're not earning an income, so how the hell would you get a tax break?
Oh, because they do. They earn income. They work like 10 hours a week at like McDonald's, so they make extra income, but it's not doesn't get
That wouldn't be taxable income anyway, would it?
it gets they get taxed by their job.
Okay.
And so yeah, that would be like the thing to get rid of. No tax breaks for people who do that stuff. But yeah. And also, and they always try to keep it so that they're right under the limit where they get fully taxed. They don't have to apply. They don't have to go through the whole IRS situation. They don't have to actually file their taxes every year, but they do get taxed via their income. So yeah, no, none of that. I would absolutely oppose that, but I understand what Tim is saying, and largely speaking, I'm in favor of it.
I am all for that, Tim.
But to
challenge-
your point about nobody would disagree, I would 100% disagree with that because, again,
You don't want tax credits for people that have babies?
There is not a demonstration that these policies that these work in reducing crime. In fact, we see the opposite. If you put up that
about crime.
homicide chart, it starts increasing during the war on poverty, which is the greatest increase in. Sorry, go ahead.
Not talking about crime. In
Well,
relation,
she was. She said if you wanted to deal with crime, this is how.
Well,
you
I'm
do
trying
it.
to connect it to this, but like
Right.
But
In the broader sense,
No.
I think
Let's be
the
honest,
most
Emma, you were trying
You're
to
trying to
fucking
connect
pivot.
it, but it doesn't.
You were trying to pivot, and you got fucked, and Sean caught you on your pivot. That's what happened.
important thing to take away from this here is that every single Republican voted against the American Rescue Act and the expanded child tax credit. There is one party that is, look, it's not
But are you
good enough.
Excuse me? It's because of all the other shit that was in the act, you idiot.
Yeah, it was pork
You can
barrel
call-
spending.
That's what they always do. Is like, here's my act. It's called the make
Save the
everything-
Puppies Act.
Save the Puppy Act. Then
Yeah.
it's 1,000 pages long. It's got kinds of random shit in it. That's why we didn't
Hmm.
support it, you ding dong.
Do you
I'm
remember-
more
do
obviously
you
in the
remember
Bernie
the,
Sanders
um,
wing.
Do you remember the thing they were pushing for the the formula.
Oh yeah.
The baby formula that was out.
Baby formula.
Yeah, a whole bunch of Republicans voted against that, and the guy and they caught one, and they asked him like, why did he vote against it, and he said something like less than 8% of the spending went to anything to do with it.
Wow.
Yeah, the other like 90% was like administrative costs. So we just went like, what the fuck are we spending all this money for? This is ridiculous.
Exactly.
Yes.
Slosher for 10 Canadians says, my grandfathers both had 8th grade educations. Maternal had 10 kids. Paternal 7. My grandmother stayed home. This woman doesn't understand that degree inflation. No, she doesn't understand it at all. That the degrees aren't worth anything anymore. Because now the expectation is that you have to go to college. You must go to college and get this worthless degree in communist feminist dance studies or whatever, which means nothing. Nobody cares about, but it's the fact that you can say BA next to your name.
It just means that everyone needs to be indoctrinated to attend a job.
And by the way, like it's this way now. It's gotten to the point where if you look at the current research, you're supposed to now have a master's degree. I have a master's degree. I was lucky. Like a lot of people younger than me, or older than me, or would not, if they were like looking for a new job, would not be able to get that job just because they don't have a master's, even though it was not required. It's all bullshit, though. It's not actually because you need a master's degree in bullshit. It's just a completely devalued, inflated system that means nothing. Kizza for £5 says planes are built to a significantly higher standard than the sub that failed last week. Was it too soon to make that joke? Emma admits to being a junkie. Yeah. We talked about the sub before, but she did basically admit to being a junkie. Yeah. Well, at least to not being able to drive without having weed in her car, which is weird. But yeah, go ahead. Let's go.
But real
have
quick,
deep disagreements with
And
Hillary
Flusher.
Clinton-esque neoliberal politicians.
But
Yeah, it's the Democratic Party in
You
favor
supported
of
Hillary
policies that
Clinton,
are
Emma, you supported Hillary Clinton in 2016. So what are you talking about? You're now going to shit on her now? Weird. When you're on your own show, you're not going to call Hillary Clinton a neoliberal, even though she is. But you're not going to call her that. Weird. Interesting.
going to be helping people on a day-to-day basis like this.
the Republicans voted against a broad bill that included one thing in it. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, you should reread the super chat again. My grandfathers both had 8th grade education. Maternal had 10 kids. Paternal had 7 grandmothers stayed home. This woman doesn't understand that degree inflation. I don't know why you need to read it again.
Oh, did I read it wrong?
No. Unless I'm missing something. I don't think you read it wrong.
I think I read the same thing. Thank you, Sasha.
Yeah, but they also fought tooth and nail about the actual child tax credit. This was a part of the Inflation Reduction Act negotiations as well. They were not in favor of that too. And Joe Manchin, your senator, right? We're here in West Virginia.
Yeah, because you just basically gave them money.
Yep.
And I think after spending how much money for inflation? You know, and then the Inflation Reduction Act, which just... I feel like if you're going to call something the Inflation Reduction Act, and someone says, hey, look, here's an idea. How about we cut some spending? I think that would be actually in keeping with the name of the fucking act.
Yep, exactly.
He's awful. We hate him.
I mean, you gotta you're a celebrity here, right, Tim, in West Virginia? You should call on Joe Manchin and say, hey, why don't you do this? Why are you not?
Because Tim doesn't speak for everyone. That's why.
This is her mindset. She wants to be...
Use your influence, Tim.
She wants to be Stasi. She wants to be SS. She wants power. And she's like, Tim, you have power. Why aren't you using it the way I would use it?
Yeah.
Let me tell you what. Okay. I have to be really careful here. Get the fuck out of my state. Not Tim. You bitch. Tell Joe Manchin what to do. Excuse you? Do you have any idea? Do you know anything about West Virginian politics? Do you know anything about the 200-year-long history of this state? Do you know even one iota of a fact about West Virginia? Why we vote the way we do? Why we do the things we do? Now, I don't often like to use the word we when I refer to broad groups of people, but I can tell you this, is that West Virginians don't want anything to do with the shit you're fucking peddling. West Virginians are the hardest working people I've ever met in my entire life. They can be a little ornery. They can be quite ornery, in fact. And you know what they hate the most in the whole world, Emma Vigeland, is Yankees coming into their goddamn state and telling them what to do and think. There's nothing they hate more than that. That's the worst. You know what they wouldn't want Tim Pool to do? Is who they would perceive of as a Yankee coming into our freaking state and telling us what to goddamn do. I'm so tired of this shit. You don't, oh my god, Tim, tell Joe Manchin what to do. No. It's our right to make bad decisions as West Virginians, as we've been doing for the last 100 goddamn years. And I really gets my goddamn blood boiling. You are not from here, and I know this activates your shit, right, Spoon? When you talk about South Africa, you are not from here. You don't know where the fuck you are. You don't know who these people are. You don't know anything about us. You don't know anything about us. And in fact, what I find so goddamn fucking contemptible, Emma Vigeland, is that people like you constantly look down and talk down at West Virginians as what a bunch of stupid redneck hillbillies. You have talked down about us on national television constantly for decades. All of a sudden you want our help. You want Joe Manchin to flip for you while you call him and all of us stupid idiot hillbillies. Get the fuck out of West by God, Virginia, and I'm tired of pretending to do anything else with these people. Get out of my state. Stop trying to influence us. We are going to, for the first goddamn time in 70 years, try to pick ourselves up by the goddamn bootstraps and fix our state that the Democrats have systematically turned from one of a few number of extremely profitable. We have so much natural resources, and we have turned that, and we did in the early 1900s and late 1800s, into an extremely profitable and upcoming developed state, into the most, one of the most, Kentucky and Tennessee are leading with us, impoverished states in the country. And who did that, Emma Vigeland? It was the Democrat Party did that to my fucking state, and I'll never fucking forgive you for that shit, so excuse me. Sorry, I'm done. I'm real tired. I hate it.
You feel better now?
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
I hate that shit. I hate it. I hate it.
On favor of a child tax
that
credit.
dude is neoliberal
Totally.
to perfection. It's like that nobody in West Virginia wants the guy.
Right. I mean,
And
he's very unpopular.
Right.
That's not true. He's actually the most popular politician in West Virginia history.
Go talk to some people in West Virginia.
I'm sure you could find people.
Yeah,
Find
talk to
people,
some of
dude.
us.
I get
I'm
what
here.
Poll
Listen,
numbers are in the tank right
I'm in right-wing nut job territory.
Listen.
No, this guy lost his mind.
I get why you're against him.
Maybe 4 years ago he was popular because the state, like for whatever reason, but people are not happy with him today. I've not met a single person here who likes him.
I mean, they might be upset with him now, but
he's tanking in polling numbers.
Yeah, do you know why? Because he kept siding with the Democrats.
Exactly.
Fucking
Exactly.
moronic bitch.
The only reason Manchin has any power left is because he's being a moderate on every vote.
Yes, except
He's basically voting. He's basically voting
whenever he goes
Republican.
more to the left than he already does, then he just
No.
becomes more unpopular. It's almost like Democrats suck, Emma.
In hypothetical
I mean,
matchups
this is-
with
You've
Jim
got-
Justice in the Senate. That's actually a fact.
West Virginia, 86% Trump supporting state.
Yeah.
All of those people despise him for obvious reasons. But then you go and meet some of the more moderate, don't really care, middle of the road people, and they're just like, what happened to that guy? And so, look, man, I see what you're saying, but I'm telling you, like,
No, I get why you're against him. Because
it's not about me. I'm saying, like, we'll go hang out in any one of these, and this is the Panhandle. Don't get me wrong, but we were hanging out in Charleston, 5 hours from here. Not a single person I've ever met in West Virginia is like, I like that guy. Not one.
Nah,
I've talked to
nobody likes
people
Manchin.
who are like,
Nobody likes him.
who have told me in West Virginia that they don't like Trump. They would rather have DeSantis. And then they say, Manchin's got to go. He's got to go. We got to get somebody else. He's awful. Because he's like, he's not a Democrat or a Republican at this point. It's like he's a corporate.
Yeah, he just votes for whatever will keep him in power.
He's of the corporate party. He doesn't seem to be catering to anybody.
He has a fine line to walk, in my opinion, to hold a state like this as a Democrat. And this, like, I get why she, being more progressive, doesn't like him, but he's like one of the only Democrats that could have won here, which is why when they tried running progressive in the primary, like, that person got slaughtered by him.
Manchin.
But I get why you would want to replace him. I want to replace him. The Republicans lost the Senate.
Jim Justice is very likely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to
Justice
point this
run
out.
again.
Off the top of my head, I think Manchin's numbers are like 55% disapproval right now.
I can't see him winning. I mean, look, I don't know for sure. I'm not psychic, but everyone I talk to, it's like you've got, I think it's, who is it, Mooney, potentially, and Jim Justice. But Jim Justice seems very likely to get it.
Jim Justice.
We'll see. I don't know for sure.
Well, you brought up,
I listened to Jim Justice talk in a rally where then Trump was there to speak, and I went there to see Trump, but I was also there to support Jim Justice. And Justice, his name's Justice. That's a big ups for him. He and he still lost. And why did he lose? It's not because the Democrat position under Joe Manchin was so powerful. It's because you have to understand the culture of West Virginia. And this dumb bint has no interest in understanding our culture as to why West Virginia is the way it is. We did not vote, and I'm saying we did not vote for Joe Manchin over Jim Justice because we love the Democrat platform. People in West Virginia voted for Joe Manchin because they vote for Democrats because that's what their parents did. It is a totally different environment than most of the rest of the United States. It is very, very, very familial. You vote based on what your parents did. Why did your parents vote Democrat? Because the Democrats were the parties of unions when West Virginia was run by coal and steel. What did the Democrats subsequently do? Oh, they destroyed coal and steel. They made it basically illegal. They made it unprofitable. They destroyed coal and steel. But people who moved to West Virginia, you got to understand, they're Italians, they're Welsh, they're Irish. Those are people who are from West Virginia. They're very ingrained people. They hold grudges for forever. There's a reason why we have the Hatfield and McCoy, famous story. They hold grudges for forever. They see the Republicans as trying to not support the unions, even though it happened before they were fucking born. That's the only reason you have any foothold in West Virginia. Otherwise, they hate you. They hate everything you stand for. They don't want you coming in and transing their kids. That shit's not gonna fly in West by God. I am trying so hard to keep my accent contained, by the way.
Up Trump and DeSantis in West Virginia, I'm curious because I saw, Tim, you've been upset a little bit about how DeSantis has been, or maybe not upset.
A little bit.
Okay.
No.
Oh, you're pissed. All right.
Yeah.
So I'll characterize it as you're a little pissed at how DeSantis has been using those AI images of Trump. Trump
used
hugging.
3 of them one time.
Yeah. What I mean,
sickening.
can you expand on that thought?
Ron DeSantis' team, in order to smear Donald Trump, ran fake images of him kissing and hugging Fauci alongside real images and then wrote real life Trump over the top.
Right.
And it's one thing to play politics, which I despise. When you get someone being like, Nancy Pelosi voted against this act. And it's like the Saving Puppies Act, but it's actually a bill that cuts taxes for oil companies.
Oh my God, I forgot. I didn't know he said the Saving Puppies Act. I said that earlier. But yeah, it's completely right. And then he put 10,000 other things you want in the act. Yeah.
Or the inverse where it's like, insert Republican voted for whatever. I despise all of that. But actually fabricating images, shrinking them down and placing them alongside real images and then writing real life Trump on it.
Can you pull up the image so I can see it?
Yeah. So, I mean, is that kind of the core of your, would you say as of now, if you were to vote today, you'd be voting for Trump?
Yeah.
But that's the core of your disagreement?
Get into that. 1 second. Lamented Guy for 10 says, "Here you Aiden, most Atlantic Navy for either World War I and World War II, can't remember, was built here in Wilmington, Delaware. Now it's a dead city with one of the highest per capita violent crime rates in the United States." It's absolutely, I know, man. It's so many once great American cities and towns have been devastated by liberal policies that they voted for. Welcome to democracy. I hate it, man.
So, there's a lot more than that. Here, take a look at this. This is as I feel like this is campaign ending. I feel like this.
Really?
Yes.
It is.
I mean, it's funny to me.
The
It's
manufacturer.
Oh, it's just funny to her. Propaganda. Fake. No, by the way, if someone had made these images of, let's say, Joe Biden kissing Trump, or kissing, who's anathema to the left? Spoon.
I don't think of anyone worse than Trump.
Yeah, so they made a bunch of AI images of
Trump,
Biden
DeSantis,
kissing
Cruz,
Trump.
Hawley.
Kissing Trump or DeSantis. It wouldn't just be like, haha, I think it's funny.
Putin.
It would be, this is a dangerous threat to our democracy.
Putin.
Wouldn't it? Oh, yes, kissing Putin. There you go. Of Biden kissing Putin. That would be a dangerous threat to our democracy. But this is fine. This is teehee. This is funny. I think this is funny. Emma, if this was Biden kissing Putin, you would be screaming. Try to think. Oh, you can't because you're brain dead.
Of fake images to trick people into voting for someone is, look, this is the open
Kyle
door.
Rittenhouse, Alex
Ron
Jones,
DeSantis
yeah.
decided to be the person to stick his foot over the line and say, we will manufacture fake images to win.
Fuck you.
I mean, they do say
Fuck
that
you, Ron
they're fake.
DeSantis. You're
Like,
fucked.
I'm
No.
But people
This is
would
someone
probably miss
They
this.
don't say it's fake.
No, it says right there, fake.
This is an image calling out
Oh, okay.
the fake graphics. They wrote real life Trump, and this is NPR circling the fake images to call them out.
Right.
Yep.
They ran it as real life Trump. Now,
Yep.
I understand if you scrutinize the images, you can tell they're fake. This one says Mahehap Wems. Okay, yeah, that's not English, and it's under the White House emblem. But when it's in a video that's a minute long, and you pass
see it for a
this,
second on
I've
the
already
screen.
had people tell me that they didn't realize it was fake, and I've already people say I talked to my parents about it; they thought it was real. And so what the DeSantis fans are doing now is they're like, "Can you believe Tim actually thought those were real?"
DeSantis, this is it. Like this is done for you. Running this shit, I can't imagine doing anything worse. Running AI generated images as true. Like you're fucked. You're fucked. Like, you are so desperate. DeSantis, you could have been fine running Florida. You could have run in 2028 or 2024, excuse me. No, 2028. Yeah. You would have been fine. But no, you chose to do this shit. That you're done. You're over, DeSantis. Bye, Ron.
Like, dude, if you want to play that game and call me stupid and insult me for calling out DeSantis' campaign for doing this, I literally don't care. It changes nothing of my moral stance that this stepped well over the line. Now, I got to be honest. You go back in time to the first time a politician lied, and people were probably like, can you believe he actually lied to us? And we know that's bad, and I hate all of it. But this is the next level. This is like, holy, it's bad enough they're all lying.
Well, what's the core of your disagreement otherwise then? I mean, if
he's weak?
Oh my God, he put out literal false fucking information. What's your core of your disagreement? That should be enough. Emma, that should be enough that he did that. But there is more. Yeah, and let's listen to Tim's argument. I have way more on DeSantis myself, but yeah.
If it's with COVID, I would say I'm more on Trump's side with that kind of stuff. I liked Operation Warp Speed. Look, I would have done a little differently for giving away government money for.
Oh, I don't know. Anna doesn't like you have had your 10th booster yet. You need to get a little bit older, Anna. You need to get more clotted up.
Vaccines that we should have nationalized them, and the intellectual property should have been waived. So that
yes, she wants more government control over your body. Who's surprised that the leftist wants the government to have more control over your body, but not about abortion? That's a very special thing that the government can't control about your body, but everything else.
Everybody could have had access to it. Also, in the
publicly funded should be publicly owned.
I'm in favor of that, Tim. So, I mean, that's one thing that I think Trump is better. And look, just DeSantis is, frankly, an anti-LGBTQ demagogue. And that's where I think Trump's less dangerous than DeSantis. Okay.
Like, he is, but I think it's more so the Florida legislature that's doing it. And then he's latching onto it because I think when it comes to real issues related to stuff,
anti-LGBTQ, come on.
He's been anti-wokeness is the center of his campaign.
Yeah, he kinda made that at the.
What's wokeness? What's wokeness? What is wokeness? Let's talk about what it is, Emma. Wokeness is your religion. It's literally a religion for you. It's a Gnostic religion where you think that via deconstructing everything, you can somehow eventually come to find your way to becoming a god. We all know this now. It's been unveiled. I know that you might not understand it that way, and you might think that me saying that sounds like a conspiracy theory, or some kind of like whack job shit, but we know that that's the truth. What you believe in is based entirely and directly on Hermetic and Gnostic philosophy, and it comes directly from Hegel and then indirectly from Marx. Well, directly from Marx and then indirectly from Hegel. Excuse me, let me restate. You are a Gnostic. That's why you believe the insane things you believe, that to everyone else looks like a fantasy religion, because it is a religion. The end.
No, for sure. I like DeSantis
Trump
in a
wouldn't
lot of
even
ways.
send the National Guard against the Black Lives Matter rioters.
That's a different question. That's not wokeness. That's like crime and law and stuff. DeSantis, I think, is mostly surface level. I like a lot of his policies. I think
What do you like about his policies?
I mean, at the beginning of COVID, it wasn't particularly good, right? He did a lot of what everyone else did. But to be fair, I was very much like, I guess, I was very much, Thomas Massey didn't want to do this big spending bill, and I said, this is crazy. The economy, like, we don't know what's going on. There are people dying. We're seeing videos of people dying in the street, and so I think, hindsight being 2020, I look back and I'm like, I probably should not have just gone along with all of that. That was probably stupid. Ron DeSantis did initially, but then changed and said, you know what, this is not making sense. We're reopening. And I think that made a lot more sense.
It was also under extreme pressure. Like Andrew Cuomo was the most promoted governor in the country, and he was the most attacked.
So DeSantis did well in not the first, but he did well in reopening things back up.
But what policies do you like generally about him? I mean, besides the COVID stuff, what are the other policies like as governor? I mean, you think it's just the state legislature that's putting together these anti?
I think it's mostly.
Oh my god! Okay, hang on. We're about to get into the gay thing and trans thing, so I have to pee. But go ahead and start it for me, Spoon. But I'll be right back because I needed to like. Ugh.
All right.
I'll be right back. Go ahead and start it though.
You said that there was a grooming event happening at Club Q, and that was after the shooting, right? Which is essentially kind of saying, well, look, they had it coming a little bit. I mean, no, you didn't say that, but that's the implication.
I actually said, how do we prevent these things from happening? If people, so I tweeted.
So you actually seem pretty aligned with DeSantis on the
but I don't think it's him. I think it's the Florida legislature. And if DeSantis becomes president, you think Congress is going to vote for any of these things? As for the Club Q thing, I said, if people keep saying wood chippers, what did you think was going to happen, right? I am saying, stop saying these things.
Saying what?
People keep going online and going, wood chippers, wood chippers, wood chippers. You know what that means, right?
For who, though?
For groomers.
Right, okay.
And I'm like, what do you think is going to happen if you go online and keep calling for death? Like, don't do that. Stop that, right? We want to stop child abuse. We want to stop violence. That's what we want.
So that's why I hope you have dedicated so much of your program to talking about the Catholic Church. Because that is the institution in this country right now that is most associated with child abuse and queer people.
Nope.
Just
every fucking time, by the way.
By the way, the Catholic Church has been around a fuckload longer than the Rainbow Coalition, because that's not exactly
only 1,500 years.
Yeah,
but here's the thing.
That's a bit unfair.
Longer than that, 1,700 years. Here's the thing. Every single time they divert to, Catholic priests. Well, you know who I want to be in jail if they touch children? Catholic priests. Everybody. Anyone who touches a child inappropriately should be in fucking prison. If you molest a child, I want you to go into the wood chipper. I don't care what your ideology is. But they always divert to this of, but you like the Catholic Church. Tim's not a Catholic, by the way. But
it's because all they care about is the tribal allegiance.
Yes. But she's just assuming or trying to make the implication that Tim Pool is a Catholic.
Why? Because he opposes them, basically.
Yes, because he opposes them. And it's like, Tim's an atheist as far as I know. I think he might be a theist to some degree. He might be some kind of form of Christian, but he's not a fucking Catholic as far as I know. Like, that's a big step, by the way. The only reason I would consider myself a Catholic is because I was confirmed as a Catholic. If I wasn't confirmed, it's actually like why there's no Orthodox church here on the island, by the way, so I can't go to an Orthodox church. So my choices are Catholicism or Protestantism. And for me personally, I don't feel comfortable with Protestantism. Just saying. I just don't.
Why?
I need Mary involved in it. I'm sorry.
Why?
To be a vector for me to be able to speak to Jesus.
Why don't you speak to God directly?
Because I don't think that I can.
And you think the Mary does?
I think Mary and the saints do, yes. What kind of hubris would I expect? Would I have to hold to believe that I could personally speak to God?
Because you were created in his image.
Yes, but it's... And I do pray to God directly, but I would say that...
what are the saints for?
the saints, because I think that they have a
Protestantism
greater
is most
because they
aligned
have a
with
greater
libertarianism.
because the saints and Mary have a greater conduit to God than I do.
No, they don't.
In my opinion, it's an opinion.
That's some Catholics. No,
In
base
my,
Protestant Reformation.
in my opinion, I think that the saints and Mother Mary have a greater conduit to God
bad
than
Anglo.
I do. I'm not an Anglo.
That's what I'm saying. You're a bad Anglo.
I mean, I do speak. I pray to Jesus directly, but I also pray to the saints.
Yeah,
and I pray to Mary.
We pray to God directly.
How could I ever try to? The reason why Mary is the conduit.
We don't elevate saints the way that they do.
The reason why Mary is the conduit is she was the most perfect woman who was mortal who ever existed, right? And you have to.
And your job is to worship the Holy Spirit, not to give the credit to the conduit.
Well, I have to, in my opinion, again, it's just my opinion, is that Mary and
Protestants,
Mary and her divinity that she was not born with. I mean, she was not born perfect. The only human being who were born perfect was Jesus Christ.
I don't know. It sounds like smuggling in feminism into Christianity. I'm not fair with that.
It's not smuggling in feminism. It's saying that Mary is this one woman who was both human and divine, and therefore the only person who can truly understand what it is like to have lived a life as a human and then be chosen by God to be the mother of God. The thing about Jesus is that Jesus, even though he lived as a man, was always divine, right? Whereas Mary was always human. So you pray to Mary because the idea is that she's just one of us, right? You know? Does that make sense? That's why you pray to Mary and the saints. And you ask that. You're not praying to them. You're making a prayer to them to relay to God.
No, this is like some Jewish middleman crap. I prefer to go directly to the big guy.
You're asking them to relay it to God because they're a little closer in the hierarchy. Like they might be able to get the message.
Thanks,
you know?
Thanks. Go away. I'll just speak to the big man directly.
I mean, I get it. I totally
God,
get
these
it.
saints are in the way. Like this, it's very rude that these people. I'd like to talk to you directly because I was created in your image. I don't need these peasants in the way.
You can speak to God directly, obviously.
Yes.
But I think that
I prefer the direct line.
It's worth looking at the many saints.
Getting more people involved is just bureaucracy. Fuck that.
It's just my belief. No one else has to believe in it. You're all fine. I don't care. Just that's my personal belief is that that's a better way to a way, in my opinion, to be able to contact God both directly and to also
God, someone's
venerate the
gonna
mother
clip
of
this.
God. I don't care. Why would they clip it? That I'm
because it's funny.
Okay. Again, I don't really. Belief is belief. Okay. So there's no argument over it ultimately because I can't disprove your belief. You can't disprove mine. Such things are nonsense.
It's funny though.
Oh, is it?
That's cold, isn't it? But it's funny.
Alrighty. I probably pissed off some people in the chat who really don't like the Mary. And by the way, my dad calls it the Mary cult. He hates it. He doesn't like Catholicism at all. But
based.
It is no. I know. My dad doesn't like me being a monarchist. Me being a monarchist either. So, you're allowed to have your opinion. That's what Saul's about. It's not Gnostic talk. I'm calling fucking Emma Vigeland a Gnostic. I've spent the last 2 years trying to understand Gnosticism, and I got really interested in it for a while.
It's going to be the Spanish versus the Anglos.
I got real interested in it to the point where I was like, "Is that true?" And then I realized, no, it's not true. It's Satanism.
Ziggy, I don't seethe. Believe me, I don't have the energy to seethe. Long term, that's not in me.
Metal Minister for $10 says, Aiden, I'd love to have a discussion with you on the idea of Mary as a mediator and its Gnostic origins. It definitely does have a Gnostic origin, potentially, depending on which source you're looking at. But yeah, I would love to have a conversation about that. Originally, I was supposed to have a conversation with two theologians. No, I said other. I'm not a theologian. I'm a psychologist. 2 theologians about the idea of Gnosticism and is it heresy or not. And then, even though they both agreed, eventually I kind of just lost interest in the idea because I was like, oh, I figured out what my answer to it was, which is that it's fine to look into the Gnostic stuff, and in fact, you should to figure out what people like Emma Vigeland are all about, because they are Gnostics. They might not understand what they are, but they are Gnostics. And so I'm not just talking about James Lindsay's work. A lot of people have noticed this. They are Gnostics. But it was more that I think that's totally fine to study and understand Gnosticism, Hermeticism, Rosicrucianism, etc. That's fine. It's interesting. It's very, very interesting.
We're
But
West
don't
West
let yourself
European,
fall into
so
that stuff.
We are more Protestant, whereas
Oh,
Central
less
Europe is
annoying.
more Catholics.
Leshanoin says, I'll be a Catholic priest in less than 1 year. Ask me anything. I might in private, man. That's awesome. Congratulations.
Ask you anything? Why aren't you a Protestant?
Fuck you, dude. Anyway, let's go back. Emma. We gotta get through this.
Gay people, trans people, that is not a thing. What is your definition of child abuse?
They're most associated, but they're actually
The way that you pause that is brilliant. That gay people, trans people are not a thing. Like, just clip that. Just clip and play that.
not more abusive than any other religious institution,
do
and
we-
they're
do
not
we
nearly
have,
as abusive
But
as
no.
the
I want
public
to
school
stay
system.
on this, and I also just
No, you don't want to stay on
where's
this.
the-
You
where's-
immediately
where's the
pitch it.
Hold on, I want to stay on this for a moment.
Yeah,
Emma,
you don't want to stay on
Emma,
it.
if you want to go with the religion of like the Catholic Church versus in the last 3 years of the trans thing has been a thing, and see which group has per capita's existence bugged more children, I can guarantee you the people you sim for is way
It's
fucking
every
worse.
single
Way
day.
fucking worse.
Every single day, another article comes out about some
Yes,
transgender whatever.
because your
molesting a
ideology,
kid. Yeah.
is explicitly designed to go after children,
But yes, I mean,
whereas the Catholic
Okay,
Church is not.
did you play the video that I sent you earlier? Oh no, wait. Oh no, you I didn't. What do I mean by that?
It's okay, you're
Can-
Catholic.
Hang on, let me. Well, I can't show it, but because
I'm just
there was a
bit thick
video.
today.
I'm just saying. So there was because we're in Watch Together. I'm not gonna try to like reset everything. There's a video just from. It's on the Post Millennial. I'll post it here in the chat
Okay.
so you can see it. And it's just I sent it to you earlier, Spin. And it's just people saying we're coming for your children.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
here. We're queer. We're coming for your children. And if you don't recall, there was the San Francisco Gay Men's Choir that was, we're coming for your children. And they were singing a little song about it, you know. And they like, they're just saying it out loud anymore. They don't even care about it. Now, here's the thing. Look, the Catholic Church has done terrible things in its history. Very, very long history, I like to point out. But yes, the Catholic Church has done terrible things. Individual Catholic priests, I should very much intimate and make clear, that are not supported by the, well, I would say not supported overall by the clergy, but the Baltimore, back to Baltimore again, there were a lot of priests who molested kids in Baltimore, and the Diocese of Baltimore did help cover it up. Several of the local dioceses helped cover up those things. That was sickening, and every single person, every single Catholic would tell you that was repugnant. However, people like Emma won't denounce things like this. She won't denounce them running through the streets saying, we're gonna come for your kids. Now, what do they mean by the word come? How is that spelled? I don't know. It's up to your interpretation. Because we know that the only way they can get people into their ideology is by indoctrinating children. That's how they get them into it. And every single time, that's how they get them into it. Oh, you feel like you're different from other people? Like every other fucking teenager does in the entire history of humanity? Well, that means you're actually a leftist. And you're actually this kind of, or that kind of gay. And that in this kind of thing, you need to cut your genitals off and not reproduce to meet Bill Gates' standards of reducing reproduction of specifically white people. Weird how it's all white kids who are falling into this transgender stuff. I don't know why. Must be a coincidence.
Where did they get moved to?
Tim, though, what policies about DeSantis do you like in terms of what he's running on for president?
Culture war stuff mostly, but I think COVID policy was
plug
good.
for the show.
Oh yeah.
Right, but what's the culture war stuff that you like?
So yes, but the reason why I've not been, so last year I was like, I think DeSantis is probably better for one simple reason.
No, what stuff do you like now? What do you like that he's running on?
Yeah, culture war stuff predominantly.
But can you expand on that notion?
I think you want me to like pull up specific.
I mean, I don't know.
Anyone
She
that
doesn't.
says We will not allow our children to be put in a sex change because that's demonic and creepy. And let's see, banning of any hormones. I'll be honest, I would be a lot more draconian if I was president. I would just straight up say any hormone puberty blockers I would criminally ban. I would straight up just say anyone who's in favor of this, I would just put you in jail.
Let's let her finish her thought, but real quick, Kissa for £5 says the San Francisco Choir 4chan found multiple convicted nonces involved with it. But Emma doesn't want to address this fact. I wonder why. By the way, Tim brings that up later in this call.
It's like you said that you like certain things, that you're leaning more towards Trump because of AI images. I would hope that there's a little bit more substance.
That's not what he said. He said DeSantis had shown himself to be dishonest. Not because the AI images were part of that, but you don't understand.
It's sleazy.
How stupid do you have to be to understand that he's like, DeSantis proved himself to be a liar and dishonest, and that's why I won't vote for him.
It's sleazy,
because it's sleazy.
Yeah.
And he's like, but you won't vote for him because of AI images? You are such a liar, Emma Vigeland. Such a liar.
So you're disagreeing.
Well, but every time I try and bring it up, you just ask me the same question again.
Because you're not answering my question.
So I'm trying.
He already answered your question.
Trying to.
Okay, go ahead.
So now where was I before you jumped back in? First, the culture war stuff is obvious, right?
By the way, this is when Tim starts to... I know that we've been on for a long time. This is when Tim really starts to get too tired of her shit. Ben, remember, she started this thing by attacking him for making money.
You can see where Tim gets activated.
He's done. At this point, I think
pause moment. He's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you now.
It's been 52 minutes. It's been about 50 minutes they've been talking, and he's just like, all right, you know what? At this point,
I'm playing around.
Fuck you.
Parental rights and education bill. Yes, that one's fairly obvious. I don't know about the Disney stuff. That's kind of absurd. What I was going to say is, let's go back in time to...
It's not absurd. The stuff in Disney is not absurd. Disney is actively post...
No. I think he means that on a sort of political scale, I think he means the sort of back and forth with Disney is kind of silly.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, but that's I don't care what you think.
Disney creates culture. And one of the things that Tim talks about all the time is about creating culture.
I'm trying to espouse Tim's position, or my assumption of what Tim is trying to say. My interpretation is that I think he thinks in terms of political gestures, it's a bit iffy. It doesn't seem to be serving much.
Tim talks all the time about the right needs to create their own culture, which is why he's built the whole media empire that he has. So for him to say that the Disney thing is silly is a little bit ridiculous. I think he knows he's dealing with a lunatic like Emma Vigeland, so he's kind of in a platitude there. It's my opinion. I don't know. I can't be solipsistic. I'm not inside Tim's head. But Tim knows that what Disney is doing is overtly political. It's overtly trying to spread this shit to kids. We talked about it just on Wednesday, that new movie, Elemental, is about a mixed race relationship, which is fine. There's no problem with it. I don't have any problem with a movie about a mixed race couple, but the fact that that's the entire point of the film is a mixed race couple for children. I mean, what are you trying to do? It's obvious you're trying to spread a political message. I don't care if you make a movie that's actually good about a mixed race couple and it happens to play into it, but when that is the entire point of the movie, now it's political. You're making a political point with it. That's the problem. Why
I said I was for Ron DeSantis in the first place and why where I'm at now is not. The first thing was last year, I was having a conversation with the Daily Wire crew and I said, Trump is brash. Many people don't like him and he won't shut up about 2020. He's a sore loser. Ron DeSantis, at the very least, is dry and can get us something better than, say, Joe Biden.
I know, but I'm still not really hearing a specific policy.
Right. Exactly. So his COVID policy was correct.
Changed.
Okay.
Wait, but you just said something with the beaches that...
Yeah.
He's about to say that his opinion changed, bitch.
Like the closure.
You can bring it over.
Like his presidential platform. Like,
I don't know if he's got one. Does he?
Okay, so you're.
I've not been on board with him. So we can look at what happened.
And you said parental rights. I'm curious what you mean by that.
Because,
I'm in favor of parental rights, right? Like I want.
Okay, I want to. Everybody, listen to that. Emma Vigeland says she's in favor of parental rights. You ready to watch her contradict herself in about 30 seconds? Yeah, in 5 minutes in particular, she's gonna say, "I'm in favor of parental rights," unless the parental right is the right to not have your child castrated by the state. Then she wants the state in charge. Watch this. It's fucking gold.
Parents to be able to, if their child is transitioning, to be able to work with their doctor with a plan and make sure that children are not.
Children can't transition.
By the way, I'm going to be very draconian here. Anyone that says the phrase trans children, instantly I would put you in jail as just a crime against humanity.
Children can't transition. They haven't approached sexual.
Anyone who wants to screw with the hormone cycle of a child that is yet to hit puberty is just a demonic monster, in my opinion.
Yes, how can you have a trans child? They haven't hit puberty yet. They can't even have any idea what male and female is in terms of personal expression.
Yes, that's just demonic. I don't care about medical experts. Yeah, you're just evil. Straight up.
You're evil. You're evil. A fucking 8 to 10-year-old child who hasn't gone through puberty?
Yeah, this to me is just ideological indoctrination to the point of you're not human anymore.
Yes, why do you want to do this? I know why you do. You want a section of the population that are perpetually addicted to big pharma, that are going to be addicted and to the Democratic Party, who are on your ticket. Because they have no other options.
Unless
they feel they have no other options.
Unless they grow up to fucking hate you because you've ruined their lives.
But they're hoping they buy the bullshit forever, right?
That's not going to happen.
They're hoping they buy the bullshit forever, so that because this is lifelong palliative care for these people. If you go through these transgender treatments, it's the rest of your life. You have to be on hormones. You have to be on different pills, a whole bunch of pills you have to take every single day for the rest of your life. You can never stop them.
I can't think of anything.
Works real well for big pharma.
I can't think of anything more evil than greatly hampering a child's ability to eventually go on to produce their own children. Like I can't think of anything that is more sick and just fucking grotesquely evil than that.
Nor can I.
I would like to just find these people and just go, what in the name of God? You are not a human being, and you should lose your human rights because you're just evil.
Not just that they shouldn't be able to ever reproduce, but they need to be paying big pharma for the rest of their lives. Yeah, and she's gonna say some things. She's gonna say some things. I went off on the abortion stuff earlier. Now she's going to talk about Lupron Depot. Now, I know y'all have heard me talk about it a whole bunch of times here. If you've been a long-term listener, we have a lot of people listening right now. You're going to hear my rants about Lupron Depot. The reason why I'm going to rant about Lupron Depot, and the reason why I will always rant about Lupron Depot, when people like Emma Vigeland talk about it, is because I am a person who has taken Lupron Depot as a treatment for a disease that I suffer from called disease I suffer from called endometriosis. I have taken this drug. I know what it does to the body. And they'll say, oh, well, that's just an individual case. No. I was told what it does by doctors when doctors used to actually tell people what drugs did. Okay. I had to sign a whole bunch of waivers to take this drug. I was told I could never take it again. She's going to fucking tell you that Lupron Depot is a very safe drug that has no side effects. Now, I'm going to tell you what the real effects are of Lupron Depot when we get to it. Let's go.
Being driven to suicidal ideation, and that parents aren't restricted by the state from...
Let's talk about one of his policies.
Okay, go ahead. I don't want parents to be restricted from the state from giving healthcare to their children.
If I open this book on YouTube, the stream will get taken down.
Okay.
Yep. Did you ever read this book? No. This book is in middle schools in Florida. Ron DeSantis had it removed. That's one simple policy he did. That's very good.
Now, I want to explain, Tim's completely correct. This book, Genderqueer, has full-on graphic depictions of fellatio in it.
Just the name of the book alone would tell me it's inappropriate for children.
It has completely illustrated sexual depictions in it. It's pornography, okay? There is absolute pornography in this book, and it was being put, and still is, by the way, being put in middle school libraries across the United States. It was banned in Florida. It's not banned and that you can't buy it in Florida, but it's not in middle school libraries. It has full-on sexual sequences in it that are pornographic. Okay? It is not in any way, even though it's labeled as such, appropriate for 10-year-olds. That's middle school, by the way. 10, 11, 12. That's middle school.
Can I just, out of curiosity, considering this
fucking
book,
shoot myself, dude.
considering
No,
this book contains graphical sexual scenes, what exactly is the difference between that book and watching actual hardcore pornography and then just pausing the pornography for like 30 seconds and playing text over it?
not much.
Yeah, precisely.
I mean, it's not. It's a drawing, right?
Yes, but this
the
is where you go. Good point, Spoon.
Look, here's the thing. Kids are gonna get. I got exposed to pornography when I was probably 8 to 12, but that was on the internet by my own, like, just clicking links and things. You know what I mean? And that, by the way, was evil and vile. It wasn't intentional. No, he did it to me on purpose. This is being done on purpose. Me accidentally coming across pornography as a child myself is horrible. But this is being intentionally exposed to children. That's the difference. In public schools paid for by the taxpayers, there's a major difference between you coming across pornography via the internet. And really, man, we really got to crack down on that shit, because I have to be honest, like, they get fucked me up. It did. Porn is horrible. Like, I really is on every level. It's exploitative to people involved with it. I really just, I've come to this conclusion later in life, because I used to not have a problem with it, but now as a libertarian, despite being a libertarian, I have to say, like, no, I'm really anti-porn now, because it fucked me up. And this stuff being in middle schools for children aged 11, 12 to access, it's not okay. We really need to deal with this porn addiction thing, because it is addictive. The dopaminergic hit is very strong, and you really gotta. This stuff is not helping, man. This not helping. This is vile. This is evil. There's no other word for it. This is fucking evil.
You've never seen this book?
I've heard about it.
Have you ever looked inside of it?
No, but I mean, I don't believe.
No, she's never looked inside of it. She's heard of it, but even though she talks about it, no. But I'm going to talk about it anyway. That's who these people are. Never looked inside of it. Never looked into it.
Emma, you should try reading it. You might pick up some tips.
I have an opinion on it anyway. I've looked inside of the book. I wish I hadn't. I'm glad I did, though, just so I can talk about it, Emma. You've not bothered to, even though you talk about this every single fucking day. But you've not looked into it. How cute.
Believe in censorship.
If I show you a picture of a blowjob, would you be offended?
Oh, all of a sudden she becomes the Emma the Libertarian. I don't believe in censorship. By the way, she was pro-censorship before this. She wanted Tim to be censored compared to her channel because, you got all these sponsors. But now, oh no. Oh, I don't believe in censorship.
Yes, you do.
Emma, don't lie. We all see your lies. It's not very fucking, it's in no way, it's opaque, Emma, okay? It's very opaque.
I mean,
can I show you a picture of a blowjob?
I wouldn't be offended. I mean, I think
disavow.
That, honestly, do you know, Tim, that the more children learn about sexual education in the way that's productive and
when they're 12, they should learn about blowjobs.
This is actually not true.
I
what
know,
she's about to
ridiculous.
say. If you read Thomas Sowell's Vision of the Anointed,
mm-hmm.
he actually talks about this in the book, and they said that the theory was that if you give children information, they would not engage in more sex. And as it turns out, the answer is no, they don't actually do that.
What we saw was what we actually saw in terms of actual statistical data
yes.
was the opposite. When when the United States government started implementing sex education programs to younger and younger children,
they had more sex.
It did not stop them from engaging in sex. It increased.
Yes, because here's the thing.
Sex.
What makes people not engage in sex is not a lack of information, it is a lack of morality. You fucking stupid bitch.
Yep, exactly. I'm sorry, exactly.
It's called self-control, which you wouldn't know anything about because you're an idiot.
You can just look at the statistics, and the more sex education was implemented in United States public school systems, the more teenage pregnancies, the more unprotected sex, the more teenage STDs, the more sexual education given to young children, the worse these things got. Why would that be?
Here's how
Oh,
you
gee.
have sex, and then 5 years down the line, everyone's having sex. Why? Because you taught them how to have sex.
You taught them how to do it. I'm going to show you on a banana. Come on, now, dude.
How are these people
it's
this stupid? Like, it's not even funny.
I know, right?
It's
Done
just
in
fucking
schools,
tragic.
the less likely they are to be sexually abused because they know what is good and what
I
is
can't share
bad.
this image on YouTube.
No.
So, okay, so
No.
now it's about sexual abuse. Oh, fuck
Now it's
off.
about sexual abuse. So I don't actually know about that statistic. Is it the sexual
That's
abuse statistics
complete
go down?
rubbish.
But how interesting that she moves to sexual abuse instead
That's
of
rubbish.
teenage pregnancy and underage sex
That's
between
rubbish.
teenagers and STD spreading. Now she moves to abuse. Now I don't know about the
Rubbish.
statistic. I don't. By the way, every other statistic she cites in the entirety of this video is incorrect. So we assume this one is incorrect, but I don't have this one off the top of my head. So I don't know about this statistic, and I will give that to Emma just because I don't know it. But I would be highly suspect that the increase in teaching children about sex in schools has reduced sexual abuse from parents. But really considering it was funny that she was all on board with the sexual abuse situation. Didn't talk about that in that Indiana, Ohio case earlier. Weird.
Share
Bad.
this image on YouTube.
Do you hear me though about that?
So I
The
think
more
I
children
think the issue
learn
is
about sexual education, the less likely they are to be victims of pedophilia and rape.
I think the issue is you're confusing sexual education with kink.
Yep.
Oof. Nice
Which-
shot.
well, Tim got her, and look at her face. She knows.
It's
she got
kind of
caught.
depressing that is true, though.
But it's right. Is that this book is kink. This book is not about sexual education.
Yes.
The blowjob in the video is a woman, a girl, excuse me, like a 13-year-old girl putting on a strap on and getting a blowjob from another girl.
What?
That's what happens in this book. Yes, because it's a trans girl,
Oh, for God.
trans man. Excuse me. Michael Vertu says, just to remind to everyone, this Bint was born in '94. Yeah, I know. We talked about it earlier, and yet she looks
She looks older than I am.
older than both of us, man.
And I have no hair. I still look
Yeah,
younger than her.
man. And she's 4 years younger than us, bro.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm looking at this right now. I can't even hold it up because I can't point it at the camera, and I don't understand.
That's an excellent point, Tim. You can't show on screen what's in this book
And
that's in
YouTube is full of
libraries
adults.
for. And I'm sure history. Because by the way, you can flag say this video is not for children's.
Yeah.
Children's.
So it's
This video is not for
advertiser friendly.
children. This video is not. Or this stream is not for children. Because by the way, there's a mark you can click off, guys, in the back end, and say this is not a thing for kids. But Tim can't show it because if he were to show it on stream, in a stream for adults, not meant for kids, it would be flagged as pornography. That's why. But she wants this in schools for 11-year-olds.
Why school children should be taught how to perform blowjobs for an autoandrophile.
I don't believe they're being taught that. The
Why was
book
this
was
book in-
banned.
why was this
I
book in
don't. I
grade
don't
schools?
really know. Again,
Amazon
because
said-
this is
right,
another
so-
case by case example.
No.
Not case by case, it was statewide. It was statewide. It's still in statewide middle schools. Emma, that book still is.
If this
It's
is
pornography.
if this is the hill you choose to die on, it's a really sucky hill to die on.
Well, there's certainly some sucking involved, obviously.
You asked
I
me
am
about
not
what
in
Ron
favor
DeSantis
of
did.
censorship.
You asked
I
me
am-
what Ron DeSantis did that I liked.
That he
Here's
banned genderqueer.
that he's removing pornographic and kink books from middle schools
He didn't ban it. He removed it from the school. Stop lying, you bint.
is a very, very good one. And I would
Well, for me, my politics are a little broader than that, Tim. I gotta
Oh,
say.
are they?
So listen, if you're
Oh, you want children to have access to these books, to pornography, I see.
Please do not
Okay.
ever have children. You would
Don't
be
worry,
a
I think
terrible
she's-
mother.
Yeah.
Your argument to me is that I or anyone else should support your politics because you want to show blowjobs to children, you're going to lose.
Well, I don't think that is a policy done by teachers in this country. I think that this is.
We've
You
not
do
paying
not pay
attention.
attention to the schooling.
been paying
Jesus fucking
attention.
Christ, bitch.
I showed you. We're here. We're
have-
queer. We're coming for your children.
Have you noticed
Shouted
how-
just yesterday
Have
in
you
New York
noticed
City.
how much of what she says is belief?
Oh, it's all. I don't believe. I don't believe.
It's
I don't
how-
think.
Yeah, it's a religion.
Yeah, it is her religion.
It's
You're right.
religion. Absolutely.
Yeah, she's just not. She is not even an ideologue. She's a theosophy.
She's a wannabe SS trooper.
Yes, she would love to march the streets and shoot people. I guarantee it, dude.
Oh yeah.
I'm just saying. So she'd love to do it. She'd love to do it. People like her, maybe not her in particular. I don't want to be too solipsistic.
I just want to say for the record, if I use that line in a video, it's because I told it to Aiden before.
She views herself as a divine warrior. So anything she does is in the name of her fucking progressive god. And look look into Gnosticism and understand that she thinks that it's this divine knowledge. Her leftist belief is divine knowledge, and once she can overcome these certain things, then they can progress to the next level of divine knowledge. It works the exact same way that Scientology does, by the way. It works the exact same way that all of these cults work, is that once you work through this current paradigm, then you progress to the next level of Gnosticism until at the very end, you become God. She thinks at the end of the line, she will become a god. And she might not think that so directly, but that's the kind of mindset, that she will become a god because of her morality, because of her beliefs, and it never ends. The dialectic never ends. She is a Marxist. This is the Marxist dialectic. The Marxist dialectic is always thesis and antithesis, and it never fucking stops. But sacrifice your children for it. What a small sacrifice for Emma Vigeland to become a god in her own fucking Gnostic religion.
Book was in schools in Florida, which is why
there are a ton of books that are in a ton of schools. I don't believe in censorship. That's not.
Oh, you believe in censorship of Tim Pool, by the way. You want Tim Pool to be censored, but you don't believe in censorship of pornography in middle schools. Interesting. Very, very interesting. How cute, Emma. Like, here's the thing, Emma. You said something different 50 minutes ago. You said you wanted Tim Pool to be downvoted. You wanted you to be. You were like, why do I need to be on the top? I'm being censored. But
I love the absolutism of these people. It's just like, oh look, Hitler was burning books and censoring things, and therefore, if we do it, we'll be like Uncle Adolf. That is literally their mentality.
Yeah,
that is how these people think.
Galactic Emperor Schlerm for 5 says, how can a child's knowledge of sexual abuse prevent an abuser from abusing them? Very good question, my man. Yeah. Very good question. They'd only be able to inform an adult about the abuse at best. Exactly. Showing pornography to children is not going to be able to... Oh, what a good screenshot, actually. Showing pornography to children is not going to be able to help them in any way.
She looks like she's being pegged in that photo.
Prevent themselves from being abused. There are other ways besides showing pornography to children to help them from being abused. Showing them pornography is not going to help.
My bag, buddy.
So you think children should have Playboy?
I don't really think so. No, because that's pornography.
So some pornography is fine, but not that pornography.
This is basically Tim is basically asking my question.
Yeah, but it's amazing to watch her reaction, right?
So you think
Tim,
a blowjob?
You're in favor of censorship.
Yes,
you are,
absolutely.
Yes. Oh, that's good to know.
Yes, me too. By the way,
I like how she thinks this is a win.
It's not a win. As a libertarian, I am absolutely in favor of censorship in public schools. I don't want Playboys or Hustlers or a book that has any book that has pornography in it in a public fucking school. Yes, I'm in favor of censorship, and so is Tim Pool, because we're sensible fucking people.
No. This is you have to stop playing their language. They will use censorship because they know it sounds draconian. What you must say is, no, this is not censorship, this is standards.
Yeah, it's not censorship, it's a standard. You're exactly correct.
Thank you.
It's not censorship, it's a standard. Thorax the Imp for 5 says, as someone who struggled with porn addiction, I can attest to the detriment of it. Giving it to children should be a crime. I agree. I really agree.
Their existence is a crime, in my opinion.
And here's the thing, I agree. It's with you as well as this, Ben. It's a standard.
Yes.
It's not censorship if the parents want to buy the pornography for their children and give it to them, they are allowed to. I think the parents should be in jail for doing that. But if that's what they want to do, right now they're allowed to do that. I think if you are a parent who intentionally exposes your child to porn, you're fucked. Okay?
Would you allow a 12-year-old to go see an 18 movie?
She would, I guess.
Because because here's the thing: if you restrict it, you're censoring the kid.
Mm-hmm.
Well, why do we do that? Oh, it's because it's a standard.
Right. So here's the thing, okay, Emma. okay, if a parent bought this book, let them buy it. If a parent really, really, really wants to expose their child to this, let them do it. I think they need to be put into investigation if they do that. But go ahead. Just doesn't need to be in schools. It doesn't need to be in schools. It's pornographic.
If you watched the show, you'd know this.
Oh, you're okay. You're
we talk
pro-censorship.
about how we're
I am not. I want children to be able to have all the information that they need in order to.
Children need information about blowjobs.
Performing fellatio. Why? I'm just saying,
Really?
if you're the kind of person that thinks that
If you think that, you're
like
fucked.
a single digit aged human being needs to know about fellating the opposite sex, I think you should be in
the
jail.
same sex. Yeah, I agree. I think you're Emma.
You're
what
just
the
demonic.
Fuck?
Yeah, this
You're
is
demonic. And by the way, I
you're
don't think
evil.
Emma herself is a pedophile or anything like that. Just
No, she
her
just supports
beliefs
it.
are evil. Yeah, her beliefs are evil.
You're complicit in
pornography.
it.
No, that's not pornography.
Yes,
It is pornography. It's literally pornography. He can't even show it on Emma. If it wasn't pornography, why can't he show it on screen? Why can't he show it? Because it's pornography. And it was being put in fucking middle schools. Children as young as 11 could have gone to the library and gotten that book. And it was being promoted in all these like LGBTQ, it's our Pride Month things. That book was being promoted. It's pornographic. God damn.
We back up record everything, and
We'll still be recording.
Oh yeah, they lost internet.
I think we're back.
We are back.
Also electricity for a second.
Whoa.
I was live in that.
Okay.
happened,
It's
yeah.
pretty
Now-
stormy out.
It broke your
It's
saucer
stormy?
too.
Yeah, I mean
a little
it's rainy. Yeah.
Okay, I think we're live again.
Okay.
There we go. We're back.
Yes.
So the power just
went
fluctuated.
out.
Oh my god,
yeah.
hang on.
That was
hang on.
God striking
Pause,
you
please,
down.
Pause. I was asking in the chat. Who asked me this? No Pants Baby says, so should kids get lessons in Christianity? That we're not
Yes.
talking about the same thing whatsoever. I mean, I would say yes, but that in a Christian school, yes. But at a public school,
Yes, because Christianity is
talking
your
about.
morality.
But
Sex
we're not
education has nothing to do with this.
this stuff is in a public school. In a Christian school, yes, they should, because it's kind of the point. This is in a publicly funded school. So even though I would say yes, I think that but that's my belief because I'm a Christian, I still would be able to put my belief aside and say, no, okay, if we're going to say there's no beliefs taught in school, that includes gay beliefs, including that you should teach children about fellatio. Okay? And also there's a big difference there, just like to put that out. Okay? There's a big difference. It's a big difference in teaching about the love of Jesus Christ
Versus the love of dick.
versus sucking dick for 11-year-olds. My God.
Down.
That was the
Tim.
YouTube
Striking me
Show
down.
that.
You're the one arguing for.
You're the one
you
arguing
go.
for censorship.
Yes.
I mean, I
gonna
don't
show it to
really
her.
mind that stuff. I mean, are you
Don't
in
mind
favor
it?
of children seeing violence on television?
No.
Okay. Violence and like
Sex
like
is not the
seeing
same thing.
someone punch somebody else, right, is very different from I can't show you the guys, I can't post an image from this comic either because it's so it's full on sex.
Graphic.
It's pornography. And she goes, oh, I'm cool with that, are you okay? And then of course immediate pivot, because that's what Emma does, immediate pivot. Are you okay with violence? And by the way, I think a certain level of violence is okay. Like if it's extremely graphic violence, no, I'm not cool with that being in children's shows. Okay, like a little bit of violence.
Degenerates like you belong on a cross.
Superman punching a bad guy in the face.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's just
I'm
basic.
totally cool with that. Spider-Man punching a bad guy in the face. All on board with that being allowed for kids. Like graphic violence, no, obviously not. But she thinks she's got a gotcha here. It's not.
It scares me a little bit more.
It depends. It's not so simple to say violence, right? But yes, censorship is
Exactly.
a
It's
good
not
thing,
simple.
but when done bad is a bad thing.
Yeah.
For instance, Ian Crossland, who is a co-host on Timcast IRL, used to be a moderator for Minds.com, and he had to filter out graphic depictions
Let's
of
go
murder
Minds.
and rape and child abuse. Censorship is absolutely vital in that regard. So if we're talking about a book like, in particular, there was one called, there's a teacher who provided a book to her middle schoolers called This Book is Gay. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
I have heard. That's actually a very good book.
And it provides instruction on she provided instruction to children on how to use adult gay anonymous sex apps. Yeah, I don't think that's appropriate. Now look,
Now, here's the thing. She just said she approved of this. What Tim has then responded with is the truth. This was how, as a child under the age of 14, you can use not Tinder, what's it called? Grindr. There it is. Of how to get onto Grindr to find other, quote, LGBTQ youth to have sex with.
What you want to bet that book was sponsored by Yoel Roth?
Under the age of 14.
It fucking probably was.
I mean, that's incomprehensible.
Have you noticed like how
evil.
horribly fucked up the gay community really is?
Well, what's going to happen to
saying.
children? What's going to happen to a child who's on Grindr? Who's going to hit them up?
They're going to hit
be another
Marlenopolis?
It's an adult man.
No offense,
okay?
Marlo.
Just saying, it's an adult man who's going to hit them up, okay? Like, that's what's going to happen. Pretending to be another 14-year-old or whatever. That's what's going to happen. They're going to get molested. It's just horrifying. Why are we promoting this?
Because our society is degenerate.
I know.
By all means, you can be in favor of them.
Maybe she had a child. Maybe she had a child in her classroom
who wanted to go on Grindr and have sex with adults. Is that your argument?
No, I mean, I'm not saying that. First of all, I don't know.
Yeah, you are actually.
That actually is what you're saying.
Yeah, sorry. You can try to deny it, but you just said it, so...
What you're actually advocating for is you want under 18 teens to have access to a
gay
sex app, yes, which is...
Yes, to a sex act.
Which is insane, because anyone over the age of 18 who wants to fuck kids is going to exploit that. You fucking moron.
I'm not saying Emma herself is a pedophile, but she's a pedophile enabler, okay? That's the but the thing she's saying here, she's enabling this stuff. I
don't think she's ever really thought about this for more than 5 minutes, because if she has, she's complicit in it.
I don't. The word pedophile gets thrown at people all the time. It's just like
you definitely advocate for the shit when you.
Everyone, like pretty much everybody. If you have a YouTube channel, you've been called a pedophile.
I have not. Thank you.
Don't worry, it'll happen.
No, it won't.
It will, just because people are that insane.
No, it won't, because everybody knows I'm in favor of older ladies.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter, Spoon. It doesn't matter. It's like the ultimate. You're the bad person thing. So someone will call you that at some point. However, Emma, and I am not calling you a pedophile, is that this is a really bad look. Okay. It looks like you're trying to support some really fucked up pedophilic shit.
I don't know. Again, this is
why would a 10-year-old need Grindr?
This is the thing that you do, though, Tim.
Oh, that
you're picking specific examples that
you
are inflammatory.
This is the amazing part. You're picking specific examples. She asked for a specific example right before this. She asked for a specific example. Then she gets her specific example, and then says, "This is the thing you do, Tim. You pick specific examples."
Like you asked
for it. You asked for it. You literally asked. I mean, she is done. She's cooked after this. How can she ever come back after this? I mean, I know she will. Like, she'll be fine on Sam Sneeder's podcast of people who don't watch this. But you're cooked, bitch. Well, you made yourself like the biggest idiot on the face of the planet.
Emma, on the plus side, you can now claim you're a different race, because after this cooking, you're Caucasian. Or Cajun, sorry. What the fuck? I fucked up that joke.
Yeah.
Anyway, Cajun, but yeah, pretty much. Seared to perfection.
You asked me for one.
Okay, then go ahead.
I did. We have the book.
Yeah, I'm.
I said don't show children blowjobs.
Look,
you said you appreciate it.
I'm not in favor of censorship. I'm not in favor of censorship.
As an objective observer.
That's hilarious, because you are in favor of censorship. You're lying and pretending to be a libertarian and here's the thing. This is why I stopped calling myself a libertarian. Okay, I still do sometimes.
You're because
grifters like this latch onto the term libertarian as a way to be like
advocate for degeneracy,
to advocate for anything the fuck they want, and be like, I'm not in favor of censorship, but she just said earlier in this show that she was in favor of censorship, but she's not in favor of censorship of pornography being shown to 11-year-olds. That's weird. Let's go, Sean. Let's go. Let him cook.
Whoever that's sitting here, you asked for a specific example, he gave it to you, and then you try to say he's broadly in favor of censorship.
Yeah.
It's possibly to make a hypocrisy point later on when he complains about social media censorship or something like that.
No,
but it's like he's talking about this specific issue.
No, Sean got it. He knows that she's going to clip, all of this all up. They're going to cut all of it up so that she can make a claim about social media later. He caught it. You got fucking caught, Emma. You're called out. You're cooked.
And I remember I was working on an education series about this kind of thing years before it was popular. Yes, I was ahead of my time. And yeah, these kind of things were popping up all over schools. And I am happy that DeSantis is like doing something.
We had Asra Nomani on the show. She brought in, I think, like 70 books
of
all of the...
This is the thing. What Tim's about to bring up. I remember this episode. He brought this woman on. She had like, she was like a local councilwoman. She had like 70 different books, and all of them were so fucked up, and they were all about just gay sex that were being put in local libraries in middle schools and high schools. And by the way, I know people are like, oh, high school, that's fine. Remember that high school starts at 13, okay?
Weird racist indoctrination and sex stuff that they're bringing in schools.
Yeah.
And I said, look, man, it's really simple for me. If someone comes to me and says that they think this book, which Amazon says is 18 up only, should be given to children, I'll say, I will vote against you.
So should the Bible be banned from schools because it depicts sexual acts?
There's no sex acts in the Bible's graphic depiction of sex.
There's no graphic depictions, no images. There are sex acts, a lot of sex acts that occur in the Bible. In terms of, yes,
no one reads the Bible to learn about sex.
What are you going to read about Lot having sex with his wife and daughter after the fall of Sodom and Gomorrah? That's what she's talking about, by the way.
I don't think she's read the Bible.
No, of course not. She just knows about it secondhand, as with everything else. She's probably talking about Lot. And by the way, Lot comes from Sodom and Gomorrah. He was supposed to be the only just person, and even then he was disgusting. That's what you're supposed to get from that story. Oh my god. Lot, I mean, yeah, he was tricked or whatever, but no, the whole point is it was supposed to be disgusting that he had sex with his own daughters. That's the point. If you had read the scripture, you would understand it. That Lot having sex with his children is supposed to be horrifying in the scripture. You haven't read it. Yeah, his wife turned to salt, but yeah, with his daughters, it's absolutely, and yes, his daughters drugged him and all that kind of stuff. It's supposed to be sickening. It's supposed to show you the degeneracy of Sodom and Gomorrah. It's not supposed to show you that this is good and righteous. This is how I know you've not read the gospel. What the fuck?
From schools, public schools.
The Bible probably is not appropriate for children for a lot of reasons. And I am not a Christian, so I don't particularly care about whether or not they're going to give a book to children that has something like Deuteronomy 23:20 in it. I don't think.
And by the way, also, like,
Tim
here's the
quotes
thing.
that.
You know what that is. A man should not lay with another man the way he does with a woman. Now, here's the thing. Okay. I think that's the quote that it is. But here's the thing. When you're a Christian, you go to Bible school, do they read about Lot and his wife?
No.
Do they read to you about a man should not lie with another man? No. They read to you stories about Noah's Ark and the rainbow and God's promise to humanity, right? They don't read about, they don't read these specific lines. When you go to Bible school, when as a child, you're like, they actually specifically put children in a different area as adults to listen to Bible quotes for this reason. So that, like, the more adult stuff doesn't get told to children. It's called Sunday school. They do it for a reason.
Or parenting.
Yes, so that like children are get exposed to the more brutal aspects of the Bible, which are based on history. Whatever you think about it, it is based on historical facts, some historical facts, whatever you think. But like brutality and things that are in the Bible, they don't expose children to that specifically for this reason. Children aren't going to Sunday school to learn about Lot and his wife and his daughters who, got him drunk and raped him. Okay? You learn about Lot and his daughters in Hebrew school, Philip Daniel? Well, that's Hebrew school, man. We don't learn about that in Vacation Bible School. Just saying. Maybe it's a little different.
I think kids should be reading that kind of stuff.
Okay.
However, I'm in favor of the parents deciding when it is appropriate for their kids, which comes with very difficult moral questions in that my morality is different from the morality of each individual parent. So that's why I'm kind of like, the government probably shouldn't be the one doing it.
Have you had an expert on
Either way,
sexual
that's
education on your program to talk?
Oh, an expert. You need an expert. Also, by the way, he's correct. Parents make the decision. You want your child to go to Sunday school and learn about the Bible. That's fine. However, there's no choice in public school, is there? If you want your child to go to school, otherwise, one of the parents basically has to quit their job, which is almost unfeasible in the modern day, unless one parent makes a hell of a lot of money. To quit their job to stay home and raise a child and not have them inducted into this paradigm. This is insane.
Talk about this kind of stuff.
Yes.
What did they say?
And
are you in favor of abstinence only?
No. It's been a very, very long time.
You're not.
I love how she has to bring up like the most extreme version. By the way, I'm in favor of abstinence only education. I'm in favor of, in terms of like, say like, here's how it works, but don't have sex until you're ready to have a child, because be ready to have a child or have an STD. So I'm in favor of that. If you're gonna have to teach sex ed in schools, it should be that way. Be prepared to either have a child or get an STD. That's the way you need to teach it to people. Don't say it's evil or whatever, but say like, unless you're willing to have one of those things happen to you, get ready.
In favor of abstinence only education.
I think abstinence only is
so
silly.
you're kind of hinging on this book.
Oh, by the way, the pregnancy rate. Hey, Spoon, do you know what the pregnancy rates in schools that have abstinence only education are compared to the rest of the country?
Ooh, I imagine they're probably better.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder why.
Pregnancy rates way lower there. Weird. Why would that happen?
That has pornographic material in it.
Yep.
Discipline.
It's about morality and discipline. There it is.
And that, like, okay.
There's a difference between sex and kink, right?
Okay, sure.
So
there sure is.
many individuals on the left have made arguments.
She laughed because she doesn't actually believe there is a difference. Because again, she thinks it's the same thing.
I don't
Sex
think
and
she
kink
knows the
are the
difference.
same thing. No, she thinks that sex and kink are the same thing. That's why she giggled about it.
In favor of kink for kids, which is weird to me, and I think is inappropriate.
Sickening.
I think kids should learn about sex. I think the parents should decide when it's appropriate. This is why typically at schools they would give out notice to the parents like, we're intending on doing sex ed. Here's the subjects we're going to cover.
Nothing's changed.
The
in
issue
that way.
with Florida was that they had a policy where they would not instruct parents and actually were told not to talk to the parents if the kids were suffering identity issues. Now, the state should not intervene and take away the rights of the parents in that in that way.
Can you say that again? The state. What about gender identity issues?
Identity issues aren't real. Okay, I'm just gonna come out and say it. I'm sorry. I'm done with it. Identity. They are real. They're not real in 11-year-olds. Okay.
It's politics.
There's no such thing as a gender confused 10-year-old. Okay? Because they haven't gone through puberty yet. They don't know. They might be transgender. They might. It's a very rare chance they will be, and all the research that's been done on this shows that if you just try to get them out of this fucking goddamn hellhole, they desist. The second you stop affirming, and all the left does is affirm, say yes, yes, yes. And that child ends up being a 20-year-old adult and going, oh my God, I've cut my breasts off. And they don't know what to do. I've sterilized myself. And by the way, all of this stuff sterilizes. Hormone blockers sterilize. Hormone blockers weaken. Now they say, oh, does it sterilize? It can. What I can tell you about hormone blockers is that they massively reduce bone growth, muscle mass, and bone density. When you are on hormone blockers, you essentially go through osteoporosis. You go through what is assimilated menopause. This is for men and for women, boys and girls. You go through simulated menopause. Why do I know this? Is it because I read studies? Yes, I have read the studies. It's also because I personally went through it. Okay? So I'm not saying this stuff out of like some ideological, I'm just some right-wing lunatic nut job. I mean, I am, but I am right-wing. But no, I went through this personally. And I went through it when I was 20 years old, or 19. And everything Emma's going to say about Lupron Depot and hormone blockers. And Lupron Depot is the hormone blocker. And by the way, I was on Lupron Depot for... Let me tell you some other things about Lupron Depot that they don't tell you, that people like Emma Vigeland don't tell you. Lupron Depot is injected through a 3-inch long needle, injected through the buttocks, because it's the thickest skin they can get it through, right? So it's a huge needle, not like up your butthole, but like through the skin in your butt, like your fleshy butt skin, you know? It's a huge needle. It is not painful, I'd say. But it's a huge needle they put in your butt skin, in your flesh there, and you have to take it every month. And it causes you to have constant hot flashes as a woman. Personally, it made it so that I was so weak that I tripped off a curb and shattered 2 of the bones in my left foot. It's been 10 years. I can't walk right even to this day. Because of I'd be so careful because the likelihood that I would re-break that bone is extremely likely at all times. Yeah, glutes. I know it's glutes. Fleshy butt skin also works though. It's an extremely serious drug. It completely fucks with all of your hormones, and they're gonna act like it's just a little simple thing you take. Just doesn't do anything. Emma. It's not like that. It's a really serious drug. And you are shitting actively on every woman who has taken this to deal with her disease. As a woman who has fought, worked on the violets, worked as a subject in the violet study to get this disease more recognized, to get it so that women had a drug that they could take for it that wouldn't require them to do what I had to do. You are shitting on all of us. You are shitting on all of us. And you are trying to destroy children's lives. Let me ask you this question, Emma. You put a female, I'm saying a biological female, on this drug. YY chromosome. On this drug. It will prevent her from ever attaining, when she's 10, you put her on this drug to prevent puberty. She'll never attain her actual genetic natural height. And then you want her to become a man and pass as one when she's 5 foot tall? How the fuck you think that's gonna work? Lance for 2 says she looks like she drank from the false holy grail. For real though. It's people really need to be aware about what Lupron Depot is. And I'm never gonna shut up about it. I never will. And you know why I'm never gonna shut up? Because people I said YY. XX, excuse me. XY is male. XX is male. Or XY is male. My bad. Double X chromosomes. My brain got a little bit fucky there. Sorry. Letters got screwed up. Here's the thing, though. You want me to go along with your nonsense. The reality is I will never go along with your nonsense because I've lived through it and because I know the science behind it. Okay? So you're fucked. A Metal Minister for 5 says, why is anyone listening to Skeletor's older sister? She looks like the last time she touched grass when she crawled from her grave. I know, right? Remember, she's 4 years younger than us. And she's about 10 years younger than Tim.
So in Florida, what prompts a bill like this, and it also happened with stuff in like Nashville, was that the schools, and I think they do this in like Washington and Colorado, the schools were actually telling teachers not to talk to the parents if the children were having some kind of identity issue. And so this led to suicides.
No. What leads to suicides is that children are being told that they cannot operate and be who they are as
they can't operate.
That's
Interesting
rubbish.
choice of words. They can't
It
operate.
makes them sound like machines.
No, it means that they can't have an operation.
No, it means they're machines.
Maybe.
Humans don't
I
operate,
thought it was
machines operate.
Interesting. I thought she meant it about the operations that she wants to happen to these children.
Gender that is who they are in their heart. That's what's leading.
No, but the desistance rate is massive.
They don't even know what that means.
They don't know. They don't know who. She's talking about 10-year-olds here, by the way. What the fuck? She's talking about 10, 11, 12-year-olds. They can't operate as the gender they identify as. They think they identify as astronauts, as dinosaurs. You idiot.
But I'm talking about one specific. Well, I think it's like
again, you're talking about one specific example. I'm talking about broader.
You can't ask
No, and let Tim go into it.
me for like.
I talk about politics, Tim. I don't talk about anecdotes.
Well, he's talking about policy.
Funnily enough, this is the second time she's done this, where she says Tim's show is not a politics show. She is the politics show. Interesting. Have you noticed that? This is actually the second time she's made that statement, that Tim's show is not about politics. What does that mean? That only she's the real politician debater, I guess? Guess what, Emma? No, you made yourself look like a fool.
That they would not.
You asked me what the policy was.
I'm talking about school district policy. I cover national
you asked
politics.
Me too.
Yeah, all right.
You can't ask me a question
You did. Don't laugh it off. You did. You asked him to provide an example. He did, and then you were like, "Oh, I don't like that example." Get fucked.
And then when I explain where the policy came from, be like, no, that makes no sense.
You go into individual anecdotes.
I'm telling you,
it's not an anecdote. You asked him for a specific example. He provided several specific examples. You didn't like them. You are the biggest liar. I can't believe she agreed to go on this show.
Why the policy was written.
Okay, go ahead, Tim.
Okay,
that's why the policy was written, because there were children who were having identity issues, and the schools were instructed, the teachers were told not to tell the parents. This led to, I think it was a suicide attempt. The parents got angry.
Who had a suicide attempt?
A little girl tried to kill herself.
Okay, again, this is one case. Go ahead.
And there was also another.
Oh my God. So we have to, in specific cases where it's great all the time, but Tim can't pull up any specific examples. He can't, these people are, this is why you don't talk to them, okay? This is how they argue. You give them broad level statistical data. They say, I don't trust their statistical data. You give them specific examples. When they ask for specific examples, they say, well, that's a specific example. Man, here's the reason why. Emma Vigeland is evil. She's just evil. I'm sorry, there's no other word for it. She's just evil. She doesn't want to have an honest discussion. She just wants to dunk on Tim. And that's what they've been doing in the 2 days since this happened. Just, no, we're right. I swear to God, Hassan Piker, please retweet us.
Right. I'm not talking about, look at this anecdote, let's set policy. I'm saying Florida set a law because, okay? I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm saying a thing led to a thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
My position is that parents should be fully informed about what's going on with their children, and teachers should not withhold that information from them. It is not up to the state to decide what is best for the kid. There are certain exceptions.
But the state is deciding what is best for the kid in these instances. They are essentially saying that children, take Florida, for example. You're talking about Florida. Let's talk about it. They're saying that children cannot, under the supervision of their doctor and with their parental consent. None of this happens, by the way, without parental consent. It's
a doctor and usually just decides this. So you're upset that a child can't consent to something. What else do you want children to consent to, Emma? Again, I don't think you're a pedophile, but you understand how your argument here can go very quickly into children can consent to sex, like almost instantly, like within like about 5 seconds. So
it's illegal. They cannot work with their doctor on a healthcare plan for them to transition into their gender.
I'm not talking about that. I mean, you're talking about medical intervention. I'm talking about
but you have spoken about this on your program before.
Yeah, I think like if a doctor prescribed a lobotomy to a kid, the government should stop that.
It's not a lobotomy. That's not what
it is. A lobotomy, actually. Functionally, it's a lobotomy. What they do to children is functionally a lobotomy. And I already explained my experience with Lupron, but we're going to get into it. It's a lobotomy. Spoon, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm saying that there are certain things in the medical world that we've prohibited.
Right, but this is not what
should. One of them.
But the American
you
Journal.
You disagree? You think it shouldn't be?
No,
I'm not arguing you're
every
wrong.
single expert that is reputable on this front disagrees. The American Journal of Pediatrics did a study about transition.
There it is.
Here comes the appeal to authority. Mm-hmm. And what's brought up very interestingly in the chat by Engineer says, Emma, what if the parent says no? Well, I can tell you, engineer, what happens if the parent says no. There was a very
She will
infamous
appeal
case.
to the state.
It's an infamous case that's still going on in Texas where the father said no, the mother wants to transition the child, and guess what? State
The
sided
state
with
side
the
with the
mom.
mother.
Yep, mom wants to transition the kid. That's what happens. So that's what ends up happening. It's the state every single time. It's the state.
Isn't that an insult
Every
to your vagina?
single time, it's the fucking state.
Transitioning children, they studied them over 5 years. 94% of the children.
Nope. Emma, incorrect. Lie detected. The average. Do you know what the average hours of therapy are required for a diagnosis of gender dysphoria? Spoon? How many hours do you think it takes before you can, on average, before you get diagnosed with gender dysphoria?
Half hour.
About a half an hour is correct. It's not weeks, it's not years. It's about a 30-minute consultation, Emma, including in children. A 30-minute consultation, including with children. You can't know anything about anybody in 30 minutes. God damn, we've been going for like 4 hours. You can't know basically anything about us in even this amount of time, maybe, but you know what I mean? God damn.
Continued to identify as the gender that they were choosing to identify with at the beginning.
For 5 whole years?
Yeah,
Wow.
yes.
When placed on Lupron.
No, then the 6% that were remaining, 3.5% identified as cisgender, 2.5% went back, yes, but they were heavily weighted under the age of 10 years old.
But this is
Let me put it this way. I don't know how much, I have watched this already, but just to be clear, once you put children onto a program and say, well, this is what you're going to do, the child doesn't have any choice, really. It's like, well, here's your next step. Here's your next step. And that's the reason why once you put children on hormone blockers, the desistance rate is very, very low. It's about 90% persistence, because that's what the medical institution just provides for them. She's not saying why. She is correct about the statistics. She's about to state that there's a 90% persistence rate. Well, why is that? We're talking about someone who can't consent to anything. We're talking about a child. The persistence rate is 90%. They can't consent to any of this. They're just doing what their parents are telling them to do and doctors are telling them to do. Like, this is absurdist. To me, I'm sorry, as a scientist, it blows my mind, man.
But this is
where
not
they
material to what
never
I was
had
talking
any medical intervention. This is how actually trans care actually goes, Tim. 8 to 13 years old, you're put on puberty blockers. Those are entirely reversible.
No, okay. Hang on. Go back. Real quick. Lancer5 says, why are there so many evil doctors who will sell their souls for a couple million in life? Because they're evil, man. They care about money. They don't care about anything else. They don't believe in God. Eternal damnation is quite a steep price for a Ferrari. They don't believe in that stuff. I want to go back just a second because she's about to say something that is fundamentally incorrect.
Under the age of 10 years old,
But this is
where
not
they
material to what
never
I was
had
talking
any medical intervention. This is how actually trans care actually goes, Tim. 8 to 13 years old, you're put on puberty blockers. Those are entirely reversible.
They're not entirely reversible. It's Lupron Depot. I've explained already what it does. It causes permanent damage to your bone structure. It causes permanent damage. And I'm saying this as someone who took it as an adult when I already had form. My bones are brittle now, 10 years after taking Lupron Depot to treat a disease I had, which it did cure, by the way. But 10 years later, my bones are like paper. Why are my bones like paper? Because I took Lupron Depot. They give this to children. It's not reversible. It stunts their growth. It stunts their ability for their bones to fully form. Oh my God. We know this definitively. We know this scientifically, and I can tell you, personal experience, what it does. And they'll always be like, oh, I don't like your personal experience. Why do we care about the personal experience of anybody else then? I can give you the science behind it. It's solid. It's not reversible. It's not reversible. It just isn't. They're going to be stunted for the rest of their lives in terms of their osteoorthopedics or whatever. They're always going to have bone issues for the rest of their fucking lives. Always. Eden, Kiss It for £5 says, Eden, Emma and co won't address is the 41% suicide rate versus around the 0.001% suicide rate for the general public. I wonder why this is. Oh, you know why. Well, they see that's caused by society not accepting trans people. That's why we have to give this shit to children. That's why we need to permanently And also, here's the thing about Lupron Depot. Okay, another thing about the sterilization stuff. Okay. So these people are put on hormone blockers, which is Lupron Depot. Lupron Depot is very well known to cause sterility. All right? In women. In adult women who take it. But no, it doesn't cause sterility. Okay, it does. Tons of research that shows that it does. But all right. And you take them off the hormone blockers, and then you put them on cross-sex hormones. You've sterilized them. Let's just be honest. Like, there's no scientific evidence to the contrary. Here's the difference between you and me, Emma. I am a scientist. I'm a social scientist, which is pretty lame and gay, but I am a scientist. And I can read scientific literature. You can't. That's why you just repeat things other people have told you. It is permanent sterility. It's permanent bone damage. And you just don't care. The fact that you don't care that children are being harmed is really disturbing. And not just you, Emma, but everyone along with you who thinks that it's just funny and cute that we can just experiment on children like this is, well, it's evil. It's evil. No other word for it. You're evil. Let's go.
Then after
I'm sorry,
that is 100% true.
It's just not true.
That's 100% true.
They're not entirely reversible.
16,
to a certain degree, they can be.
Then
They
why
are
are
not
they using
entirely
instances
reversible.
where
They're
someone
off-label
has
use.
puberty that
Precocious.
Okay, why are they using instances of precocious puberty? Because precocious puberty is an instance where someone has an existing fucking issue. Much like with mine. I had an existing disease. It was called endometriosis, which is people who have precocious puberty. That's why we use them, to treat a disease, not a mental disorder. My God, you dumb, you dozy bint. It's to treat a physiological disorder. You know what else they use Lupron to treat? Pedophiles, to chemically castrate them. That's what they do with Lupron Depot.
It's the rather base treatment.
Yeah,
Puberty.
that's precocious
Right,
puberty.
exactly. And there's a carve out for that in the Florida bill, by the way. So cis kids can have it, but trans kids can't.
Because that's
Yes, because it's treating. Oh my God! Do you know what precocious puberty does, Spoon?
You just said it.
Like, but do you know what? 3-year-olds start bleeding, menstruating. That's what precocious puberty is. It's a total fuck up. It's a total genetic fuck up. That's what it's treating. Not people who have been groomed, let's be honest, into this bullshit as young teens as you want. Precocious puberty is a serious fucking disorder that occurs in an extremely small portion of the population. Like 0.001%. And you're talking about precocious puberty, just as you like to bring in intersex people. And anytime you talk about intersex people, oh, you know, every time I so desperately want to bring in our friend Yiz, an intersex person, to dunk on your stupid ass about what you want to do to intersex people, for fuck's sake.
Then,
the primary label.
16 years
that's
old.
the primary use of the drug.
Okay, but that's not what doctors say. No. Then 16 years old, years old, that's when hormones happen. Very, very, very rarely are there any surgeries under the age of 18. I don't hear you.
Oh, no, that's not true. It's not true. Oftentimes the surgeries start at 16. You're lying. You are lying. You've lied again. The surgeries often start at 16. Because that's actually when they can, quote, consent to the surgeries with their parental permission. You're out of your mind. You're not out of your mind. You're just a liar. You're just a liar. It starts at 16. 16-year-old says, I want to have my breasts cut off. And you see them. They say, oh, I thought, well, if I changed my mind, I thought my breasts would grow back. No, they won't. I thought my dick would grow back. Because they've been lied to by people like this. By people like Emma Vigeland who say, like, oh, it's just reversible. You can always go back. Emma Vigeland lies to them and says your breasts and penis can grow back if you don't like what happened. But you'll never not like what happened, because of course you'll always like it. Because there's no such thing as desistance. There's no such thing as regret. Oh my god, it's evil. It's just so evil.
Are you talking about rhinoplasties under the age of 18 on
I've
your
talked.
program?
We
Oh
have.
my God.
Oh.
Maybe you haven't heard it because you don't watch.
And of course, yeah, this is always the case. Oh, you don't talk about you don't like child. You don't like. Why don't you talk more about child beauty pageants? Why don't you talk more about child rhinoplasties? Guess what? We don't like those either. Okay, we think those are weird too. But a rhinoplasty, I would say this. I think the child beauty pageants are super fucked up. The child rhinoplasty, also really fucked up. Also, doesn't sterilize you. Doesn't permanently affect your bone growth. Very different thing, idiot.
Heard it because you don't watch the show.
Okay.
I've also said child beauty pageants are wrong and they're disgusting. I've also said Hooter is inappropriate for kids. And I said we shouldn't be giving minors any kind of cosmetic surgery. I don't even like tattoos or piercings. So when it comes to...
It's quite puritanical of you, Tim. I'm surprised.
Yeah,
fuck
You have a lot
Yes,
of swords
I don't think
and
children
beards and stuff in here.
I don't think children should make should be altering their bodies.
But you just said parental rights. So if under 18, parents have to give...
By the way, she talked about how she supported parental rights earlier. Do you remember that? Like 30 minutes ago, she talked about how she supported parental rights. Now she's backed up on it.
Oh,
consent
yeah.
for piercings and tattoos. And
Do you think a
for
mom should have the
understand
right
that.
to remove the salivary glands of her child?
No. Are
If
you
the
for
doctor
parental
prescribes
rights or not?
See, this is a
Every right has limits.
What is actually interesting because what you're asking, we've actually talked in a great depth about on Timcast IRL. That
Are you for parental rights or not? I just asked.
that question right there leads in two different directions, which is, again, we've addressed. If you watched the show, you'd have heard the statement we've made about
Well,
it.
I heard you 5 minutes ago say you were
Right.
for parental rights, and now you're saying you're not.
Where do parents' rights begin and where do they end is strictly a moral.
So she's in favor of parental rights unless the parent doesn't want to trans their kid. Let's just be clear about what she's saying.
Basically, you can have parental rights as long as you obey the regime.
As long as you... Thank you. That's the answer.
Question based on the moral frameworks of an individual. If there is someone who goes to a doctor in, say, Saudi Arabia and the doctor prescribes female circumcision, they're going to argue it's the parent's rights. We would argue
Another
against that.
hypothetical. I'm talking about reality.
No, you...
Leftists can't understand hypotheticals.
She doesn't. Ask Emma Vigeland. Here's what I'd like. Look, don't spam.
Did you have breakfast
people,
this morning, Emma?
But I would like people to ask Emma Vigeland how she would feel if she hadn't ate breakfast this morning. Because I don't think she'd be able to understand it. And she'd be like, but I did eat breakfast this morning. Okay, bitch. Like, okay, you're too dumb. You're too dumb for this conversation. You're just too stupid for this conversation. I'm sorry,
Indeed.
Emma. You're just too stupid for this conversation.
These things literally do happen in other countries.
But it wouldn't
The
be a
point-
But I'm
bouncer.
talking about this
It-
country, and I'm
Right.
talking
And
about
so I'm
parental
making
rights.
a point, right? The point is the idea that parents have a right is limited to what our moral limits are. Meaning, if you morally are okay with a child sex change, then you're going to argue in favor of parents' rights. If I say you shouldn't be able to mandate vaccinations, you'd probably argue against the parents' right?
Gotcha, bitch. Really fucking gotcha. The parent has,
You have to be an
No.
intellectual nitwit to get painted into this position in the first place.
I mean,
'cause
right.
This is not exactly very difficult to
all right.
follow.
So the parent has no rights if they don't want to trans their child.
Yes.
The parent has full rights if they want to trans their child.
Yes.
The parent has no rights if they don't want to vaccinate their child. But the parent has full rights if they want
It's
to
like
vaccinate
if
their child.
Rousseau wrote about parents' rights.
I mean, it's just that it's all incredibly. None of it makes sense. It's that it's all hypothetical.
It makes
it's all
perfect
based on
sense
these.
if you consider the state a regime,
Right. If you agree with the
an
regime,
authoritarian
then it's,
religious one.
if you're a part of our authoritarian regime, then you can do whatever the fuck you want, and if you don't, then you can't do anything.
Hey, Emma, I don't know
That-
if you've noticed this, but you're actually a theocrat.
She is.
That's
You're-
what I
Emma
should call the
Vigeland,
video.
you're a theocrat. That's the reality. You're a theocrat. I mean, I hope you're okay with that, but I guarantee you're not and would scream about it, but you are. You believe in a religion that makes it so it's always okay when you do something and never okay when people go against you in any way. It's, again, parental rights, great when the parent wants to vaccinate the kid or trans the kid, but parental rights bad when the parent doesn't want to vaccinate the kid or to not go forward with transgender ideology. That's very interesting. Parental rights are in this weird nebulous, it's a quantum parental rights. She's in favor of parental rights in a quantum state. Got it. Quantum parental rights. Excellent.
Should a school be allowed to mandate vaccines for children?
Yes.
But what about
Of
the parents'
course.
rights? Are you for parents' rights?
Well, I'm for public health.
But you're not.
See, all of a sudden,
Yep.
nope, I'm not for parents' rights. Parents can't make a decision.
For parents' rights. You see, that question leads nowhere.
Oh my
No,
god,
I mean,
look at her
look,
face.
Tim, I've never made parental rights a plank of my own.
Oh, all of a sudden now, like, I don't care about it.
Once the public health is now a part of the regime, and now you will lose your parental rights if you're against the regime.
I love her response. Is like, oh, I don't
Very
care
simple.
about this. I've never talked about this. I don't care. We just spent the last fucking 20 minutes talking about it. But now I don't care. I don't know anything about this. I am just a big stupid idiot. You are a big stupid idiot, Emma Vigeland. You're the biggest idiot I've ever seen. I mean, to be honest, like I am kind of happy that Sam Cedar sacrificed you on his throne to go on here to Timcast, because wow, you really showed it off.
Politics. I'm saying this within the context of what you just said 5 minutes ago.
And I'm
where you-
explaining.
Yes,
Parental
so you-
rights
the
extends
entire
to my
time.
morality.
So, right, your morality says that you think that trans children and parents, even if they agree with
Trans children don't exist.
their child and the doctor is supervising
It's
this
the
kind
vegan
of
cat.
transition, you're essentially
Vegan cat,
saying
yeah.
that you don't believe that they should have the power and ability and that the state should intervene. That sounds like big government to me.
Yeah, I'm not, I don't know if you know who I am.
Well, okay, then there you go. That the state should intervene
I love
because
You know,
like-
you don't believe that parents should,
At
and
first,
their children. They're in agreement.
So
Tim's got her cornered like a rat in a cage, which is so delicious. I love it. Tim's totally found out like how stupid she is at this point, and now he's just hammering in. I love it.
at first, my position was, early on, if the doctors are prescribing it and it's the best thing they can do, I think we're looking at, in the past 4 years, about 50,000 or so cases of cross-sex hormones for kids. So be it. Then we started seeing like the Tavistock scandal. We saw Finland, Denmark.
Yeah, you want to talk about the Tavistock scandal, about how Tavistock just completely made up any child who came in. 15 minutes. It wasn't even half an hour. 15-minute interviews. You're transgender. You're transgender. We're going to put you on hormones now. That was what happened with Tavistock. Oh, Tavistock got shut down. Oh, the left doesn't talk about that now, do they? They don't like to talk about that because Tavistock was shut down. Well, some of their institutions were. Because it was 15-minute interviews and then immediate move on to hormones. Immediate. Weird that you don't want to talk about that, huh?
Suite and start pulling this. The research coming out showed that it was not particularly effective. And then we also had multiple studies showing that desistance rates for those who did not take any, who did not receive intervention was actually upwards of 95%. And then my position became, it probably is the appropriate thing for the legislature to say, we're not going to allow this anymore.
So she's getting really mad about his citation there about the 95% desistance rate. Let me explain. He's going to explain it as well. But let me put in my own scientific input here. Okay. If the problem is, and what she's going to bring up, is that once these children are put on hormone blockers, they're very, very likely to go on to take hormone replacement therapy, and they're very, very likely, I'm talking 90%, to go on to have surgeries. The surgeries is not as likely as the hormones. The hormones is like 90%. The surgeries is like 50. If you didn't put them on the hormone blockers, the desistance rate is also like 90%. The hormone blockers, here's what it is. It's cognitive dissonance. Once you say you're transgender when you're 10 years old, you go, okay, well, I must be transgender. And you want to avoid dissonance. It's psychologically painful to say you were wrong in the past, even for children. To just keep going, okay, yes, 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 yes. And the next thing you know that you've had all your genitals cut off. Just by saying yes. Whereas if those same children, via statistical analysis, we know that, were not, this is statistically speaking, they'll say, oh, it wasn't the same child. Of course it wasn't, because no shit, you can't do that. Statistically speaking, if you didn't put that child on hormone blockers, the issue of the gender identity shit would resolve by the time they were 13 or 14. As they start to finish going through puberty. Because of course it does.
Because it's politics.
Yeah, this is pure politics, and it's ridiculous. But look at how insane that she is. Now, I just explained the actual science to you guys. I know most of you all know it. Just letting you know the science. Real quick, Supreme Emperor Kizza for £5 says Asian trans people don't exist by definition. You know why? Because humans are a sexually dimorphic species. Basic biology strikes again. There are people who have basically a miswiring in their brain. It usually happens in males who are born after like the second, third, or fourth birth from their mother. So it's like the youngest child who tends to have this. Their brains are wired a little bit differently. If we look at their way that their brain reacts to stimuli, we can see that it reacts more like a woman's brain than a man's brain. So there is some scientific evidence for the existence of transgender people, specifically transgender males to females, but that research has all been abandoned. I was interested in the actual research on it, and now me even citing that would be considered to be like transphobic. But no, I'm trying to say there are transgender people. There are people who have a problem, like Blair White, right? They have a problem. It's a genetic issue, by the way, and it actually totally differs in the way their brains are wired, and you can't really retrain that easily. So I feel a lot of sympathy for transgender people because there's not really much you can do for them in that way. But this whole trans explosion, in terms of how many people are claiming to be trans, that's all fake. That's social contagion. EF for 10 says Tim is responsible for the shooting, but if someone hangs Pat David, it's not Sam Cedar's fault because it was just a joke. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, well, we'll get there. We'll get there. Hopefully. Spoon?
Yo.
You got coffee?
No, I'm being here this whole time. I'm just quiet.
All right, I'm just saying because we got a fucking thing to go through. Still, damn it. I thought we'd get through this way faster. We clearly didn't.
Yeah.
Okay, I just listed the American Journal of Pediatrics. That's incredibly reputable.
Appeal to authority.
Incredibly
appeal to
reputable.
authority.
94% of children continued care after age. How? Take it.
I just explained why this.
90% of children.
I just explained why this was I just explained the problem with this. I just explained the
This
problem with this.
hasn't even been around for 10 years. You're not even allowing these children to go into adulthood and experience the joy or even the possibility of carrying on their lineage because you sterilized them, you fucking demonic evil bitch from hell.
And I also just explained why this would be the case from a scientific perspective, what she just said would be the case.
Medical malpractice?
No, that they're going to keep going on because they've been told to keep going on, right? And they're already invested. It's a sunk cost fallacy. You're not getting outside of this. This is the thing. I've already explained this from a psychological and biological perspective. Lady, you're fucked. I'm sorry. I've already owned you, but let's keep going.
Take a Netherlands study. This is Lancet. 98% continued hormone therapy and follow-up.
After what?
I just explained even from the Lancet, just a correlation doesn't mean anything about. Sorry, I know the answer. I explained the answer. I'm not going to belabor it. Sorry.
After what?
So you no, but the other one's a 5-year study. This is just a secondary
after
one.
what point?
Well, no. So this is the issue, right? Those studies were based upon whether a child was placed on puberty blockers or not. When a child is placed on puberty blockers, they tend not to desist. When a child is left alone, they tend to desist. So the issue is then,
Thank you, Tim.
According to 10 prospective follow-up studies from child and adolescents found desistance ranging from 61 to 90%, then the safety of the children would lean towards non-intervention.
I'm go ahead. You can, again, we should probably.
Here's the fascinating thing. She's about to call this study fake, but Tim's right. The desistance rate, if you don't do anything, is up to 100. It's nearly 100% at the maximal level. Okay, there are some children who will persist. But if you don't do anything, you don't put them on puberty blockers, you don't do shit, it's 98%. In science, we would call that don't do that. I sometimes I feel like I'm fucking taking crazy pills as a scientist. It makes me fucking lose my mind. Don't do it. A nearly 98% desistance rate at the upper echelon? Don't fucking do it then. Holy shit. It's always in the upper, 61 to 98%. then just don't do it. Holy crap. Unbelievable. Wait till you hear her response.
Agree to look at these kinds of studies before we're going to pull them up for a debate, because what I'm pulling up and
oh, she doesn't know this study. So this study is from Katalia Heino Berkman. Oh man, that's a fucking Finnish name. Can't pronounce that one. Whatever. You got the primary scholar, Katalia Heino, from 2018, published in the Adolescent Health Medical Theory Journal. Okay, this is a serious journal. It's not like a. This is not a. I don't know. Here's my feelings.
It's not Vanity Fair.
Serious fucking health journal. Okay, serious medical journal. Heino et al. 2018. But listen to what she says. She just doesn't care. I haven't read that one. Of course you haven't, because it doesn't conform to your beliefs. That's why you haven't read it.
what I'm referencing is inherently reputable, and you can find any information that you want on.
Oh, adolescent health med. Let me look it up. Adolescent health med theory. I assume this is adolescent health med. Oh, let me go out of Scholar. Hang on. It's a journal of adolescent health. Yep. It's a journal of adolescent health, multidisciplinary approach to theory, research, and intervention. This is a highly reputable journal. And all of a sudden, and by the way, I'd like to point out, where is this published in? The National Library of Medicine. But she doesn't recognize it because she hasn't read it. So even though, and by the way, put this out. This is a highly reputable journal. It's about like as reputable as it gets. Okay? But she doesn't like it, so it's not real science. It always happens this way. I don't like it, so it's not real science. Kazman 1992 for $2 says, is this just modern day North American eugenics? Yes, it is.
Yeah, pretty much.
She just doesn't like this study. And by the way, I cite studies I don't like all the time, but the studies that I cite that I don't like are studies that I can then repudiate.
You don't use it as propaganda to fuel your ideology.
No, I will take the study and then explain why I have a problem with this methodology. I don't just... Oh my god, my fucking weird accent is getting worse. I will explain why I have a problem with this methodology, right? She just like, I don't like that study.
On the internet.
Yep.
I am with a majority of...
Bitch, you can't even read this. You can't even understand what the fuck this study says. I'm so tired of lay people. I want lay people to be able to read science. It's like my main goal in life. But bitch, you're a fucking lay person who has no idea how to even comprehend the data that are in front of your fucking eyes. And I'm real getting tired of it. I would like for you to be able to understand it, but you have no interest in being able to understand it. You are a lay person trying to pretend that you're a fucking scientist, and you're goddamn not. At least be a fucking mathematician, but you're not.
Majority of doctors on this front. That's
a broad statement. I don't know about that.
No, that is actually a fact. That is 100% a fact.
Well, I've seen this movie
this is
before, so what's happening
fact.
is
This
you're
is a
referencing
bad study from a
detransition
bad
under a
paper.
system where they wouldn't be put on puberty
my
blockers
God.
necessarily, and then they would go through the cross-sex hormone. So everybody who would have desisted at the point of puberty, which is what you're referencing, is already excluded from her sample. So, and I don't even think you would disagree with that once they're actually past the point of puberty and they still think they're in the opposite body or whatever, and they go through the process, there's a very low detransition rate. But you're specifically talking about desistance.
Look,
and I remember this because this happened when you argue with the serfs.
This is what it boils down to. I'm not a moralist. I don't have the arrogance to believe that my personal preferences for how my life would be lived should be imposed on other people.
And I go, oh my god, I don't have the arrogance to believe that my beliefs should be imposed on other people. Holy shit, Emma. That's your entire platform. That's your entire paradigm. Don't even try, bitch. That's your entire thing. But go off, sis. Okay.
I'm trying to make a argument for a case for. I'm trying to make a case for a broad set of policies that are going to make sure people are as happy as they can possibly be and can live their life to the fullest. So if you want to impose your morality on people, it sounds like fundamentalism. For me, I'm in favor of
have a real argument.
But if most
I am having a real argument.
Thank you, Tim. Have a real argument. Here's where it gets real spicy and tasty.
You just said your
I
morality
said, here's
is
a study.
Oh, man.
Here's a study that shows desistance rates up to 95%. Hold on. Desistance rates are shown.
It wasn't actually 95. It was 98, Tim. You actually misread the study, unfortunately. Not your fault. Not your fault. You don't know how to do this? It was up to 98%.
To 95% with non-intervention. So then we would lean towards non-intervention. And you said you're a fundamentalist. You didn't make an argument.
No, earlier you talked about how your morality is what you want to dictate in terms of this policy.
Wait,
you see, this is what I was talking about with Sam.
Oh, we're about to get here we go. Everybody put your beanies on. Or take your beanies off, maybe. Because Tim's about to go fucking nuclear. He's had enough of this bitch, and I am about to I'm gonna try to pause much less in this part because it's just I would like you to also go watch Tim's show, but oh my god, because I've obviously had a lot of things to say, had a lot of science to show and to talk about up until now. Slosher for 5 Canadian says, the I love science people don't even like science, they worship authority. You are exactly correct. They hate science because science contradicts them. As someone who I don't love science, I love the scientific method. I am a scientist, so that's it. I just like numbers. I don't give a fuck about anything but the fucking numbers. If the numbers contradict some belief that I have, by the way, you know what I do? I show them my videos. And I did them just in my last fucking video. I showed them every single time. When I have I'm like, oh, that didn't align with what I expected. I always show it. Christopher 5 Pounds says, Aiden, I'm talking about naturally transitioning from one sex to the other like a clownfish. Male-female brains overlap with gay-straight sexuality. Perhaps, man. Sorry I missed your super chat there, Kissa. Let's go. Tim's about to fucking laser focus in on this bitch and destroy her.
The inability to grasp philosophical concepts. When I explain to you...
It's more than that. She can't grasp hypotheticals because she can't imagine if she didn't eat breakfast this morning. I think she's actually that stupid.
That you are opposed to parental rights because you're in favor of vaccine mandates, right? I don't think you can understand the duality of the statement you're making. Are you in favor of parental rights can go in one of two moral directions? You do have a moral stance.
I wasn't talking about parental rights. I was using that.
By the way, she's about to get very, very close to crying on camera, and it's
that as a way to talk about your statement on parental rights.
And I fully grasp concepts of morality. And you want to impose that, then you too would be a fundamentalist, and you've made a nonsensical statement. If you want to make an argument about why me using this data is incorrect, I'm all ears. If you want to tell me I'm a fundamentalist,
these data, but that's okay.
In the data, so I can't.
Well, then don't make an argument about.
How have you not seen these data? Then look at them. It takes 5 seconds. Say, oh hey Tim, could you send that over to my iPad or whatever, which I know she has in front of her. She's bringing shit up as well. Hey Tim, could you send that over so I could read it real quick? Oh, I know why. Because you wouldn't be capable of understanding those data. That's why I'm so fucking pissed off. I have no problem with people saying whatever the fuck they want. Say what you want. Have your opinions. But when it comes to science, you need to shut the front door, okay? Shut up. Shut up. You don't even understand the basics of what you're talking about. And that actually applies to Tim as well to a certain degree. But y'all don't and I'm not saying you can't talk about it. Talk about it all you want. But then when you start using scientific studies as your basis for some kind of fucking political allegory or political conclusion, you either gotta understand that shit or you need to fucking shut your face. The end.
But if you don't know the data.
No, I do know the data. I use the American Journal of Pediatrics. I don't know the data that you just pulled up.
You did not look up desistance rates. You did not look up anything other than what fits your narrative.
Tim, what you just said is that you want your morality to dictate policy.
No, I didn't.
I want people to have freedom to do what they want.
No, you don't. You don't want people to have any kind of freedom. You want to force people into shit. Stop fucking lying. Casman for has been 1992 for 5 says, on about the lobotomy because eugenics was promoted primarily by the progressives in the West. Yeah, that's very true. Very true.
Did not
want.
That's just not true.
You,
I said
So
that everyone's view on a question like parental rights is dictated by their morality. You do have one as well. People have a moral framework. You've told me that you're in favor of public health. That is a moral stance. So are you a fundamentalist? Do you want to
I
impose
talk
your
about
moral?
politics. I don't talk about things that are so abstract. I talk
You're in
about
favor
what.
I don't talk about things that are abstract. This is Emma, you're fucked. Emma, you're done. You're cooked. You're so cooked. You got proven wrong on every single thing you brought up in this podcast. And I was like, I just don't talk about I only talk about politics. I don't talk about facts, in fact. But I'm a fact-based person. In fact. I'm a fact. Okay, well, you're wrong on everything. You have no facts. You have no data. No bitches. Get screwed.
for vaccine mandates or not?
Of course.
That's a moral position, not a scientific one.
No, it is a public health position.
Well, it's sure your morality dictates that the government can impose a medication on people against their will.
Because I'm trying to create a
That's
society.
a moral question.
No, because I'm trying to
That's
create.
moral.
Sure, I think I am more moral.
Here
But
we
you
go.
just said you weren't. You said you were not a moralist.
No,
Funny
I'm not.
here, real
I am
quick.
dealing in politics, and politics can.
Did you miss that part? I'm trying to create a society. She wants to be SS. She wants to be SS. She wants to be boots on the ground. No, she wouldn't want to be personal military. But she's trying to create a society that bows down to her will. That's what it is. Down to her will. That's what it is. I'm trying to create a society that bows down to my understanding. She just said it. There it was. You all heard it. I'm trying to create a society.
Create outcomes that are moral or immoral, and I'm dealing in the ones that I think will create the most
So you're a
the
moralist.
best outcome. No,
understand.
moralism in the way that I was referencing it is one that falls back on notions of fundamentalism and imposing morality that is individual to you on
I'm not
the rest
talking
of
about
society.
imposing
I
morality.
am talking about
I'm talking
creating
about
a society
data that shows
creating
children-
a society that gives people the freedom that they.
Moralism.
It's not freedom. You want them to because you don't want freedom. You don't want liberty. You want people to agree with you. And that's the funny thing, is that the only things that you describe as freedom and liberty are people who agree with you. And that's really funny. You already you just expose yourself. I'm trying to create a society where the only things people can agree with are things that I agree with. You exposed yourself. You got fucked.
That's politics.
You want to
bro.
create a society that does a works towards a goal of your personal perspective.
Thank you, Tim.
What you are talking
Yep.
about is
Tim is so
imposing
good in this.
your narrow set of ideas about how society should be.
That is
or
literally
Based on the
how
scientific
things-
research I pulled up.
No,
It's literally what you're trying to do. You can't stop trying to turn this around on him. I know that this is how you've been trained to work. That like, oh, just accuse him of what you're doing. By the way, you know who came up with that tactic? Who said to always accuse your enemies of that of which you are guilty? Spoon?
Yo.
Who came up with a tactic of always accuse your enemies of that of which you are guilty?
Saul Alinsky. Or he's one that popularized in the modern day, but that is a Goebbels one, I believe.
Goebbels, it's Joseph Goebbels. It's a pure-ass Nazi tactic. There you go. Pure-ass Nazi tactic. Actual Nazi tactic. Joseph Goebbels, always accuse your enemy of that of which you are guilty. That comes directly from Joseph Goebbels.
no. It's
I literally pulled a study
No,
up.
you want to restrict people's ability to do what they want to do with their bodies. That's what you want to do.
Do you think
I don't
that people
believe
should
that.
cut their hands off?
I don't deal in abstract.
You were for mandates, you stupid bitch.
Exactly.
Like, not even 5 minutes ago, you were in favor of mandates, and now we were like, oh, we're restriction. Yes,
Restrictions?
you are for restriction as long as it's for what is the public good via your ideology.
Yeah, exactly.
You are
You don't want-
transparent authoritarian. It's not even funny how
mean,
easy it is to finger you. That is so going to get taken out of context.
But yes, she is an absolute. Like, she has totally revealed herself as an authoritarian. I mean, there's no other way to describe what she is.
Yeah.
She's an authoritarian. She's a totalitarian, an authoritarian. She wants to be. I think that, again, we've discussed this before. I don't think that she wants to be in control of the system.
No,
she just wants to be she wants to be the emissary. She wants to be boots on the ground. I guarantee you that she wishes she could hold a rifle to your head and kill you for disagreeing with her. That's what I think that Emma Vigeland feels. That's my opinion, and I'm allowed to have my opinion. And I think that I'm right.
Ridiculous
Based on
hypotheticals because I deal in reality. I
Do you
cover
think-
politics.
So
I deal in reality.
You think trans kids are a thing? I don't think you were allowed to talk about reality.
Oh, your whole thing is I deal in reality. Oh my god. No way. I deal in reality. Oh my god. Okay, hang on.
Your perception of reality is about as fake as your conscience. Fucking hell, you dozy bint.
I deal in I can't. Okay. Hang on. Having one second.
That, by the way,
Carlos Margo.
that picture right there, that is my face right now.
Yeah.
It's
Carlos
like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Oh my god. Okay, Carlos Margriffer 2 says, I can't deal in abstract breakfast. Absolutely, she can't. Oh my god, okay. What you just said is so funny, though. Go ahead, you dozy bent. I love that phrase. Let's go. Go ahead, dozy bent. Explain it. Oh my god, explain. Oh my god.
you're in favor of female circumcision?
That doesn't happen in the United States.
How much do you
So
want to
what?
bet? How much do no?
Yeah, how much do you want to bet it doesn't happen in the United States, in Islamic communities? You dumb bitch. It absolutely does. Female circumcision. By the way, all circumcision should be illegal. All circumcision is genital mutilation. Like, oh, you're okay with circumcision, so why aren't you okay with transgender? No, I'm not. I'm not okay with any of it. It's all genital mutilation. I'm not cool with any of it. Then fuck with me now.
You're wrong.
I mean,
It
there
does
there,
happen.
there are
does,
very
but, like-
small amounts. I am not in
So
favor.
you're in favor of it?
I wouldn't.
If you want to restrict what people do with their own children, you're against parental rights?
That's
Don't play
not the
stupid
same
games.
thing. Is adopt?
Yeah. Oh, all of a sudden, it's not the same thing.
Yes, it is.
It is the same thing.
The only difference
You're
is
all
you
on-
don't like this because it doesn't fit with your ideology.
You're all in favor. Exactly. You're all in favor of parental rights unless the parents don't want their kids to be taught about being gay, or if the parents want to engage in genital mutilation. Then you have a problem because your ideas are all nonsensical and contradictory. I mean, like, she's being owned. She's being completely fucking like destroyed. It's amazing.
Is a doctor.
You want to talk about
looking
Dearborn,
over-
Michigan? I've
No,
actually
no.
gone there and done the research. I've actually done the boots on the ground journalism in this story. Okay. Yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah, right. Because female circumcision is a bad thing. We do not want these things to be happening. And even the parents were going to doctors to get it prescribed. There are limits. There's the famous story of the Kennedy. They got the Kennedy got it lobotomized because the doctors prescribed it. Just because there's current scientific research that leans one direction doesn't mean we.
JFK's sister was lobotomized. If people don't know, that's what Tim's referring to there. Yeah.
We move absolutely in one direction. What we have here is a very prominent set of studies, which we've referenced on the show numerous times, showing desistance rates for minors who do not receive intervention in terms of affirmation or gender sex change is upwards of 95%, in which case
98.
science dictates we do not intervene. If you want to take the 5% chance that we then intervene in these children's lives, and that can result in even one kid being harmed, that sounds like an immoral action.
Now these are extremely specific hypotheticals that you are maximizing.
How are they extremely specific hypotheticals? They're not. No, how are they extremely specific hypotheticals? It's incorrect. You want to call out these researchers and tell them they're lying?
You want
Like
to
you tell them to their
morally
face.
justify parents harming their children because it fits your ideology. You are not allowed to talk about extreme hypotheticals considering the shit you advocate for, bitch. Fuck out
Yep.
of here.
Yeah, so, but again, she's like, this study must be biased and broken and bad.
Yes.
published in the Adolescent Health Media Theory Journal. This is not published in some obscure thing. This is not like some random Alex Jones thing. This is real research. And she doesn't like it because she doesn't like it. It doesn't align with her ideology. Even though, and that's the whole thing, is that they only look at research that aligns with their ideology. I don't do that. That's why I often cite research that if I can find it, that goes against my hypothesis. But I have to tell you that every time I try to do that, the research that I find that goes against the hypothesis I already had is usually really, really bad research. And I'm not saying that because, again, that I'm like trying to prove something. Is that I have a reason to have a hypothesis. Why do I have a hypothesis? Because I read research every single day. That's why. And so when I find research that goes against the hypothesis, I go, whoa, that's interesting. Why did that research go against my hypothesis? And then I look into it, and I would say 9 times out of 10, not 10 times out of 10, to be very clear, like a good 1% or a good 10% that actually provides evidence against any hypothesis that I'm making. Yeah, it goes against it. But for the most part, it's like absolute nonsense. Be like, actually, I actually don't like these findings. I'm just going to ignore them. That's what usually ends up being. Just people who they don't conduct their own literature. They don't conduct their own research. They just complain about it. In which case, fuck you, dude.
In this current instance, and I am interested in creating a society that is not that is more, yes, moral, but it's based on outcomes.
Oh, it's not about reality. It's about outcomes. She's a Gnostic. I told you. I don't care about science. I don't care about reality. I don't care about anything other than outcomes. She is power driven and she's a Gnostic. There it was. Said in her own words, I don't care about anything other than outcomes. I don't care about reality. Hasselhoff for 10 says, at this point, I really think there just needs to be a pull rope next to Tim. He can tug to cause an avalanche of clown paraphernalia to bury his guest. I would love if she just got covered with a bunch of clown horns. That would be hilarious. Yes.
Not just.
That's what I just pulled up. I mean, I can read to you again.
Right, but pull up the American Pediatrics study.
But we're talking about.
Can I ask a hypothetical while you pull that?
Hang on, real quick. Her American Pediatrics study is a bunch of scholars saying, "Oh yeah, we totally agree with this," without providing any actual empirical evidence. Tim provided empirical evidence. Get fucked.
Up. If it is true that prescribing puberty blockers prevents people from hitting that point of puberty, where they would decide, and largely they would decide to desist, right, when they hit the point of puberty, would you be in favor of removing that from the gender protocol? Because this only is talking about desistance at the point of puberty. So, what he's concerned about is that if you stop people from going through puberty, you stop the changes in their bodies and all that, and then they can't, rationally make that choice because they haven't hit that point in their development.
I don't have the kind of, I guess, arrogance,
curious.
I would say.
I mean, I asked you a hypothetical.
Well, weirdly, Spoon, a minute ago, she was a scientific expert. And now she is, I wouldn't have that arrogance. How cute.
Hypothetically.
Right, but again, this is exactly what reactionary conservatives do.
It's a red flag
If
from
you deal with hypotheticals, because when you actually deal with the practical reality.
It wasn't a hypothetical, it was actual real fucking statistical data. You can't deal with it. Now you call it a hypothetical because it's the only way you can think of things. By the way, it's also very cute. She couldn't fucking answer Sean's question. How would you be able to respond to it? No, she couldn't. She can't respond to any of this because she doesn't understand, even in the slightest way, what the fuck she's dealing with. This woman is out of her goddamn mind.
In the outcomes that you're dealing with and that you're prescribing onto society, it creates an inherently unjust society.
So as the right-wing conservative Destiny said recently when he was debating the left-wing pro-lifers, it is a definite red flag when somebody is unwilling completely to engage with the hypothetical. If you want to say why the hypothetical doesn't apply, that is totally fine.
No, because I want to talk about reality.
Say, oh, it's a hypothetical.
Well, it's actually, I think this is a problem, is that it's not a hypothetical. This is real statistical data. And this is a problem that I don't want to shit on Sean, but the reality is that this is not a hypothetical. These are real statistical data. But he is pointing out an interesting point that she will put out hypotheticals as much as she wants, and then the second that you try to respond to her hypotheticals, she goes, "Oh, that's a hypothetical," the one that she herself presented. So that's an issue in and of itself. However, this issue with the data in terms of the effects of these hormone blockers, Lupron depot in particular, which I've given my personal experience on, is not hypothetical. It's very statistical.
Well, I can't talk about it as if you don't know what a thought experiment is. It's kind of odd.
Look, I've asked you, we have here, I literally just pulled up detransition Wikipedia. We pulled up this study that shows that without intervention, desistance rates are from 61 to 98%.
And here I have general acceptance of standards of care. The overwhelming weight of medical authority supports treatment of transgender patients with GnRH agonists and cross-sex hormones.
Doesn't even know GnRH. She can't even read it right. Then you need to shut up. You don't even know what a GnRH inhibitor is. You can't even read it correctly. I think you need to shut the fuck up about this. I'm sorry. A GnRH inhibitor is, by the way, a hormone blocker. Okay? If you can't even read it correctly, then you need to shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. I often read things wrong, but if you're going to go on air and talk about this stuff, and you don't even know what a GnRH inhibitor is, you don't even know, like, it's the first time you've read that terminology, you need to shut the fuck up about it. Oh my God.
In appropriate circumstances. Organizations who have formally recognized this include American Academy of Pediatrics, American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, American Academy of Family Physicians, American College of
Oh, here's an excellent fucking appeal to authority. I love it. And by that I mean I fucking hate it.
Obstetricians and Gynecologists, American College of Physicians, American Medical Association, American Pediatric Association, dozens and
Remember
dozens
when doctors
of the
said smoking was good for you? You're not citing science. You're citing government approval.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you got owned, because that's the case. You're not citing science. You're citing consensus. Please be clear. Tim gave you a scientific study, and you went, I don't understand. I don't understand this science. I don't understand this. But you just cite consensus. I'm not. Yes, you are. You're citing consensus, bitch.
I am citing
and that's fine.
What does the government have to do with it? These are medical organizations.
The government sponsors this
fair
shit.
Point. You're citing medical organizations, despite the fact that there have been numerous instances.
Actually, Tim, it's not a fair point. I know that you're trying to be nice to this lady. It's not a fair point. She just cites government consensus. She does not cite actual fucking literature. And that's the difference. When I cite papers in my videos, I cite direct fucking literature. She saw a piece of literature and freaked the fuck out because she's never read any of it. All she's read are pop psych papers. That's why she was like, I've not read this, because of course she hasn't. She hasn't read a single fucking piece of literature on this. Of course she hasn't. But she feels entitled to comment on it. And by the way, I think anyone can comment on it, but don't comment on it as a scientific expert if you haven't actually read the scientific literature. That's the difference. Here's the difference between you and me, Emma. I read data. You read fucking scientific articles published in the mainstream media that tell you what to think. You got to go read those data. Actually, you have to actually understand them. You have to understand, and I know that would be impossible for you because your IQ is under 100. But good luck. I'd love to see you try.
Instances throughout history, in fact, basically all of them, where we've been like, hey, we were wrong about that. Like, maybe we shouldn't drink mercury if you get syphilis. But what I'm referring to specifically is if there is no intervention of a trans child, desistance rates are from 61 to 98%, showing the majority of kids are better off not receiving.
No, look, I mean, you're on detransition Wikipedia. I just listed list of dozens.
Again, he mentioned desistance, not detransition. This is like very important that we nail down what we're talking about.
Yeah, right. What I'm saying is, if you have a trans child, or a child who is suffering from gender identity disorder or dysphoria, and you do nothing.
I hope he muted her mic. There
is a 61 to 98% chance they age out of it and grow up and are happy and fine.
That's made up.
He's correct.
It's literally right there.
He's right. He's correct. That's the exact statistic. He's exactly correct. If you didn't do anything, that was the statistic. 68 to 98% statistic in 2018, not exactly an ancient study. I guarantee that someone retarded, I'm sorry I said the word, but I'm just going to go with it, like Emma Vigeland would say, well, that's a very old study. Things have changed since then. Nope, they really haven't. Science doesn't change that fast. I get really angry at people who are like, "Oh, science changes." It doesn't change that fast. Fucking moron.
What are you talking about?
On Wikipedia.
At the point of
That's interesting.
puberty.
No, I pulled
is what
up
it's
the
called.
NIH, and you said you can pull.
Not on Wikipedia. Pull up the NIH article. Oh my god. Spoon,
Yo.
I'm about to have a meltdown. It wasn't on the NIH. It wasn't on Wikipedia. It was on an NIH-based article. National Institute of Health. That's what NIH stands for. They pulled up the study. That's not real. It's from Wikipedia. But don't you always trust Wikipedia? Because Wikipedia is a left-wing source? Excuse me? Oh my god.
Seems to be the National Institute of Hermaphrodites at this point.
I want to fucking shoot myself, dude. I can't believe this woman is such an idiot.
Hold anything. Yeah, so here you go.
Tim.
NIH.gov.
Tim.
Here you go.
Tim.
Are you happy?
Tim.
NIH.gov.
Deal with what I just said about
medical
the level of
organizations-
medical organizations.
That's
You're saying that they're all
fine.
wrong and that you have
NIH.gov. Oh, they're all wrong. All medical organizations besides the ones that you like are wrong? Okay. Wow. Thanks, Alex Jones. And by the way, I like Alex Jones. But like you're going in the same level of conspiracy theories that every single medical institution besides the ones that you like are intentionally lying? What the fuck kind of probability do you think that one has? And by
Yes.
the way, I'd be willing to admit that maybe that is a probability, but you agree with every single fucking thing about the vaccines. So which one is it? Are they all wrong or are they all completely correct and incontrovertible? Which one is accurate, Emma?
and that you have some sort of like special knowledge that you can supersede
Special knowledge, message, Gnosticism, Gnostic. There she is, Gnostic.
their expertise.
No,
in
he's
this
not.
area.
You're cherry picking American
And you're making an appeal to
organizations.
authority.
I just first of all, I just cited one from the Netherlands, but American Academy of Pediatrics, American
Appeal to
Academy
authority.
of Child
Appeal
and
to authority. Appeal to authority. Keep doing
no,
it.
I mean,
But not even that.
I've
but
got.
I'm not a medical authority, and neither are
Then-
you.
then-
so
then-
why?
I'm trying not to scream. I'm trying so hard not to scream. Anyone can read this. It's meant to be read by the public, you dingus. He's read the actual study. You're reading a report from people who have not read the studies. Oh my god. It makes me want to shoot myself. What the fuck?
Then
Why
all
wouldn't
I
you
can
appeal
do
to
is
the
point to a
authority?
study and say, wow, if this study is true, I'm opposed to this. Right?
But
Oh
there's
my
also all these
God.
European organizations that are getting rid of this specific practice that he's focusing on, which is the puberty blockers, and like for some reason they're not on your list.
No,
which is
we
interesting.
are properly
you
assessing
cherry-picked.
when intervention is appropriate here. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
But why would they suspend in these better healthcare systems in Europe? Why would they suspend this specific practice that we're
I
arguing
mean, you
about?
listed Sweden and Finland. They've just
Well, he listed a
elected
whole bunch of
far right
them.
governments, but
I mean,
But anyway,
These
like
things considered.
again, this is what I'm interested in talking about in terms of politics. I want to create a more equitable society for people. We should have socialized healthcare, medical.
Don't call me.
I want to create a more equitable society by completely subjugating the population that's underneath of me. Okay. All right. Thank. I want to subjugate everyone who's underneath of me. That's how I create equitability. Very cute.
Care for all. You should talk about that more on your program. You say you're in favor of it.
We
I
talk about
haven't
it quite a
really
bit.
seen. I haven't
Look,
seen much.
when you guys
Um,
cherry pick stuff,
oh,
and talk
no,
about
Then she says again, I haven't seen much. So you say that you've seen all of Tim's stuff. Then at one point you said you watched none of Tim's stuff. And now it's, I've seen some. We all know the answer. You've not seen anything but fucking clips that have been sent to you by your editors. You dozy bend. You dozy bend. It's the best word. Best phraseology for it. You dozy bend.
You should
music
talk
or
about
whatever, and,
ending
like-
child poverty. I mean, it's funny. You should talk about ending
But,
child
but you
poverty.
could have talked about my position on universal healthcare any one of these times. You never do. Why? It's not going to get traffic for you.
Well, I mean, you
Exactly.
don't clip anything about universal healthcare. You should focus.
Oh, I don't. Oh, she said it. You don't clip it. Therefore, I can't find it because I don't listen to your show. I just watch clips. I just watch clips. Put more clips about your take on universal healthcare. So that, and by the way, if Tim did do clips about his take on universal healthcare,
Nope.
you and Sam Sneeder would never respond to that. Because your whole paradigm, your entire business, is about trying to destroy other people. That wouldn't work for you. That wouldn't be in your business model. You would never react to it, idiot. And you know that.
More on it, and then we would focus on it.
Because, like,
no, when are we going to be like, for no reason, let's just make a universal healthcare thing? What we try to do in real time is correct right-wing lies, whether it's you or Dave Rubin or Stephen Crowder. We do talk about abortion.
But like from Dave Rubin, right-wing lies. Here's the thing. You don't correct right-wing lies. You make lies and you apply them to right-wing people or slightly right-wing people or center right-wing people like Dave Rubin. That's all you do. You are liars. That's why, I mean, again, if people don't remember, Emma Vigeland and Sam Cedar got kicked from the Young Turks for being too stupid to work with the Young Turks. These people got kicked out of the Young Turks for being too dumb to work with them. Put that into perspective. No, I'm not saying that's the exact reason, but like that's why they don't work with the Young Turks. Young Turks were tired of their bullshit. So just put that into the ether there. They were too annoying or stupid or whatever to be involved with the Young Turks. That's really sad.
Talk about abortion a lot.
Yeah.
We do.
What's my abortion position?
I'm not sure.
Why? You've not watched any of the 8,000 segments we've done on it?
I do know that you called that 10-year-old case a hoax, a political hoax.
No. Stop lying. We already went through this.
Political maneuvers around it to change the law was a hoax.
Yeah.
Sure. So, well, how do you not know my position on abortion? I mean, you watch the show. You watch at any point. You can see the arguments we have.
I don't have a ton of time to watch all
you
your
specifically.
All of a sudden, I don't have any time to watch it. You just watch random clips. You watch clips your friends send you on Twitter. I have time to watch the show. Okay.
Covered his episode with the serfs where they talked about it in depth. So it's weird that you don't.
Well, reiterate your abortion position for me, and I'll respond to it. Okay. In what way?
I think Roe v. Wade was the right decision.
Okay.
I think that life should be.
I totally disagree with Tim on this. Just like to say that. It's funny though that Emma who supposedly watches the show all the time, is like, oh, I don't know. Could you please reiterate the opinion for me? I think Roe v. Wade was completely the wrong decision. It was in every single way anti-constitutional. It had no constitutional bearings. Roe v. Wade is one of the most bizarre decisions that's ever been made in the entire history of the United States Supreme Court. It's an incomprehensible decision. If you look at the actual reasoning behind it, it makes no sense. There is no rationality, legalistically, behind Roe v. Wade. It's a bizarre nightmare decision. So I'm against Roe v. Wade because legalistically, it's incomprehensible. I'm against it also on a moralistic position, but legalistically is the main point I'd make about Roe v. Wade, and on the legalistic side, it makes no sense. But whatever, Tim's in favor of it. Not my bag, man. That's fine.
Federal should be mandated, or should be protected under the Constitution at the federal level, and that it probably does make sense for the Supreme.
By the way, let's just say, like, Spoon, you're in favor of abortion. You're in favor of Roe v. Wade, aren't you?
Since when?
Spoon, you're in favor of Roe v. Wade, aren't you?
No.
I thought you were.
When?
We had an entire debate about it. It was our first talk ever.
Because I think it's up to the state and not the federal government.
But okay, so you're not in favor of Roe v. Wade, but you are in favor of abortion, yeah?
I'm in favor of the state not interfering with people's bodily autonomy. That is the pro-choice argument from a philosophical perspective. However, my practical perspective is not the same because people do not behave in a manner that I would like via the safe, legal, and rare. So I have a perspective of one of the ideal, and then I've got this perspective of pragmatism.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, no, I got you. Understood.
No problem.
Makes sense for the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, but that means Congress needs to codify it.
Okay, but that's not going to happen, and that's because we don't have.
Well, that's a different question.
Because we need filibuster reform. So I'm not really interested in process. I'm interested in outcomes as we.
You know what that by filibuster reform she means?
I'm more concerned with the next thing what she says.
Yeah,
I'm not concerned with process. I'm concerned with outcomes, which basically means I'll be willing to be authoritarian as long as my ideal is met. That is straight up what you mean.
Yeah, I'm not. Yes,
Moscow moment that is.
That's why she says filibuster reform because she's not concerned with. She doesn't care about the process. She just cares about the outcome. She's a full-on
anything that's blocking my
authoritarian.
Anything that is blocking my vision is something I consider in the fucking way.
Yeah, like she would be marching with fucking jackboots.
Oh yes, absolutely. She would be SS. Dear God, please praise Daddy Putin Hitler.
It doesn't matter. Like I know people are like always like, oh, like Hitler. No,
she would absolutely be part of the regime.
But she would praise any regime that gave her military power to kill other people. I'm just saying. I think
if mein Führer was mein Führer, she would totally be for him.
If Joe Biden gave her a fresh new pair of boots and told her like you can now have the power to go kill people in the street who disagree with you, she'd do it tomorrow.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
Get back to again. The differences that we clearly have here. I don't really care who imposes the right to abortion in this country. I just care that we have a right to abortion in this country, and we don't.
Well, right, yeah, I think at first when Roe v. Wade was overturned, I thought that it was probably good it would go to legislation because the Supreme Court arbitrarily setting law is probably dangerous. But however, since then, I've looked at it and said it's a 14th Amendment question, the right to life. And, looking back on that now and understanding Roe v. Wade actually was a pretty good decision. I think now at this point, you'd need some kind of codification. I don't know how the Supreme Court's going to go back on it, but it's a political conversation, not a personal perspective on abortion. So my view is pre-viability, it's individual discretion. Post-viability, it's probably going to require some kind of, depending on the circumstances.
Where do you draw the line of viability?
It's fucking scientific, dingus. It's fucking scientific. I thought you were the party of science. All of a sudden you don't know what science is. Where's viability? I don't understand. I'm confused. I'm a big dummy.
The baby survive on its own.
Okay. Well, 90% of abortions happen in the first trimester, which is the
lie. Incorrect. I mean, it is close to 90%, but it's incorrect. And also, she's going to say that they're all a product of rape and incest. That's also a complete lie. That's about 0.03% are the product of rape and incest. Also, the idea that 90% of abortions happen in the first trimester. It's not that much. It's actually closer to like 70%. But just saying, this is incorrect. She's about to say like it is about 90. It might be closer to 90%. It depends on depends on where you're looking at. Some areas, yes, it's about 90%. Some areas, it's not even close. Okay, depends on where you're looking at in the United States as to when the abortion was conducted. However, her contention that all of those abortions that were conducted, or 95% of them, 98% of them, I think, were because of rape and incest. The data on that are completely incorrect. In fact, it's the exact opposite. It's 0.03% of abortions are conducted for the purpose stated of rape and incest. So wrong.
Which is the first 12 weeks.
Yep.
99% happened in the first 20 weeks. The rest that happened, the 1% that you're talking about, which is overrepresented constantly for fear-mongering purposes.
Gee, I wonder why, because it's horrifying. Not for fear-mongering, because it's fucking horrifying. That's why. You killed a baby that was about to come out of your body, and they have to give it... You want to talk, lady, about how if you kill a baby in the third trimester, they have to give birth to it? Like, you can't pull its little body parts out. You give birth to it. Yeah, sorry.
It's almost 1:30. I'm sleepy as
I'm
hell.
sorry. I know. Do you want to try to get... I'm sorry. We went really far on this. Let's keep going. We'll get through as much as we can. Then we'll go to sleep.
Okay,
Is the 1% that happened when the life of the mother...
Oh, you're sleeping now? Can we go through a little bit more of this?
No.
No, you're too tired?
It's sleepy. It's like I'm like
Life of the mother?
barely keep my eyes open.
Okay. Spoon's too tired. The stream is hilariously stupid.
You can probably finish it in like an hour on Wednesday.
Yeah, maybe we could. We're at an hour and 20 minutes. Maybe finish. Yeah, we'll do like the last like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
That's relevant. Also, Supreme Emperor Kiza for £5 says, less than 2% of abortions are due to rape or incest. It's even less than that, actually, man.
Yeah.
Mother, health, and baby defect. If you include all of those, it's 2%. But when you include just rape and incest, it's like
97% of it is electives.
Over 98% are due to
Yeah.
escaping accountability. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Kiza, and it is very sad. Apparently, Spoon's too sleepy to go ahead. I'm also getting tired, to be fair. So we'll maybe finish the rest of the stream on the Wednesday podcast because this shit was funny. I know it's. We'll do what we can do. Anywho,
Sleepy Spoon.
Spoon is very sleepy. He's going to bed. Alrighty. All right. See you guys on Wednesday, though. And by the way, if you haven't checked out my new video, please watch it because YouTube is really suppressing it. There's no way I can describe it. YouTube's suppressing the shit out of my new video.
Wonder why.
Oh gee, I do wonder why they're really suppressing it. But if you enjoy this video, I'm posting it here.
We have salty fans in the chat. Yeah, go salty.
If you've enjoyed anything we talked about here, and you want to give me some support, because my video it took me like a month to make, and it
was really cool.
I think it's a very good video. Please check it out. I haven't chilled it up till now, but please check out the video, and we'll see you on Wednesday. All right,
Nice.
Good night. Yes, I can tell he's about to fall asleep.